So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto was a prodigy like Itachi. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see part 2, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. It was July the 23rd. The sky was clear, the sun was high, the clouds were white and dwindling around lazily, without a worry in the world, letting the wind carry them over the Hokage's monument that sported 3 faces, the one of the first Hokage, the one of the second Hokage, the one of the Jiji, as an overactive blonde called him, and the one of the current Hokage. On that day, a blonde spiked boy stood next to a raven-haired one and, with a small but adorable pout, made his best puppy eyes. The other boy started with a slightly nervous tick mark on the forehead before sighing and splitting in half the popsicle he had, those types of popsicles that had 2 wooden sticks and that usually were meant to be shared. The first boy, the blonde one, smiled with a happy grin, grabbing it and starting to suck on it while waiting, together with his friend, for one of their parents to come and get the 2. The next year, we're going to be 6 and at the academy, Naruto pointed out as the Uchiha rolled his black eyes with a sigh, and maybe you'll find yourself a fan club so you'll stop being this downbeat, he added as Itachi shook his head. Otu-san told me that Uncle Moto committed suicide last night. He was drowning in despair. A sorrowful look appeared on the face of the 5-year-old. He was born on the 9th of June, a fact that made him the elder among the 2, something that Naruto had more than once used for his own teasing. But that actually seemed to mark a great deal the differences between the 2 boys. Firstly, one was dressed in bright orange clothes with a pair of goggles strapped around his neck. He had orange trousers and, had he actually been a ninja, without a doubt he'd have been the first casualty in the recently ended Third Shinobi War. His clear blue eyes and blonde spiked hair clearly resembled those of his father, and his cheeks sported 3 whisker-like marks that, coupled with his father being the 4th Hokage, had meant he had his very own fan club since the age of 1. He was pretty sure his mother was to blame. To claim Kushina Uzumaki was a fawning mother would be to claim the Arctic wind was mildly breezy. And by fawning, it actually meant that Naruto had more strange animal-like pajamas than any other normal boy would actually have, and there were pictures that, he could swear on Kami, had been taken with a brief distance of a second one from another. In such a way that he could actually flip them all and have a film ready, displaying things like his first day in the pool, his first walk, his first word, why take a picture for his first word. He actually had no idea about that, but he didn't want to point that out for fear of having his own cheeks pinched repeatedly with claims of how cute he was when pouting. The other boy, on the other hand, Itachi Uchiha, had a serious look, a calm and collected attitude, and seemed mostly at ease, not acting like a child. Having the Uchiha deployed en masse for the war and having many died in the protection of Konohagakure, it was to be expected that he'd grow up mentally. Seeing clansmen, cousins, or family friends die made that effect on one's mind, especially when some died after the war, the grief, the guilt. The atrocity of the war still seemingly fresh in their mind. It hadn't been a pretty war. Destructions, villages having to be completely razed, children and women killed without a minimum of piety. He hadn't obviously seen it, but he had felt the change in some of the survivors. It was subtle at first, just a saddened glance now and then to some children, or maybe an awry smile to a pregnant woman, or things like that. Either they turned back to near normality, with the help of others or through the use of the drink of forgetting, sake that was, or they didn't, and usually they either degenerated, or they more than likely fell prey to their darkness and committed suicide. Sometimes they brought their sons and daughters with them, other times they simply left the village and were found in the forest, their eyes crushed by their own kunes, maybe in an attempt to erase the memories or the things they had seen. Itachi had felt all that and seen all that pain, and for that, he had no longer an ounce of respect for warmongers, and, hadn't he an actual need to train and learn the art of warfare, for clan's duty, he would have outright stopped going into any weapon shops. Refusing to even speak with the weapon dealers. He had yet to awaken his Sharingan, a feat that some of the clan never managed to, as it was something of a fickle thing, the so-called most powerful Dijutsu of Konoha, that however had a random chance of actually appearing, and sometimes it never did. He wore a plain green shirt and plain brown trousers, and, just as Naruto had pointed out, had a serious face on, something that no 5-year-old boy should actually have. How do you drown in despair? Naruto queried, perplexed. Wasn't despair an emotion? Could someone actually drown in those things? It's a saying, Itachi replied with a sigh, for all the good their mothers had for one another, the fact that both Naruto and him were waiting just outside a clinic was reason enough to warrant a sort of twin brother bonding between the 2. Considering both their mothers had ended up pregnant nearly at the same time, one actually in the process of giving birth on said day, and the other, the red-haired woman, at her 7th month of pregnancy, meant only one thing. Both knew perfectly well how it sucked to be in their houses. Or near them, especially for Itachi, in the next hours. Firstly, it would be loud yells, coming from hell itself, and then it was going to be baby talk. Hours of baby talk. Not only to the actual baby, but also claims of how being a big brother was going to be an extremely important and serious business. Still, Itachi did have it in him to be a reliable big brother. He did make practice with an unpredictable knucklehead of a blonde boy who seemed more than able to throw himself in utterly dangerous and insane situations. First time they met, Naruto nonchalantly walked into the Uchiha's armory and set off an explosive tag. Only Itachi's reflexes had warranted the sole destruction of his mother's favorite potted plant instead of the entire complex. Something about the boy being able to walk inside a most high security level area while wearing obviously bright orange clothing had made him more than interested in keeping an eye out for him, that and the fact that he was fun to hang out with, especially with the war and all. Once more, the sounds of the hospital doors opening took both of the boys' attentions, as it had been for the past 2 to 3 hours, and there, standing with a bright smile, letting her blue eyes settle on both kids, stood the red-hot habanero of Konoha, the tomato. If one wanted to die a painful death by calling her with that nickname, the one and only Kushina Namikaze. The woman grinned for a minute or two, before exclaiming out loud. "We've gotten an Iasen and his Itato now." Itachi's eyes widened in shock from the good news as he and Naruto got up from the bench they were sitting on, moving closer to Kushina, while the blonde boy, with a grin, gave a friendly punch to Itachi's shoulder. Before saying in a loud and cheery voice, "That's awesome." The next moment, a knuckle hit on Naruto's head made the boy whimper as Kushina, with a fake frown and a nervous tick mark, gritted her teeth while muttering. "I've got to fix this way of speech right now. Ouch. Kasan. That hurt." Another hit on the head before it actually became an affectionate ruffling as the red-haired woman didn't actually put any strength behind her knuckle hits. "Well, Itachi-kun, stop gaping like a fish and get inside, your mother's resting, but she wanted you to see your baby brother." As Kushina smiled at the now elder brother, Itachi nodded, dashing off in the most polite way he could come up with. Which meant swiftly walking until the doors of the hospital closed behind him before going on a mad dash through the corridors, avoiding as many medics and nurses as possible while heading to his mother's room. Meanwhile, mother and son stared at one another with a sort of knowledgeable grin. 5 minutes later, Itachi came out with a sort of embarrassed face and, as both Namikaze laughed, Kushina told the poor boy the number of the room his mother was in, making the Uchiha depart once more as the two, the blonde spiked boy and the red-haired woman, chuckled for a long moment. "You've been eating a popsicle? Even though I told you not to spoil your stomach for lunch?" Kushina suddenly asked, her eyes slightly narrowing as the air around the two turned tense for a moment. "Me? Kasan, you know I'd never, ever." As Naruto said that, he had already begun taking a single step backwards, only to be swiftly bundled by chakra chains and, being held like a sack by his mother, carried all the way to Ichiraku's ramen, recently opened. Which had a really vast assortment of ramen types. As Kushina smiled, having already become a usual customer of the stall, Naruto kind of hoped his mother would now drop him. "Namikaze-san, salt ramen as usual?" Tucci queried as his daughter, Am, turned a puzzled look out from behind the counter to stare at the sort of chain cocoon that was pouting Naruto. "Otu-san. Naruto-kun is turning blue." Am exclaimed with a worried face, her light brown hair already tied in a ponytail, as her dark eyes started with a mixture of worry and perplexity at the boy as Kushina sighed, letting her son free and sitting next to her. "If you spoil lunch again, I'm having you try on that new pajama I bought, you know, the tiger one." At that, Naruto paled, he would rather die in shame than ever wear something that had an actual tail, though it did make Am giggle, as the girl already had a, clearly devious, mind for imagining certain things. "At back here, you need to start learning how to chop vegetables correctly for the soup." As Tucci said that, the girl nodded as the man took Naruto's order of pork ramen, and, just as the blonde boy was about to go itadakimasu on the food, a hand ruffled the boy's hair as another blonde, wearing white robes with a flame motif at the base of the mantle and a sort of wide-trimmed hat with the kanji for fire on it. "I knew I'd find you two here." My wallet was crying tears of pain after all, as the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, spoke with a grin. Kushina stuck out her tongue in a childish manner before actually showing from one of her inner pockets a toad-like wallet. "I didn't think he could cry, you know." As the woman chuckled, Minato's face paled in shock. "Now then, Kushina-hime, please don't go overboard, you know that the Hokage's stipend isn't as high as what many people think," the man replied, trying to catch the toad-shaped wallet back, only to find it always out of reach, seeing how Naruto's full out didn't care. As he stood there eating ramen. Otu-san, Naruto said, after a while, having finished his own bowl, do you think I'll have an Atato or an Amato? He queried, looking with a hopeful gaze at his father, as the man in question coughed nervously, before replying. Well, we won't know until the cabbage patch has grown enough to. Otu-san. Am exclaimed, wasn't it the stork that brought the kids? Tucci silently turned his gaze to the cooking broth, starting to whistle, seemingly trying not to take notice of the Hokage and his daughter entering a verbal fight on who, what, or how actually brought kids to be. Such a nice memory it would be, in the years to come. 2 years later. Naruto woke up, slowly letting his hand move under his pillow to grab his kunai, hidden in there. Then, without a second thought, he flung it straight ahead of him, at the person that had entered his apartment. His small one-room apartment that he had been relegated into after the events that had led him to become the most horribly hated individual in all of Konoha. After all, he harbored the Kyuubi in him, now. A silent prisoner, as he never heard him speak, not even once, but the seal on his right arm, the kanji for iron, as that was the seal on his shoulder now, showed off as the proof of who he was. No, of what he was. The person in question deflected the flying kunai with one of his own, and in a moment, Naruto was flung out of bed and onto the floor, groaning. Naruto-kun, you know you should be in the academy right now. The boy's voice was that of Itachi, who shook his head slowly as the blonde spiked boy got on his feet, slowly massaging his sore right arm that had taken the brunt of him being brought on the ground to the side of the bed. I hate those stares, Naruto replied, biting his lip, and I hate knowing they are right in staring at me like that, he added, turning to look out of the window. Haddock-san still out there, isn't he? He asked, as Itachi nodded in reply. He's going to come in 5 minutes. If you end up late for your exam, usually, to graduate from the academy one would need at the very least 6 years. Entering at 6 and coming out at 12 was the cue. One would think he'd be more than happy not to have 2 people smashing his own record of graduation from the academy, Naruto bitterly replied, as he got to dress in one of his third-hand clothes, a stint brown jacket with a dark shirt underneath and dark green trousers. The pale brown ninja sandals. Haddock-san graduated at 5 years old after entering the academy at 4, Itachi replied, and he does take pride in having his private student graduating in 1 year too, the raven-haired Uchiha pointed that out as the blonde spiked boy finished grabbing his pair of dirty goggles. Letting for a brief second the fingers tap on the plastic borders, the plastic protection long gone from it. They crashed against the wall heavily. After all, the anger wasn't something that was going to disappear by magic, only by not thinking about it. Not only had he been deprived of his family, but he had also been kindly suggested to move to one of the apartments for orphan kids. He had nodded. How could he not nod at the Hokage's suggestion? How could he not accept the fact that it was for his own good? It still hurt, knowing that, after all, he had been forced into that very same position without even giving him a chance to decide. He was barely 5 years old, and suddenly he had to act like an adult. No father or mother to turn to. No sister either, for what it mattered to him. So the goggles crashed against the wall of the one-room apartment, repeatedly, with strength, until they finally cracked and broke, but that didn't stop him from keeping it up, until a small bump on the wall told him he was spent, he had no more energies. He had nothing more than the tears and the sweat from the effort running down his face. He wasn't a boy any longer and he wasn't Naruto Namikaze any longer. For all effort and purposes he was the hero that jailed the Kyuubi within himself. Well, when it's either sink or swim, one doesn't have much of a choice, Naruto muttered back, his eyes moving towards his ninja equipment that he carefully checked, not really wanting to go to school, but seeing no other way to move forward. He knew it would turn badly, he had a hunch, and his hunches were the only thing that had made his first year as a Jinchuriki bearable. When he had gone out the first time, his hunch, a nagging pull to the stomach, had been the sole thing that had made him actually run from the lady that usually smiled at him and that always stopped him and his mother to speak about how he was such a pretty boy. That had saved him from getting a knife in the chest, a sure one-way kill, as the woman was a butcher and knew perfectly well where hearts were. He had taken it in the back, however, but except for a sharp fit of pain and the lady getting handled by some Uchiha guard, it hadn't even left a scar, and since no one in the hospital actually took his time to look at the wound, he simply sat there for a while. Before finally deciding it had already dried off and he could go back home, pain not mattering to him, he was a big boy then. He had to be, he was the hero that jailed the Kyuubi. Anyway, I'm ready, Naruto muttered as he moved to leave, followed by Itachi. Not having breakfast? The Uchiha queried, closing the door of Naruto's apartment behind him, just as the blonde boy scratched the back of his head and, sighing, grabbed a chocolate bar from one of his trousers pockets. That's unhealthy, Naruto-kun. You know you could come over to the Uchiha's compound, mother said. Itachi-kun, Naruto spoke, letting his gaze divert towards the boy. It would only bring more ill will around. Your clan has already been forced basically outside the village. I'm not going to let it get any worse if I can avoid it. As he took a bite out of the bar, he groaned. Spitting it to the side. Should have suspected it was laced with poison, he muttered, seemed too good to be true, laying on the ground like that in the park. As he slowly took the stairs to descend towards the road level, he trashed the chocolate bar in the bin. Before letting his blue eyes dart towards the nearest fruit stall available. Itachi moved next to him, nearly reading in his mind. Naruto-kun. You shouldn't create troubles, you know. Naruto nodded as he kept on walking, but he did subtly distance himself from the stalls and actually moved towards the middle of the road, which actually emptied itself when they realized who was trudging in the middle of it. Itachi. Naruto sighed, looking to his left side, and, just as the Uchiha did the same, curious as to what would make the boy sign and turn in that direction, he realized too late the one on his left side was a mere hinge, and the one on the right, biting onto an apple, was the real one. We better move before the stall vendor comes over, and with that, he dashed off towards the academy. He's unpredictable, that much is sure, the Uchiha sighed, for how much they called him a prodigy, a genius, a dashing man, Naruto was something else, and sometimes, better. He was unpredictable. Itachi passed his test because he knew he could, after simply studying 1 hour. Naruto didn't need that, but he passed them nevertheless. Itachi knew the secret all too well, and it wasn't anything grand at all. The boy knew how to move around the academy, especially at night. He'd be the best infiltration specialist around, once grown up, probably even Anbu material. Itachi should have suspected that much since they were young. After all, entering highly restricted grounds in bright orange clothing only meant that, once ditched those clothes for dull ones, he'd literally become a sort of unseen shadow. The academy furthermore couldn't compare to being homeschooled. Sure, Itachi had the clansmen, but he didn't rely on them too much. His father was too prideful to allow his firstborn to show any weakness, and thus his skills were actually honed through practice, but mostly through self-improvement. Naruto didn't mind asking. The first time, he got shot down repeatedly by people who viewed him as the Kyuubi. Some of those people actually had firstly declared they had no problem in private teaching some things to Itachi himself, but wouldn't budge a finger, claiming a really tight schedule for what concerned Naruto. The few people who actually did help the blonde spiked boy, however, were worthy of all the hundreds of Uchiha clansmen around and the senseis of the academy. Only 5 minutes with people like Hada Kakashi, the famous or notorious, depending on the nation, copycat ninja, were worth more than any sensei at the academy. Even a single minute of the third Hokage's time was more worthy than any days of training non-stop with the Uchiha clansmen, and, even better, his favorite pupil, Orochimaru, had taken a sort of interest in the boy, much to the dislike of his actual pupils, who however, never voiced a complaint. Itachi was a prodigy, a genius, an Uchiha hailing from the #1 clan of Konoha, the very same clan that, together with the Senju clan, founded the village in the first place. Naruto wasn't a prodigy or a genius, but he knew humility, and only with that, and a good dose of headstrong determination, he had managed to be on par with Itachi himself. The difference didn't stop there, however. The raven-haired Uchiha wanted to become a strong ninja because he wished to protect the village of Konoha from harm, as he believed, strongly, that it was the duty of any shinobi worth his salt to protect the weak. Naruto's reason was because he had been asked to become a civilian. The Hokage had the guts to say he should take on the route of being a civilian. That was the condition to return to the previous living agreement. He could go back to his home if he stopped being a shinobi to be. An untrained Jinchuriki wouldn't be much of a use as a weapon, but it would make him safer for the village. He could always be trained later on. The latter part was what had made the boy feel the hunch once more. There would be no later on. It would either be then and on the spot or it wouldn't be ever again. He wanted to know why, he wanted the truth. A truth that the man's words had been those very same, was only for the Hokage's ears. That became his purpose. To become Hokage for the truth. Still, he didn't like going to class. The stares of the children, of the orphans especially, had carved deeply into his skull since the first day. He only had Itachi to watch his back, and the Uchiha knew all too well the caring nature of the boy, so much like his friend Shisui, both cared for others more than themselves, though the latter had unluckily chosen to keep with his friends in the academy, not that he blamed him. Even taking to Naruto was a social stigma, something that Itachi had to fight through since the first moment they had set foot in the class. The class had been cheery, a lot noisy, and many were already seated. The rolling call began earnestly. At his name, Itachi Uchiha, the boy had winced, raising his hand. He had winced because he hadn't heard Namikaze coming as the surname, yet he was pretty sure that N came before U, unless the alphabet had suddenly decided to take a turn for the worst. Maybe they had skipped the name because the boy wasn't there. Still, he couldn't believe they hadn't called his name. Maybe they had swapped his class. Maybe they had sent him on a sort of special training instead of the academy. That's when the name actually came from the teacher, the name that wasn't Naruto Namikaze, but Naruto Uzumaki. The sensei took a brief moment to look around in the class, and, in that precise instant, the door opened up and Naruto, wielding an orange-covered book, one that the sensei knew, but that he and the rest of the class didn't, walked in, raising his arm to signify he was there. Then he sat in the furthest away corner of the classroom, leaving a dumbstruck class and an utterly puzzled Itachi. Even the sensei had no idea what to say or do, and thus, did nothing. Naruto didn't come with books or paper to take notes, he didn't even come with pens. Always with the orange-covered book, and as he walked in only when his name was called in the roll call register, and that he dashed out first things first at the sound of the bell, he was an elusive target. At best. Recess was the weak point of his plan, as the boy silently retreated to a corner of the school's area and stayed there until the bell rang again. Nobody dared to get closer, nicknaming it the Demon's Den, nobody except, obviously, an Inyazuka hell-bent on getting a piece of him for killing her cousin. The girl had stood no chance. Itachi winced, recalling how Naruto had shown the girl just how nasty his tricks could get. He was a prankster by nature, but actually cornered Naruto. Itachi shuddered at the thought of how the girl, the Inyazuka, had gone crying the next moment. No Inyazuka had ever cried that hard. No Inyazuka was ever thought to be able to actually cry. Yell, rant, and scream. Yes, yes, and yes, but cry. That was what quality over quantity meant. Naruto had a lot of qualities, and with good enough purpose, brought forward by good, if not extraordinary teachers in the nick of time they could spare him, he had been on par with him. Itachi finally reached into the academy, watching as his fan club was waiting for him and narrowing, just so slightly, his gaze when he realized there were a bit more people than normal around the school. Many walked like ninjas in their own accord too, so they either were the parents of the graduating class of the year, a bit strange, since there were no particular clans showing up in the crowd of faces, or because something else was actually going on. Itachi inwardly sighed that his Sharingan hadn't awakened, or he would have certainly peered through whatever machinations were going on, as he would have placed his hand on the fire to swear on it, but he was sure that it involved Naruto. The Uchiha reached the hallway, where, reading the orange book, Naruto stood in silence, as both he and Itachi knew full well how it would be going on. Itachi would enter the classroom and be probably greeted by the fangirls who he had in his own class. Naruto would wait outside until the teacher began the roll call, and then the boy would enter at the right time for his name to be called. Once more, Itachi was forced to bath under the attention of foaming girls, one worse than the next, until he finally got to his seat, thanking Kami that the Inyazuka girl, Hana, wasn't the slightest interested in him and had 3 dogs nearby who growled savagely at the rest of the fan club. You should pay up the protection fee one day, the girl pointed out with a neutral tone. It will be over by tomorrow, Itachi replied, letting a small smirk appear on his face, as on cue, the surname Uzumaki was called and the door opened. The smirk slowly turned to a frown, and the frown to worry when the man entering the room was not Naruto, but another sensei. Mizuki. Itachi Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki are to follow me towards the examination room, he reported, in a clear tone. Well, the exam to immediately be promoted from the academy seemed to have been settled for the early morning. Itachi got up in silence, letting the fangirls wail tears while actually cheering him good luck. The worry on his face turned to perplexity upon following Mizuki, as Naruto wasn't, at all, outside the hallway. Nor was he in the exam room, where Iruka, on the other hand, was. I haven't seen Naruto Uzumaki today yet, is he sick? Mizuki queried, feigning clearly, something that Itachi had no trouble picking up, interest in the boy. Few people actually took the boy's health by heart. One was his mother, Mikoto, who even though she usually fussed over Sasuke, now 2 years old, had no trouble fussing over her friend's son. He had been sick once, for a single day, but that too hadn't stopped him from going to school. There was just something about him that made him incredibly resistant to illnesses, Jinchuriki or not, but he had been sick, once. Result of poisoning, as it had been discovered later on. He'll come when you'll roll call his name, as Itachi replied that, both Iruka and Mizuki nodded, and then the first coughed a moment to clear his throat. Well, to graduate academy you need a bunshin, a hanjin, a kawarimi, that's more than enough, usually, because we have written test marks over the course of the years and taijutsu practices to look and grade. Since we do not have those on this occasion, I'm going to require you to do the above jutsus, spar with either me or Mizuki, and finally hand in a small written test. Afterwards the same will apply with Uzumaki-kun if he'll grace us of his presence before you finish. Otherwise, he'll be marked as a failure and, unluckily, be dropped out of the shinobi program altogether. Itachi's eyes narrowed at the implication. There was something off in Naruto's disappearance, if that was the case. The boy was dead set on being a shinobi after all, and for him to be actually late or not there was something bizarre. He'd take time for his friend, that much was sure, but he did have to voice his opinion. "Senseis, Naruto had been in the academy even before me," Itachi muttered, "there's no way he wouldn't be here now. I think something might have happened to him," he added. "Well, he's probably gone to the bathroom," Iruka replied. The teacher didn't outright love the blonde boy or like him, but he had been the one to testify Naruto's ability for taking the test earlier. Probably to remove the fox demon from his class, at least, that was what everyone thought. A pity Naruto's skills were the real deal. "I see. Would you mind if I took the written test first, Iruka-sensei, Mizuki-sensei?" Itachi politely asked, letting his gaze move from one teacher to the other, and, as both senses nodded, he was made to sit down at an empty desk and, given the paper, he was told the time limit. 2 hours. This was the start of it. He could simply scribble some notes in pencil, wait the last 5 minutes, and write on a pen. He knew all the answers. It was an easy thing, so, for that reason, he waited. Hoping the boy would come in. Naruto didn't come at all after an hour. He didn't come even after the second hour was just about to end, and Itachi found out begrudgingly that he was forced to write by pen the answers, neatly arranging them on the paper. Then it was the Taijutsu spar, in which he did his best to hold out against his opponent, Mizuki, for as long as he could. Obviously the Chunin was stronger than him and more apt than him, but still, he did his best, bringing the fight on for at least a quarter of an hour. As the two opponents made the sign for peace, after the spar, Itachi was a nervous wreckage of a boy. He knew something was wrong, and he was pretty sure it was something big, yet the two teachers seemingly hadn't even cared to look for the problem. Just where did the boy end up? Just where had Naruto gone? Did the chocolate bar actually poison him? But he had seemed fine, and he had spit it out swiftly. Did something else happen? Was it the people outside the academy? Were they responsible in some way? As the ninjutsu spar was about to begin, someone knocked at the door of the class. "It's open," Iruka said, having Itachi wait, as the raven-haired Uchiha's eyes were already lit with hope that Naruto was going to explain what was going on. The door slowly opened to reveal a pale man with long black hair and golden eyes, with a jounin vest on. Next to him, slightly pale, stood Naruto. He seemed to have had his clothes shredded on the side and on the back, but mostly, it did seem that he had received a set of bruises on the face, as one of his eyes was seemingly half closed, already swelling up for the purplish bump. "What happened to the boy, Orochimaru-san?" Iruka queried, puzzled, and showed, if for a brief second, a moment of worry, soon replaced by simple curiosity, as, after all, it was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi that they were talking about. He was tougher than that. Kukuku. It seems this young shinobi had been taken by a group of rebels within Konoha, but as luck wanted it to be, I happened to find him and his torturers. He insisted in coming to take the test to become a genin, albeit the I being stressed, with a happy grin, can assure you that he should indeed be made a genin, even without taking the test. "That would be unorthodox, Orochimaru-san," Mizuki replied. The sensei did hate the guts out of the boy, for some reason. Well, the reason was obvious, but he hated the boy even more than normal. "Anyway, I'm sure you won't mind him being late. It wasn't his fault after all. Kukuku." And, with a final chuckle, Orochimaru turned to leave, leaving Naruto to slowly limp towards a seat, his right leg seemingly having taken a bad twist somewhere. "Seeing your condition, maybe you would prefer to take the test tomorrow? I'm sure we could explain to the Hokage and he'd understand," Mizuki proposed, feigning worry, as Naruto instead shook his head. Firstly, he was sure he'd simply be thrown out of the shinobi program without a second thought, exceptions didn't work for him, only against him, and secondly, "I'll take the test today, tomorrow you'll have already decided the team assignments, if I'm not there, then who's going to take care of the wayward Uchiha here?" As Naruto grinned, sending a wink to Itachi, the Uchiha in question sighed, speeding through all the hand signs required for and muttering. "You know, next life, I'm having you drop out of the shinobi program," Itachi said, as he waited for Iruka to grade his performance. Naruto did the written test without wincing, but small droplets of sweat and some not yet dried blood did stain the white paper sheet. Then, the boy asked. "Can I do the first, please?" Both teachers sighed, nodding. They had changed the order for Itachi, while neither liked doing the same for the boy. It still wouldn't be fair, especially with Itachi still in the room. The next moment, the Kawarimi, the henge, and the buncheons were made. The last one created the bare amount to pass, 3, while the henge was a perfect replica of Mizuki, and the Kawarimi did however, produce a small whine from the boy, not because it failed. But because he badly positioned his right leg when he touched the ground after the substitution. The last part was sparring. Iruka was about to stand up, after all, Mizuki had already fought against Itachi, but the silver-haired dismissed his friend. "I'll handle him too, it won't be anything more than some light sparring, after all." As Mizuki spoke, he stood in front of the brat, with a small smirk on his face. Itachi looked at the scene with interest, his leaf forehead protector already in his hands, but that fight was going to be far more interesting to watch, and he was sure Naruto was being an idiot. It had to be one of the constants of the universe. Naruto had to be a knuckleheaded idiot. Mizuki's right fist aimed straight ahead, with enough speed to actually be considered a nearly killing fist, instead of a friendly spar one. The result was a broken nose for Naruto, who, however, wasn't knocked out, his head having at the very least moved backwards a bit before the fist had connected, to lessen the blow. Trying to keep a standing position, with a clearly sprained leg, or maybe even broken, wasn't a small feat, especially when Mizuki adopted a more versatile and mobile approach to fighting the boy, who did all he could to avoid doing his best to duck or parry the blows. Albeit his arms had clearly started to turn sore, especially after the couple of hits to his shoulders. Naruto gritted his teeth, pain flaring through his broken leg, as he knew this was what awaited him in the test. He was pretty sure he had asked them to be merciless, to be extremely cruel, to be thorough in their actions just to make him fail. Well, he wouldn't fail, he would become the greatest ninja ever, and he would become the Hokage. For truth. He should have known that there was no way the Hokage wanted to speak to him outside school, in the backyard. He had thought it was improbable, but he had hoped it wouldn't be a false hope that something was going to change for the better. He had refused his previous hunch, which never ended well. That hope had been shattered by the ninja mob that had forced him to run for his life towards the other side of the village. It had been the perfect ambush, 2 coming out from the school's door, 2 to the side of the backyard, and a couple along the roads that would have possibly led him back into the school for the exam. He had tried to avoid capture for as long as possible, but in the end, they did have ninjas in their midst, and no matter of training would have made him able to be on par with some of them. He was captured like a rabbit, ninja wire set at the end of an alleyway he had been running through, and then said alleyway had begun his bloody trap. He was already holding his hands around his head to protect it. The first thing to protect is the head, the rest of the body is secondary if you curl yourself up in a ball, as Kakashi once told him by Kakashi, once. He had done that. He had stood there screaming for help until his voice had gone sore. Obviously, the blood in his mouth and the kicks hadn't helped him, or the fact that nobody would have actually moved a hand to help the demon brat. The Uchiha would have, but they weren't there at the moment. The sharp cries of "Die demon! Die!" echoed through the alleyway until finally, the noise of an unsheathed sword, the simple murmur of the sword's name, Kusanagi, the flashing increase in length of the sword that cut down his assailants, and, finally, silence. Only the throbbing pain of his bruises as he slowly managed to get back up on his feet, or foot, as it was, since the other was broken. Broken to try and have him open up from his curled position, to try and make him stop defending his frail head, maybe to smash his skull too. "Why didn't you fight back, Naruto-kun?" Orochimaru had queried then, knowing full well he did give pointers to the boy more than once. "I should be doing an exam." I'm sure he, the boy who had spat out the pronoun like it was the name in question, surely would have me detained if I did anything and make me drop out of the shinobi program. Naruto's eyes had then settled on the snake and, with a sort of pleading gaze, had realized the man's face hadn't been one of frowning for having been used, but more of satisfaction. "Kukuku. That was good thinking, come along, I'll bring you back to school, you have an exam to take, last I checked," and with those words, one of the 3 legendary Sanins had brought the boy back to school. A shinobi needs to see underneath the underneath. That was the most valuable lesson of them all. To actually resort to taijutsu was a practice that few deemed worthy of notice. Why was taijutsu learned, then? Because you never knew when the kunai you held in your hand would drop, break, or you'd have no time to grab it. Taijutsu for the academy was basic movements of fists and kicks. Taijutsu, real battle taijutsu, was about feints, specific hits, and quick submission holds, but it all followed only one real rule. If it was flashy, it wasn't worthy of being learned and it wouldn't save your life in battle. That was a lesson the Jiji had told him, so, even if he was getting the short end of the stick from Mizuki, Naruto was still pretty much capable of holding off the attacks of the, not because he could actually defeat the man, but because the man had preferred to believe in the boy's weakness. Underneath the underneath, after all, was the first law. So, when, even though Naruto had been battered and bruised, the time kept on going, and he was still up, Mizuki gritted his teeth, resorting to a roundhouse kick on the boy's broken leg, to swipe that smug grin the blonde boy had on him the entire time the spar had gone on for. In that precise moment, the seemingly broken leg had done a side movement, avoiding the kick and becoming, itself, a kick, straight between Chunin's legs. Itachi winced, averting his gaze, as he knew all too well the strength that was behind Naruto's kicks. Iruka paled slightly, going as far as verbally muttering an ouch. Mizuki, on the other hand, saw white and fell backwards, seemingly passing out from the pain. "I thought it was broken," Iruka muttered, pointing at the leg. I do have a broken leg, Naruto replied, gritting his teeth as he got both his hands to support a nearby desk. It just wasn't the right one, he added, and I knew he'd resort to playing dirty. Ninjas should always use the weakness of the opponent, Naruto-kun, Itachi replied. Yeah, that stuff. The blonde boy said, sweating heavily as he clearly had to be in pain, but did his best not to let it show. Well. I say you passed, Iruka replied, handing the boy a Konoha leaf protector. You did defeat a Chunin, even though it was a friendly spar, and you did perform all hinges. And while your test is largely unreadable due to blood loss, it's mostly correct. And you did all this while in your state. It's more than enough, Naruto meekly nodded, making a grin to Itachi, before muttering back. Itachi? I think I'm not going to be able to come eat at Ichiraku's tonight. Warren had accent for me. As he finished saying that, the blonde boy's eyes closed as he fainted, not sprawling on the ground because Itachi was already there, grabbing him by the side. Should I call a medic, Nin? Iruka queried, worried. He should have been worried in the beginning, but if the boy was able to last till then he probably should have been fine, shouldn't he? He was a Jinchuriki tough demon jailer, and he wasn't all that bad. Was he? No. They'd probably try and mercy kill, Itachi spoke slowly, letting the words loom in the air for a moment before adding that he'll be safer in the Uchiha compound. Where I'll be carrying him, now, and with those final words, the boy slowly began walking towards the door of the class and outside, carrying his fellow Konoha ninja together with him for their first day as genin of the leaf. It wasn't that good of a start. He always had the same dream, about the same night, the same events. At first he was happy, his baby brother or sister, on the way, and then he was no longer in the house, having been smashed by a giant red-furred fox that had made him really scared and crying. While his mother held onto him with one arm and on the other seemed like a crying baby, his father was in front of them, his blue eyes setting themselves on the three. I'm sorry. There's no other way. Then Naruto had seen him take the bundle of clothes and he had even taken him too. Why didn't his Kasen stop him? Maybe she was too tired. Maybe she actually wanted that to happen. He only knew he had fainted afterwards, that was all he knew. When he had woken up, the states had started. He recalled the stars in the council, he recalled them all, and, even though he did recall them all, he couldn't help but whimper, slightly shaking at the sheer amount of pressure being in the same room as the clan's head met and spoke about him. About his future. About who he was supposed to be, or better yet, what he was supposed to be from that moment onwards. He woke up with a startled expression, carefully eyeing the room he was in, pain washing all over his body as he could feel, distinctively, a cast on his left leg and bandages covering most of his body. His vision was impaired, on the swelled eye, by a cold compress as his only visible eye made him inwardly mull a thought. Was that how Kakashi-san saw the world? He groaned, recognizing the motif of the Uchiha clan on the side of the paper walls. Itachi had brought him to his family compound. He didn't hate the Uchiha clan, it was the exact opposite. When he had started getting beaten up in public, it was usually an Uchiha guard who broke the mob apart. His friendship with Itachi, who was the heir of the clan, was enough to at least warrant some help. Even from those who still loathed him. Naruto, however, also knew of the consequences for helping him. It had been something clear in his mind, and no matter of telling him otherwise had convinced him of the opposite. The Uchiha clan's compound had been forced to be moved nearly outside of the village's wall, a social stigma that clearly still burned into the soul of the Uchiha's clan leader, Fugaku. He tried to leverage on his sane foot, holding back the pain, he was good at that. To keep the pain inside, never to show any weakness that you don't want the enemy to exploit, that was another sound teaching. He kind of wondered, as he managed to get on his feet, if Kakashi was fine, maybe he had simply been distracted, since having started to read those orange-covered books, there were times he'd let his guard go off, as any 16-year-old would. But he just did that while giggling in a sort of perverted way. He had given Naruto an orange book too, but the boy hadn't actually read it, he just had taken the cover, placed it to protect his hard-obtained school book, and had then walked to class with it every day. He knew that was Kakashi's trick to be undisturbed, and thus he had thought about it in the same way. If he was reading that, nobody told him anything, even the adults avoided him, at least, the majority. And the few who didn't were distracted by his seemingly innocent appearance to let him bunchen his way out of there. It was survival, everything was meant for survival. Being a shinobi wasn't being nice, playing fair, yelling out loud and charging head-on. It was about slitting throats from the back and punching people in the balls, where it hurt hard, to survive. Grime, blood and filth were the ninja's companions. The rest meant nothing. Naruto's hand slowly moved to the panel door, trying as he did to make it as silent as possible, he knew all too well it would be futile. The next moment, as the door he used swished to the side, the door in front opened to reveal Itachi, staring at him with his own dark eyes. Naruto, congratulations on passing the Genin exam in the most foolish and possibly idiotical way I had never even dreamed about, was the clear thought pattern behind the Uchiha, something only Naruto, having known the boy for quite a long time. But understand though, do notice that tomorrow we have team assignments. Please, do take some rest time and do not try and engage in nightly activities. If you even so much as try and get out of the room, know that I can pretty much stay awake all night, you stupid and reckless idiot. And force you back to sleep by knocking you out, was the clear message. But Naruto tried to reply, only to be cut up short when a woman, in her early years, walked towards the two boys, a frown on her face, as she stared at the two recently appointed genin. I just heard someone saying they wouldn't mind sleeping here at night, right? Mikoto stressed, as Itachi, on his own accord, nodded. So it seems, Kasan, Naruto would like to sleep here, to recover from his wounds, that he even refuses to admit, just look at how much pain his face shows. As Itachi spoke softly, his mother nodded. Hey, as Naruto tried to butt in on the conversation, Mikoto shushed him in a split second, replying. Well, you know he can stay as much as he likes here, but I must ask if he's hungry, since he slept through lunch and dinner times. As she replied that, Naruto tried, being the key word, to claim his moment of speaking light, just so he could say he didn't need anything and would be on his way home. He's hungry alright, Itachi replied, I'm sure he wouldn't mind eating something solid, instead of ramen, as always. Itachi. Naruto's muttered growl went unheard, as Mikoto smiled, nodding before leaving the two boys there. Due to your physical situation, Naruto, I'd suggest you refrain from any attempt of getting even with me, Itachi replied, for the moment, obviously. Now, do go back to sleep, and with that, Naruto rolled his eyes, no use in arguing against one who could actually swipe the floor with him, and that when Naruto was in perfect conditions. At least he'd get some solid and warm food that night. He couldn't shop for food without being kicked out, but that was in his normal aspect. The reason his henge was top-notch was that he actually needed that skill for survival. He had never had a problem walking up front and asking someone if they needed any help, moving crates, lifting stuff, things that any 5-year-old could do, even mowing the grass of elderly ladies. Obviously, Naruto was shunned, even if the lady in question would later give the job to either a genin team for a higher fee or to another kid who'd do it for spare change. That's when he had asked Kakashi for a solution. The man had been more than willing to hire him out for odd jobs himself, but Naruto had refused. He didn't want mercy, he wanted survival skills. So, strangely enough, while he did love ramen and that warm feeling that the hot broth had when reaching his stomach, he rarely ate it, and when he did, it was a special occasion. The henge had been what Kakashi had taught him, and Naruto had been able to do it, at first only a sort of mishmash of colors, then it had become a person, and finally it had become a different person. Henges required chakra in proportion to the differences from the base form. Thus the more complex and different the image required, the better it would be. Chakra control was needed both for the finer details and to make the henge more difficult to trace. It had been the basic henge of the academy, but when you need that to survive, it became extremely important to know how to do it well. So, Naruto survived on henge used to do odd jobs, go shopping without being thrown out, and actually to just have a bit of respite in the park, unknowingly training his own chakra control in the meantime. Still, spare change wasn't enough, and that usually meant that, being too stubborn to ask for help from anyone, even Itachi, he had, more than once, resorted to scavenging and foraging. There wasn't a single fruit plant that, left outside at night, survived his passage. Obviously even the farmlands on the nearby outskirts of the village, or the forests, weren't left unscathed. Forests were the best place to hunt rabbits, birds, things like that. It was practical, and it worked. Sure, usually most stuff was cold or had to be thoroughly cooked and cleaned before being eaten. But the satisfaction of eating a morsel of a self-caught rabbit, the teeth gnawing upon them freshly. Taking cabbage. His classmates had bentos, he eyed the birds' eggs in their nests, his classmates had apple juice, and he had the tap water from the school's bath. All in all, he survived. So, he wasn't one to spoil food, even when he would have preferred being home, the empty one-room apartment that waited for him, with no one in there. He simply felt better knowing that there was one door and one window as entry and exit points, instead of the paper-made doors of the Uchiha compound. Heck, he was sure that, in case of a fire, it would all burn up really fast. Mikoto came back with a tray, on which a vast assortment of food was, food that Naruto took no moment to dig in, after the usual itadakimasu, and that gave the woman the time to give a slightly sad look to the boy's face. She didn't know what made her sadder. The fact that the boy harbored a demon, or how he had been treated after becoming the container of the demon in question. Sure, the Kyuubi might have nearly destroyed Konoha, killing a lot of good people in the process. But how was the boy responsible for that? The sweet boy had obviously changed, but certainly not because he had become the nine-tailed demon. Itachi had the pressure of being the next clan heir and she couldn't fawn too much over him, but still, she had been really glad when Naruto and him had struck a strong friendship. It had also helped her son immensely, especially when Sasuke had begun walking. It was Itachi who seemingly knew where the younger one was or what he was doing. And when queried on his sixth sense, he had always replied that it was something he had already witnessed. "Uchiha-san," Naruto said, after the food, "I really should be going." He whispered in a barely audible murmur. "Now Naruto-kun, we went over this already. Just call me Makoto-san," the woman replied, "and don't you even think, for a moment, of escaping through the window. You have a broken leg, you need rest, and the cast won't be of any help if you keep on moving around," she added. "I'll be fine by tomorrow," Naruto muttered back. "Team assignments are tomorrow," he added, slowly drifting to sleep. Did he actually feel that sleepy? He didn't bother much about it, and as his eyes closed, he couldn't help but shrug off the feeling that he shouldn't be sleeping that heavily, moments after finishing his dinner. Makoto stood up, with a sigh. Really, if she hadn't known the knucklehead by heart, she wouldn't have resorted to giving him a good dose of sleeping medicine. The boy would have probably left at night, worsening his leg condition minimum, and clearly that wouldn't have helped him at all. She bit her lip as she moved out of the room, giving a wink to Itachi, who had opened the door of his room once more, only to be updated on the situation, before nodding and turning back to enter his room, to get some sleep. Makoto's walk didn't stop until she reached her husband's study, where she entered after politely knocking on the door and closing it after having walked through the doorway. "Makoto?" Fugaku queried, perplexed at the late-hour visit of his wife. "I'd like to ask why no Uchiha guard realized that Naruto-kun was being severely beaten in an alleyway." Today, the woman spoke quietly, her dark eyes not daring to accuse, but still showing off worry. "I can't tell you," Fugaku barely replied in a whisper, his eyes moving sideways. This was the signal that he actually couldn't, meaning the Hokage had a hand in it. Makoto nodded, her husband wouldn't actually do something like that for petty reasons, and having his guards not do their jobs only to have a mob hit a boy would have been stupid, and her husband wasn't, at all, stupid. If he wanted to kill someone, Fugaku knew he could count on highly trained Uchiha's clansmen, so there would have been no need to bother with something like that, meaning he had been ordered to have his own men stand down while the beating took place. Knowing he couldn't speak meant something else entirely too. It meant he had been ordered not to speak and to respect said order. One had to be the Hokage. Makoto's face turned for a moment sorrowful before shaking her head gently. "The boy can stay for the night," Fugaku added. Itachi was smart enough to use a hinge to transform him into a sack of potatoes to have him enter. "But he has to leave first thing in the morning." "Understood." "Yes, husband dear," Makoto replied, a small smile on her face. Her husband was one of the toughest shinobis that Konoha could ever birth, but he did have a weak spot, one that she wasn't afraid of using. He never liked seeing her sad face. The next day, Naruto's eyes opened slowly as he felt the uncomfortable weight on his left leg. He recalled the events of the previous day. A bloody way to become a genin, that much was sure. Still, he was a genin now. It was the first step. Forever through blood, tears, or words he'd strike true to his purpose. To become Hokage. Only then would the truth come to him. As he begrudgingly stood in a sitting position, he took the weight of his body on the right leg, sighing as his left still seemed to pain him a great deal. Not as much as the day before, but he wouldn't be pushing any weight on it that soon. He saw breakfast on a tray next to him, and sighing, he ate it as fast as possible. He wouldn't renounce food, no matter what it would be or where he would be. One thing he was sure of was that he still had today free. Tomorrow would be the genin test time, and by then, he simply had to have his leg fixed. He valued his options. He needed a medic nin and the medical to have it at least bearable for whatever the test was, and he did have the money for it. At least, he hoped it would suffice what little he had managed to put aside. The problem was with the fact he needed to find someone willing to heal him without overpricing. That would be difficult, but not impossible. His hinge would probably work. Had he broken something on his face, it would have been worse. He slid his door open, sighing as Itachi did the same, with his leaf protector already on his forehead and another one in his hand, handing it over to the blonde boy. "This is yours, Iruka-sensei gave it to me after you fainted," the Uchiha spoke quietly, making Naruto nod as he took it and tightly tied it on his forehead. "Can I ask you a favor?" Naruto muttered, his voice serious, albeit a bit trembling, as Itachi simply raised an eyebrow. It was a first to actually be asked a favor from Naruto, which meant it had to be something fairly important. "Whatever happens," Naruto said, "I'll always have your back. Just don't leave me behind, okay?" Itachi made a small smile, nodding. "If I did leave you behind, I'd probably be more worried than satisfied. We went through this together, as friends." As Itachi raised his right hand, Naruto caught it with his own, and as both boys squeezed each other's hands, a serious look settled on their faces. Let's get going then, Naruto said, a smile on his face as he slightly winced when he inadvertently placed some weight on his still broken leg. We did wake up early. We have time, Itachi replied with a sigh as, at a snail's pace, they both made their way outside. They had to be early for the team assignments, and as such, they had woken up early too. By the time the two reached the academy, they both sat, without showing a trace of nervousness, together with the upperclassmen, those who had actually graduated on time. Oh he. A female kunoichi spoke, moving closer to the two, what are two like you doing here? The girl had purple hair, tied at pineapple, and her pupil-less brown eyes settled for a brief moment on the two, before wincing, at the sight of the blonde boy's whisker marks. The fact that only one other person possessed, actually. Well, never mind asking, the girl said once more, slowly moving out of the way, without even waiting for a reply from the two. You're a party killer, Naruto, Itachi pointed that out, barely repressing a grin, as the blonde boy simply took on a seriously saddened face, albeit it was fake. Aw. You know I'm the soul of every party, he replied, letting his gaze wander towards the rest of the class, who knows who he'd end up partner with. Itachi would probably have all the luck as usual, pretty kunoichi, obedient second shinobi, with Naruto's luck, instead, he'd end up with an arrogant ugly hag of a girl, and an utterly arrogant bastard who would claim alpha status like an Inyazuka. The teacher, Iruka-sensei, walked in alone, earning Naruto a puzzled expression, where was Mizuki? Mizuki-sensei is currently undisposed after yesterday's exams. Naruto couldn't repress a chuckle. A chuckle that was heard both by Iruka, by Itachi who was next to him, and by the purple-haired kunoichi. Oh he. What's there to laugh about Mizuki-sensei being sick you brat? He's not sick, Naruto replied, between a chuckle and another one, he's probably holding a cold pack. Over it ahahaha. As Naruto began laughing, Iruka sported a nervous tick mark on his forehead, while Itachi sighed. He will stay in the hospital for the next few days, to repair all damage he has suffered from. As Iruka kept talking, a boy raised his hand to ask. Did he break a bone? Ahahaha. I doubt he'd ever break that bone. He might have a broken muscle though. Naruto couldn't help but exclaim that, with a wide laughter following, as Itachi sighed once more. Uzumaki. Iruka snapped, you are now a genin of Konoha, please, control your outbursts. Fine. Another chuckle, and then Naruto calmed down, while the eldest Uchiha slightly shook his head, he knew all too well the boy did that when he was stressed. He'd probably end up with unknown teammates and teachers, so it was only obvious that he'd probably flip out in some way. And Naruto's way to vent off stress was to yell something out loud. Iruka, once silence reigned in the classroom, began announcing teams and their members. And Kakashi Haddock will be the Jounin sensei of Team 7, teammate mate of Naruto Uzumaki, Mitarashi Anko, the purple-haired kunoichi from before had her face fall down on the hard wooden surface of the desk, whining about Kami hating her, and Itachi Uchiha, Naruto literally hugged Itachi. Nearly breaking the boy's spine by doing said motion, and dropping it after a few seconds, coughing to slightly recompose himself, not before the entire class had outright began laughing at the scene, silence. Iruka snapped, and their sensei will be Orochimaru of the Sannin. At that point, whines and yells and exclamations raised through the class. Itachi Uchiha, being taught by a Sannin. Fine for everyone, even the older fangirls of his fan club, but the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. That monster. And Mitarashi Anko. Some words were said even on her, a war orphan who had just gotten lucky, and with that, spite came too in her direction, making her actually look uncomfortable, as she had never believed someone could come up with reasons to give her faults on being a war orphan. Hey Itachi, Naruto said out loud, you think you can show me that ninjutsu you mastered, that one to send a bunch of whining kids crying back to their mothers? You know. The ultra-secret one that only those of the Uchiha clan know how to make. But Naruto-kun. That makes the whining kids die after I use it. As Itachi seriously replied to the boy, even Iruka slightly paled, did said really exist? The serious way Itachi had replied to the blonde boy. Well, anyway. Wait for your Jounin sensei to come along, and then off you will go. As Iruka left the now silent as death room, after his words, the first Jounin to actually enter was Orochimaru himself. The pale-skinned man had an amused grin on his face. As he watched with delight the looks of envy from the other students, but he silently noted how there wasn't a hint of pride on either the Uchiha or the Mitarashi. Naruto showed relief, but of that, the man was sure. He had taken an interest in the boy since seeing him actually be taught things by his teacher, Hiruzen, not much, actually, just pointers, but the boy had absorbed them like a sponge, where others kids in the park played. The blonde boy of barely 6 years old was absorbing knowledge like it was air that needed to be breathed by the old man. It had been more than enough to warrant the pursuit of his interest, and the boy was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, and he just kept being interesting, just like the events that had brought him there. Somewhere else. Don't you have a genin group to teach Kakashi? The Hokage queried. Hokage-sama. With respect. Why wasn't he on my team? Kakashi had been jounin for quite a while now and he was taking students for a while, so why not assign him one of the few boys he actually could try and teach something? The who? The Hokage replied, raising an eyebrow. Naruto, Kakashi said the name, his only visible eye showing a brief glint of sorrow as the Hokage's tone turned snappish. Orochimaru of the legendary three wished to teach him. And for that reason, he was chosen. As the man spoke, turning his gaze towards the village, he muttered, barely containing his anger. The boy refused any attempt at conciliation, he insisted on this path. So now he will carry it on till the end, and I made sure that Orochimaru himself shows no leniency towards him or the rest of the team. If he does actually pass the Genin test while facing off against a legendary, then maybe he'll be worth enough of my time to sort out some D-level missions for him. But the silver-haired Jounin tried to come up with a reason for such a messed up judgment call, but couldn't as the Hokage interrupted him, letting his voice carry over the thoughts of the copycat ninja. Kakashi. He is extremely important to the village. Did we understand each other? At those words, Kakashi nodded. Yes, Hokage-sama. As he turned to leave, the door of the office opened and a woman, carrying a 2-year-old in her arms, entered with a smile. Kakashi-kun, Kushina spoke with a smile, how are you doing? The 2-year-old girl, with red hair, tied in a ponytail, stared with her clear blue eyes at the silver-haired Jounin, who took on his smile eye, before replying. Everything is fine, Kushina-san, I'm a bit in a hurry though, I'm sorry I can't stay any longer, see you too, Kitsumi-chan, and with those words, said towards the shy 2-year-old girl, Kakashi left in a hurry, leaving behind the red-haired woman, who, cooing over her 2-year-old, moved towards her husband, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The man who had disowned their very own son, claiming he was too disrespectful to be an Namikaze. The man who had thrown him in an orphan's apartment because he had considered his very own son to be too dangerous to stay around after sealing the Kyuubi within him, but had nevertheless offered the boy to come back to a loving family only if he refused being a shinobi. The man who seemed to consider Naruto more like a tool, an object, a furniture piece, than a real breathing boy. He didn't know which of the two he hated the most. His sensei for what he had done, claiming the boy should be considered a hero, but nevertheless throwing him out in the streets, or his sensei's wife, for having not lifted a finger to protect her firstborn. He truly, actually, didn't know, but he, like a couple of other close friends of the family, had a period for the truth and hadn't found it, too tightly kept within the mind of the 4th Hokage himself, just what was it, the truth. Orochimaru had brought his team, towards a training ground. He had taken in the seemingly expressions of Naruto slowly turning darker and grimmer by the second and had been more than right about his leg being stiff because of a cast. The training ground had a lot of undergrowth, bushes, trees, and was maybe a bit too close to the outskirts of the village than any other training grounds, but it still wasn't something as bad as the training ground 44. The snake turned around, letting his smirk become evident at the sight of the 3 genins, 3 naif, little whiny genins, that he was either going to find something interesting in them or would send them back to the academy without a second thought. Naruto was interesting, that much Orochimaru had been certain of since setting his gaze on him. Itachi was interesting too, being an Uchiha, but without the Sharingan, he was a bit less worthy of notice. The third was a war orphan, an O1, and she was scared. He could feel fear, like any snake would, it was the same fear of the mouse standing in front of its predator, and right now, the snake Sannin could actually read, clearly on the girl's face, what her thoughts had to be. That was what made him grin, maybe he'd keep her around, just to see her scared senseless face, and if not, he could always mentor the 2 boys and throw the Kunoichi back into the academy or into one of his latest experiments. Presenting himself, Orochimaru spoke quietly, crossing his arms over his chest and letting his back move against the tree's bark. Itachi raised an eyebrow, as Anko too had no idea what the man was saying, but he was a legendary Sannin, so maybe he was simply saying something too complicated to be understood. Damn, maybe it was some sort of sensei-ish stuff she should have learned at the academy. Maybe it wasn't covered by the second-hand book she had bought. She gulped nervously as Naruto scratched the back of his head. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Orochimaru-sensei, the boy spoke, sporting a small bitter smile. I have no interests worthy of notice, and my sole purpose is surviving while seeking the truth, he added, making Anko's face turn perplexed. What truth was there for him to find? Except him making no sense at all when replying to their sensei, who probably was going to eat him alive, minimum, for saying such nonsense. Orochimaru simply nodded slightly, before turning his gaze to Itachi, who, following the preset made by Naruto, replied. My name is Itachi Uchiha, Orochimaru-sensei, the boy spoke in a polite and calm manner, his eyes trying to take in the entirety of the Snake Sanin's presence. I enjoy visiting Japanese cafe, and my dream is to bring peace to the shinobi world, as Itachi actually spoke. The frown on Orochimaru's face appeared visibly, making the Uchiha's face puzzled, as it seemed something he had said had made the Snake Sanin wince. Dreams are fickle, Orochimaru hissed, purposes, objectives, ambitions, determinations, achievements, those are strong things. Ideals, dreams, hopes, those are things for the weak-willed. If you seek something, achieve it, if you cannot, then you are not worthy of being a shinobi. Itachi nodded silently, letting the words echo in his head, trying to make sense of them. What the man was saying was basically that he should simply strive harder to obtain peace and not let it be a dream, but an objective to reach. Finally, Orochimaru's gaze turned to the Kunoichi in the team, who was slightly nervous as she spoke in a barely audible whisper. My name is Mitarashi Anko, Orochimaru-sensei, she said, carefully making sure to say the appellative correctly, and I like it. Conducting tea ceremonies, she added, slightly holding her breath in wait for any reaction that, however, didn't come from either of the men in front of her. Well, the two young ones didn't know her usually brash attitude at all, and Orochimaru probably didn't care at all, and don't say dream, the objective is to become one of the best Kunoichi of Konoha, she finished, hoping not to have made the man angry. Orochimaru simply said nothing, not a scoff, a scowl, or a smile. He simply waited for a couple of seconds and then muttered back. Boring, as he said that, the lower half of his body merged with the tree behind him, letting only his upper half show. Well, might as well get this over with. At those words, Naruto winced, just the worst fear he could suspect of was going to happen right then and there. The test that should have been meant for the next day was instead going to be done that precise day. Meaning he'd probably fail, since he did have a broken leg and would be forced to take it again the next year. He couldn't permit himself to lose the chance to finally upgrade his meager diet from powdered ramen and cabbages to normal ramen and fish. He also couldn't let Itachi down, they'd both rise together. That was their promise. Anko didn't know what was going on, but did see both Naruto and Itachi tense up, the first moving to grab a kunai, it even seemed a new one, where did he get the money to buy one? And Itachi took out a small tanto, with the Uchiha symbol on it. She didn't bring her weapons behind. After all, she didn't expect them to begin training so soon, and why were the two already equipped? Did they know about this before? She had to ask them, eventually, when she got a chance. I will give you 15 minutes of time to hide. Then I will need 5 minutes to capture you. Survive 5 minutes and you'll be fine. As he said that, he placed on the base of the tree a small alarm bell, setting the time for 20 minutes. As most of his upper body had already merged with the tree and as his face was the last thing to disappear, he added with a smirk, obviously, if you fail, you will go back to the academy, and with those final words, he disappeared into the tree bark. So that was what this was all about, Anko thought, miserably watching her teammates stare at each other and then looking at her. Yeah, she could understand the states that they were giving her. The Kyuubi would probably eat her, and the Uchiha would probably tell his clansmen that it had been all her fault. The poor war orphan was going to take the blame for everything, obviously. She gritted her teeth and was about to bark how they wouldn't give the fault to her when Naruto simply handed her over the kunai he was holding, letting the cold metal's handle rest upon her palm that had begun to sweat since the beginning of the test, and that shocked Anko into silence. As Itachi nodded, starting to look around for hiding spots. Mitarashi-san, Naruto said, we'll get out of this together, okay? Why was the brat, the what, 7 years old brat, calming her down? She was the oldest one, right? She was the one meant to actually take points for experience, yet the two 7-year-old boys, were making her feel safe, although they both were smaller than her in height. I don't need you to tell me this, brat, Anko replied with a snapping tone. She didn't actually want to snap at the boy, but all that she got back wasn't a rant or a yell, just a sorrowful gaze. It lasted for a brief second, the second needed for the boy to probably process the words and the tone used, and then he was back to his sort of normal face, not a hint of a smile, but neither much of a sad face. Some sort of middle ground between tense and worried. Naruto-kun, Itachi muttered, what's our plan? Hey, since when does an Uchiha ask for a plan from someone else? Aren't you a stuck-up clan of Dojutsu users? Anko asked, since Naruto had taken time to think. That we are, Itachi replied, making Anko's eyes bulge. Did the boy just admit her insult? It was not funny at all to be stuck with two boys that looked too old for their age. She was sure she was going to die of boredom, clearly. But, Itachi continued, he is more unpredictable than me, the boy continued, thus he is best suited for planning out. What does being unpredictable have to do with arrest? She queried, perplexed. I've got an idea, Naruto pointed out, but we have to move. Sensei could still be in the bark of the tree, for all that we know, let's walk in that direction. As he added that, precisely within the tree, Orochimaru chuckled mentally, Itachi had undoubtedly made the right call. Even if skills made the Uchiha the strongest, thought patterns were Naruto's forte, and he was unpredictable and full of surprises, just like the first time he had met the boy. Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, who completed S-rank missions without batting an eyelid and who was currently 38 and counting, had a secret. Not counting the experiments he subjected orphans regularly to, or the kids kidnapped from the streets at night, or the laboratories spread through the world, accessible only to him and those he hired. His deep dark secret was that he enjoyed reaching Konoha's aviary and taking some of the bird's eggs to eat raw. It was his secret. It would be a really sore drop in his reputation if Snake Sannin, renowned for his strength and for being a prodigy and a creator of techniques, actually gorged himself with pigeons and hawk's eggs. As he actually entered the aviary in the deep of the night, he heard his heart stop for a moment. Someone was in there, a boy, maybe no more than 6, was there, a straw basked in one hand, and he was deftly, and as silently as he could, grabbing the biggest and obviously most juicy eggs. The boy was handpicking them, meaning he either knew what he was doing, or he had been doing this for a good while. The snake had silently moved right behind the boy, intrigued as to why neither of the 2 guards stationed there had so much but heard him move, and he admired his handiwork. Sure, it was crude, and some hawks had already woken up, but it was also smart. The woken up hawks were left in peace, those who slept lost their eggs to his hands. Then, in silence, the boy had left through the aviary's window on the 1st floor, and that had showed Orochimaru his way in. A crude wooden grappling hook. Tied to a tightly knitted rope that had been made out of bamboo fibers. He had been a lot interested in the boy since then, especially when he had discovered who he really was. As they slowly made their way out of the area's proximity, Orochimaru smiled, slowly letting his body move underneath the tree and into the ground to keep a close eye on them. When the time would come, he'd simply jump up on their backs, he would have eagerly passed them. Especially after what the Hokage had asked him to do, that being making them fail, but he simply did what he wanted to do, that meaning, they had to show something interesting to pique his curiosity if they wanted to become his genin team. It was 3 minutes later that Orochimaru realized the brats were moving towards the village, yet they hadn't said a single word, albeit being a bit worried. The Kunoichi had actually reeled in her pride at being the oldest and had followed the 2 boys' counsel. For all the good it would do to them. Well, they had just marked their own failure. Even if they did try and hide somewhere in the village, it would just make things easier for him to track them down, though he could see the thought process of the blonde boy. Kukuku of Orochimaru, the greatest Sannin out of the 3. Pan merge with natural stuff, then maybe he can't do the same with concrete. Nice thought of Naruto-kun, but it won't work with me. He never said he wouldn't pursue them, he only said he'd give them 15 minutes to hide, and of those, 7 were already taken as the 3 reached the main gate. Itachi, Anko, I can't run to my destination, so I'll have to ask you to carry me, Naruto whispered, just as his luck had deemed necessary to have the gates in the rush hour, as merchants carrying their wares made their roundabout trips. What's the destination? Itachi queried, as Anko narrowed her eyes. She wasn't going to play babysitter on the boy. She had yet to hear about the plan, for Kami's sake. The boy did give her a shiny new kunai, so maybe she wouldn't try it on him, but nevertheless, she wanted explanations, and she wanted them at the moment. Hee. Not now, Naruto whispered, shaking his head, when that wagon moves, you both start dashing, Mitarashi-san. I'm sorry, but could you please carry me? He whimpered. Why would I? You do have 2 legs, don't you? Kunoichi replied while narrowing her eyes, she wasn't going to give out a free piggyback ride. Naruto-kun has a broken leg, Itachi pointed out, and he wouldn't ask you if it wasn't necessary, the Uchiha said. Anko looked for a brief moment, her jaw nearly unhinged, at the blonde boy in question, the boy who was 7 years old, with a broken leg, and broken legs don't heal in one day, that had taken the exam the day before, clearly, and that was now whimpering. He had to be in pain, clearly, and he had kept it all in. Well, so much for having a team of sucky kids, one of them clearly had balls of steel and wasn't a wussy. Fine, but if you grab a touch I'm breaking your other leg, the girl replied, as she turned around to bring him up in piggyback style. Now what? Itachi, you take point behind to the left, when I say go you throw this to your right side, okay? As Naruto handed a smoke pellet to Itachi, the boy nodded, why the right side wasn't a thing he was going to question. Underneath them, Orochimaru listened with a sort of interest to the boys' discussions. Did they really think he was working on a site basis? He could feel tremors on the ground, their body heat, their chakra signatures, didn't they realize he had more than 100 different ways to track them down? Whatever Itachi was going to throw wasn't going to help them, not in the slightest. Then, when the wagon moved, so did the genin group. In that moment, the horse carrying the wagon let their hooves clop the ground for a brief second, disrupting the tremor sense of and, as Orochimaru seemed unfazed, he slowly collected once more the vibrations of the three running genins. They were faint, however, and then, after a moment, they were no more. Puzzled, he decided to appear on the street, letting his gaze wander where the brats had gone. Seeing the smoke of a smoke pellet coming out from the side of an alleyway, he nodded at the thought. So the genins had thrown it to the right side and had moved straightforwardly then. What was in that direction? The Hokage's monuments. The Sarutobi compound. Was that their destination? He didn't say anything about hiding into other people's houses, heck, he only told them they had not to be caught by him in the 5 minutes after 15 minutes of hiding, they were loose, set free, and they were doing their best, albeit it wasn't enough, obviously. He realized they would probably try and hide at his sensei's house, which did have wards for intruders, and would make it tougher for the Snake Sannin to actually pursue them. So that's where he went, going from rooftop to rooftop, and just as he went that way, in the alleyway, covered by the smoke, stood three very still genins, all three holding their breaths and keeping their eyes closed. Mitarashi-san smells of tea leaves, Naruto thought, and, after a brief moment, just as the smoke dispersed, the blonde boy whispered. We headed back to start, it was nothing more than a murmur, and, as Itachi nodded, Anko followed, she did witness the boy's decision-making, she just hoped it would work. Orochimaru, on the other hand, reached the Sarutobi compound and waited patiently, as he couldn't come out immediately, he wanted to wait all the 15 minutes before officially giving chase. He slowly led his chakra prod at the compound's wards, finding an easy weak spot. And starting to expand it to try and pick off where the three could have been hidden. They didn't even seem to be in the compound that looked deserted, devoid of life. Orochimaru-kun, as an elderly voice talked to him, it made him relent from continuing his actions and turn around in the dark alleyway he was in, coming face to face with the ex-Hokage, who was smoking his pipe while wearing loose black dojo robes. Care to explain why you're probing my house's security? Sensei, Orochimaru said, I am testing my genin team, he added. Did you ask them to infiltrate my house as a genin test? Sarutobi queried, perplexed, well I'm sure it would help with team working, there are far too many dangerous wards in there, he added. Actually no, I had them run while I gave chase, I think they thought it would be smart to hide from me in a tightly secure compound, obviously, if they can get in, so can I. But I don't know how, being genins, they thought they could get in the third Hokage's compound, as he pointed that out, Hiruzen mulled a thought over a puff of smoke. I did set the wards to allow Naruto in, if he ever needed something. He's in your team, isn't he? At that, Orochimaru nodded. Well, I can tell you this much, since I don't want to be unfair. They're not in there, Orochimaru-kun, the wards would have still warned me if somebody had entered the house, and since nobody did, there is no one in there. It seems they managed to trick you, as the old man said that with a smirk, the Snake Sannin's eyes narrowed, he wasn't going to be played like a fool. Not if he could avoid it. I see, as he moved to leave, Hiruzen took one more puff before letting his eyes wander on the man's back. Orochimaru. I just hope the news I received about you isn't true, because if they were. Just when did you stop being a human? The Sannin moved backwards, using his highly enhanced senses to track down the three, they had to be somewhere in the village, right? Then he narrowed his eyes. No, he was thinking like any idiotic not even worth a split second of his time. They were led by an unpredictable ninja, one who could enter Konoha's aviary, avoiding detection, by self-creating a grappling hook from a broken chair and some bamboo fiber. They weren't in Konoha at all, so the only other place they could actually be would be outside. Now, if I were a normal genin, I'd hide near a river stream or inside one to avoid scent detection. Since, however, that's how I would think and thus would be where I would look, they must be in the last place I'd search for them. The starting point, Orochimaru chuckled as he slowly made his way back, realizing, quite truthfully, that the thought had been dead on. He had been slowed deliberately, as he would catch them up in the last 3 minutes, giving them hope just to take it away would be delicious. The three genins were precisely there, silent, albeit Orochimaru could smell the fear coming from the Kunoichi, the tension, barely hidden, from the blonde boy, and the pretty well-hidden nervousness of the Uchiha. He waited just for a brief second before finally appearing in front of the three genins, already expecting them to scramble away or try running, instead, they simply sighed. Seems we got caught guys, Anko said, albeit her tone of voice was shaky, I told you we shouldn't have believed the brat's words. She exclaimed, grabbing Naruto by the collar of his jacket. Fukuku, well, it's not that I'm a legendary Sannin for nothing, Orochimaru smirked, as Itachi, for once, nodded. Orochimaru-san, we see there's little reason to continue this, it seems we will be forced to take another year at the academy, since any and all form of fighting or confrontation would clearly result in us being the losers, and with Naruto's broken leg. Our attack power has been sufficiently cut off, as he said that, Anko's forehead bulged a tick mark. What is that meaning? Huh? Care to repeat, stick in the Asuchiha. You mean this brat is stronger than me? I've got the best aim of all my class, and I was ranked third among the written test ranks. Itachi ranked first always. Naruto exclaimed back, still being held by the girl's hands by the collar, and I was always second, so, clearly, I am stronger than you. Oh now you're on brat. I'm going to wipe you on the floor and… Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly and then he chuckled before outright laughing out loud. Orochimaru-san? Anko queried, gulping in fear. Oh, Naruto-kun. Really? You thought this trick would work? The Sannin replied, as from the very ground, snake sprouted to capture the three. I have you all captured now, so I say you can go back to the academy, and look, you just had 30 seconds left of time, as he said that. Pointing at the alarm bell, Naruto's turn to smirk came into view. Sensei, then I'm really a lucky guy, because I did tamper with the alarm bell of 33 seconds. As he finished speaking, the bell rang, letting his words enter Orochimaru's ears, who, mulling back his thoughts, let the three go. The boy wasn't lying, his snakes did pick that up, still. He didn't think he'd screw up on a matter of seconds. So you said it backwards. That was a nice trick, you used my arrogance against me, did you not? Still, recalling the time he had spent looking for them, there was something off. Maybe he had mistakenly taken one more minute since he didn't actually have a watch, instead using the sun, and calculating minutes with the sun was sometimes impractical. The three stared at each other nervously for a moment before turning their gaze to Naruto who, scratching the back of his head, muttered after about half a minute. Well, yeah, the only problem, Orochimaru-sensei, is that I set the watch forward of 33 seconds instead of backwards, as he sheepishly admitted that Orochimaru's eyes bulged. Wait, did that mean? Ku. As the snake Sannin chuckled, he realized how far the boy had thought. If captured, the bell ringing would mean they would yield easily, be dropped, and then when the actual time was passed, they'd claim freedom as the means to pass the test. It was a double-edged sword, a gamble, because if Orochimaru hadn't dropped them, they'd still have lost, and that was the reason the tampering had been said for 33 seconds. To allow them freedom, without telling him if it was backwards or forwards. We start training tomorrow, Orochimaru said, with a grin. Let me look at your leg, Naruto-kun. I'll fix it, and as the blonde boy moved closer, between the happy face of Anko, who had just scored being taught by the snake Sannin himself, and Itachi, who was making a slight smile. Orochimaru gently pressed his right finger on the cast of the boy, cutting it open, and then, with a quick movement of the hand, set the bone and injected a cellular growth remedy. Something he had created to try and mimic his teammates' yin release ability and creation rebirth. Adding a couple of painkillers to the mixture, and it would have his leg set in the next 2 hours, without even letting him feel pain. No training with it till tomorrow, though, their sensei said, as he got back up from the kneeling position he had been in, to heal Naruto's leg. And be here, punctually, at 5 in the morning sharp. No tampering with the clock, ever again, he added, the last word said with his golden eyes narrowed and letting a threatening tone linger within them. Yes, sensei. The three genins replied, nodding furiously, as they waited for their new sensei to leave, before dropping on the ground, panting and breathing raggedly from the fear and the stress of having passed the genin test. Damn, that was wicked. Anko yelled, underneath stuff all the way. Brat, I like you. As she lunged forward, hugging Naruto tightly, the blonde boy slightly blushed at such a display of affection from the older girl. While Itachi's grin was becoming more like a permanent feature of his face. Let's go eat some dangos to celebrate then. The purple-haired Kunoichi exclaimed, standing back up, her cheery attitude strangely contagious, as Naruto and Itachi followed her. The Uchiha was sure his father would have a heart attack, knowing that his son was getting training from none other than the snake Sannin himself, while his mother would probably smile at the thought of him being in the same team as Naruto. Itachi was glad the boy had been on his team. Without his philosophy of underneath, they would have probably failed, badly, from the very start. Instead Naruto held true to what every shinobi should think, in every single moment. Better safe than sorry, and break all patterns to get the upper hand. Anko, on the other hand, was chuckling. She just had 2 young boys she could probably mold to view her as a sort of princess once her charm worked full way, and through the use of dango, which meant food, she'd grab them by the stomach, of that she was sure. Oh, by the way, Anko said as they neared the dango stall, everyone pays his own, I'm not offering. As she said that, Naruto winced slightly, before mentally shrugging, as Itachi sighed, he was starting to get it as a bad habit, sighing. Shouldn't elders set an example? The Uchiha queried, as a nervous tick mark appeared on Anko's forehead. Are you calling me old, brat? Anko replied, her tone threatening. No, but stingy should be used to describe you, Itachi replied, as the girl's eyes narrowed. Listen up, clan boy, I'm sure you get a weekly allowance that's higher than my monthly check for being an orphan, and since this month I'm going to be a genin, until missions roll in I'll be short on cash, so, you can suck it up and pay your own dangos, or you can watch me eat mine. Most graciously, I must add, as she said the last sentence, Itachi's eyes softened. Oh. Sorry, I didn't. You didn't know. Well yeah, it's not like I go around parading it, Anko replied, getting her own dango stick, as, on the other hand, Itachi took one too, and realizing only then that Naruto had been waiting for them a bit far from the stall. The other brat is not getting any. Does he feed on souls or? She didn't finish the sentence, because Itachi's gaze on her was nearly murderous, making her stop and slightly pale. Do not insult him without knowing, and don't dare joke on him. Itachi whispered, if you think you have it tough, he has it tougher, as he muttered, he moved closer to Naruto, resuming his normal smirk. You don't like dangos, right? Itachi asked his fellow teammate, who nodded with a wry smile. Well, Itachi knew that wasn't the truth, since the boy ate anything, as long as it was edible, he knew that the sole other reason would be monetary. And Naruto was simply too prideful to accept a dango stick from him. He never wanted charity. Well, tomorrow, after training, we'll go have ramen at Ichiraku's then, it's just fair we all take turns with food. At those words, Anko mentally recalled how Ichiraku did have cheap ramen, even cheaper than her dangos. So she actually could go too, was the boy surviving on ramen, whereas she survived on dangos. Sure he was a Jinchuriki, but he once was a member of the Namikaze clan, damn, he once was the son of the 4th Hokage. He'd just been disowned for what, 2 years? Didn't he have any money on him when they kicked him out? Or a bank account, rich kids already had bank accounts, didn't they? Say kid, Anko started, turning her gaze to Naruto, who looked back in wait for the question, while Itachi was slightly tensing, if the girl tried anything, respect for age to be damned, he'd fling a kunai through her back, you should speak up if you don't like dangos. She cheerily said, making Itachi mentally sigh, as Naruto sheepishly scratched the back of his head. I didn't want to disrespect you, Mitarashi-san, as the blonde boy said that, with such a cute tone, Anko's eyes sparkled, making Itachi tense, just for another, completely different, reason. Aw. You're so kawaii. As the girl said that, hugging the lights out of the blonde kid, literally rocking him left and right in her tight hug, Itachi's sweat dropped. Well, maybe it was a fellowship between tough childhoods. Yo. The exclamation came from a silver-haired jounin, who suddenly appeared in the middle of the road, bright orange-covered book in hand, and staring with his only visible eye, the other covered by his forehead protector, at the genin group. I heard congratulations are in order, Naruto-kun. Haddock-san, Naruto replied, politely bowing his head, as the jounin's face lit up. Yeah, the boy knew perfectly well how to address his elders with respect, he was just the most polite student ever. The copycat ninja found it of no trouble at all to teach him some basics, or give him pointers. Wait, isn't that the copycat ninja Kakashi Haddock? The son of the White Fang. As Anko said that, pointing towards the silver-haired jounin, the boy in question, of 16 years old, closed his book to give an eye smile to the purple-haired Kunoichi. Haddock-san and Naruto-kun have known each other since a while ago. Itachi explained briefly, as Naruto walked forward, a lot less limping than mere minutes ago, with a sort of small smile on his face. Well, a promise is a promise, Kakashi said, as he handed the boy a small tanto. Now that you're a genin, I expect you to keep to heart your promises, got it? Yes, Kakashi-san, at the change of way to call him, the silver-haired jounin nodded, mentally holding within his head a victory sign. In the Hokage's tower, meanwhile, Minato Namikaze banged his fist against his desk. I told you to make him fail. He exclaimed, glad for the soundproof walls more than ever, in that moment, and the privacy seals. It appears, Hokage-sama, Orochimaru hissed the last part with ill-hidden disdain, that he has undeniable qualities for being a shinobi, and for that alone, he would be more than worthy of being taken as an apprentice by myself, exclusively. But since you barred that out, I took his team, and they all passed. As he finished speaking, Minato's blue eyes shot an accusing glance at the snake Sannin. They passed, or you made them pass? He queried, a legendary Sannin played for a fool by 3 genins. Do you think I'm stupid? I would never claim such a thing, Hokage-sama. Orochimaru held barely the need to add a sarcastic tone in his voice, but whether that is the truth or not, it does not matter. I passed them, they are a team, and I will take them on missions, and train them to become the very best. The tone wasn't an overly enthusiastic one, or a promise one, it loomed in the air like a sort of threat, each word carefully placed in a way to signal that indeed, he'd train them, but maybe he'd do that for purposes other than what one could think about. And mostly life-threatening. Well then tomorrow afternoon, they will have the honor, together with you, to go on their first mission, at D rank 1. As Minato finished speaking, the window's glass panels neatly creaked, lightly, as if some sort of pressure had suddenly been applied against them. Hokage-sama, Orochimaru hissed, his eyes narrowing, I say they can start with C missions as soon as I finish training them. As he said that, Minato's blue eyes lit up, together with his face assuming a cheesy grin. Good thing then, that I am the Hokage, since you will be doing D-rank missions until there are no more available. As his tone was sort of happy, as he said that, Orochimaru simply turned to leave. I will not tell a Hokage that he is making a mistake. I did it once, and it didn't work, and without turning around, he was already out of the office. Them as Hokage. The screech had been the first possible display of emotions that weren't glee, laughter, sadness, or things like that. It was pure rage, something that the pale man had never shown before. Orochimaru-kun. He'll do what the village needs before what he, himself, needs. That's what being a Hokage means. To put the village first, before anyone else. Could you really do that, my student? Obviously, Orochimaru hadn't replied immediately, but then his eyes had narrowed and he hissed back at his teacher, the third Hokage. You are making a mistake, Hokage-sama, and with those cold, harsh words, Orochimaru had left the office, not caring that Jiraiya, that old fool, had tried to stop him from doing so. He didn't need to hear his senseis talk about how they should help and counsel the soon-to-be new Hokage. Minato turned his gaze once more to the village that thrived and spread its strength and influence under his guide. To be the Hokage, one must put the village before his own needs, his own interests. I fail at that, it seems, and with an awry smile, he turned once more to fight off against his most horrible enemy. Paperwork. In the meantime, Kakashi had left the genin group to their own devices, and the three were now sitting on a bench in the park, which, even though it was crowded with people, had left them in a sort of hole, devoid of noise, and the few who had to pass near the bench to get somewhere. Did so quickly, and with an utterly nervous look on them. Hey brat, Anko said, in a teasing tone, can I ask you a question? As she asked Itachi, the Uchiha raised an eyebrow before waiting what the question actually was. You're of the Uchiha clan, right? So, where's your Sharingan? Itachi sighed. It was a common misconception that being an Uchiha meant having the Sharingan, some never awoke it, others did late, others did soon. It depended. It might come out soon or later, or it might not come out at all. As he finished saying that, Anko nodded, before tapping slightly on her knees. Well, let's get to know each other better. My name is Mitarashi Anko, you can call me Anko-sama or Anko-san. As she said that, she turned to Naruto, saying with a grin, you can call me Anko-chan. Then, resuming her speech, she added, I've got a hell of a good aim, and my reflexes are top-notch. I'm also very studious, by the way, and my favorite spot is in the library. I wouldn't have thought that, Anko-chan, Naruto muttered, looking at the purple-haired girl, who was staring perplexed at the boy. Was he really teasing her? Did she completely misread his character? You seem so cheery, I thought you'd like hanging around the commercial district, like all over girls. What's funny now? Why are you repressing a chuckle? As the boy queried that, perplexed, Anko couldn't help herself. The boy wasn't rude even when he expressed his opinion. Well, nothing at all, what about you, Naruto-kun? As she queried that, the blonde boy replied. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. You know that already, and I'm good at surviving, and I can hide very well. Saying those things, especially the first one, with a lot of pride, made Anko's sweat drop. Was surviving something to be proud of? Naruto-kun can enter high security areas with little problem, Itachi added, seeing as his friend was selling himself short. He can also come up, like you have seen, with more than one way of dealing with a problem. His henge's top stuff, sometimes even the Uchiha guards are caught by it. As he finished speaking, Anko whistled. Well, if you did get promoted ahead of time, it just meant you had to be good, didn't you? What about you, clan's boy? Can I please be called Itachi-kun? Itachi queried, as Anko's face lit up with a teasing tone. Oh. Jealous I call Naruto-kun with the kun. As the girl ruffled the blonde boy's hair, the blue-eyed boy whined, while Itachi simply sighed. He was going to get old really fast, he had a feeling about it. No, but I do believe it would help if we consider each other equals, instead of bringing up hierarchies or age gaps. As Itachi pointed that out, Anko frowned for a moment, but then shook her head in dismissal. Fine, Itachi-kun, your proud and beautifully mature Kunoichi teammate will take care of everything. Now spill the beans. What can you do? I know how to do the kaiten typical of the Uchiha clan, and I was first in Genjutsu practice and use, Itachi pointed out, only for Naruto, this time, to butt in. Itachi-kun knows how to do those cool things with chakra that make it seem sort of like a dream, like him turning into crows or things like that. He's sometimes better than me at Taijutsu, but that depends if he gets first strike or not. I see. You two look out for each other a lot, huh? Anko said, actually feeling a bit jealous. Sure, she had friends, but these two looked like they had come out from a bucolic story about male friendships. That usually turned a bit dirtier because of said Kunoichi's devious mind. I think it would be irresponsible to leave Naruto-kun alone. For the safety of the village, Itachi said, with a smirk, as Anko raised an eyebrow. Was he afraid of Kyuubi? But then, Naruto didn't seem much puzzled by that, so what was the deal? So you're afraid of it? As she began talking, Itachi realized the misunderstanding and chuckled. No, not that. He is truly a force to be reckoned with, but not because of what he harbors. Left alone he tends to get himself into really dangerous situations. For him and for those next to him. Like that time he strolled into the Anbu department. At those words, Naruto winced, recalling the scene. It wasn't my fault. Did I know that tree stumps aren't supposed to be hollow? I was just curious. I did get myself some nice stuff though, but it's too big for me to use anyway. As soon as the blonde boy said that, Anko raised an eyebrow. Nice stuff. Naruto nodded at the question. Yeah. Want to see it? My apartment is nearby, he replied. Oh. Already making a move on your teammate. That won't work, but you got me curious, who knows what it could be. As they hopped off the bench, Anko's mind was filled with thoughts about giant magic katanas or enormous juggernaut-like armors, or dango maces, or things like that. As they slowly made their way towards his apartment, the blonde boy grew incredibly quiet until he simply stopped just on the hallway that would lead to his door, which was slightly open. Could you wait here for a moment, please? Naruto whispered to the two as he moved closer towards the open door and entered it after a brief moment of uncertainty, actually showing off a bit of fear while doing that. What, hiding the porn stash? I don't care. Anko exclaimed just as Itachi's gaze narrowed slightly before turning to face the Kunoichi. You remember my previous words? The Uchiha whispered as the purple-haired girl looked back at him, perplexed. Well, let's go, and with that, Itachi entered the apartment, followed by Anko, who, however, stopped on the doorstep. To say the room was trashed was to say her room was tidy. Her room was a mess, but that was because she didn't keep much of an order. His room? His room had been stomped, his pillows torn apart, there was a dead dog's carcass in a corner couple of weeks old that sent an horrible stench throughout the room, paint marks covered in red obscenities the boy's walls, the few clothes he had been tattered and trashed. And what little remained of salvageable wasn't even good for a single night. In the middle of the mess, Naruto was simply and calmly moving the broken pieces of his bed out of the way, sighing in relief as he removed a wooden loose plank, taking out an actual adult trench coat. And what seemed like a kunai pouch, followed by a frog-like wallet, and then, after putting the pouch and the wallet in his inner pockets, he turned to stare for a brief second, with a shocked face, at the two who had entered his apartment. Well. Seems there's been a theft in here, he said, carefully, trying a smile that simply looked too fake to be real. Did they steal anything? Itachi queried, slowly, but as Naruto shook his head, the Uchiha's eyes turned a bit sad. Naruto. It's not a theft if they don't steal stuff, this is plain vandalism, come on, you could sleep. Itachi, no, Naruto replied, shaking his head, I'll just need to survive another month, maybe 2 or 3, with the mission money coming in, I might be able to rent an apartment on my own, and that should be enough, he added. Gaki, Anko said, in a barely audible whisper, you know you can have another apartment assigned to you by the Hokage, right? I could. But I won't trouble him. The tone in which he said that, however, was meaning something else. It was him, the blonde boy, that didn't want to deal with the Hokage, and not out of sympathy, and I'm going to be fine, really, he added, as Itachi's eyes narrowed. Fine, but you will file a formal accusation against the unknown, at least it should force the Hokage to cash out money for the repairs. At that, Naruto shook his head. You know how it would end, Itachi, come on, I already did it once. They'll find out that I didn't close the door or that the window wasn't safely locked and the fault will be on me and I'll have to pay for the damages myself. His smile was making Anko's heart hurt, it was simply so much. Resigned. Be he now? The purple-haired Kunoichi snapped, I ain't having a whiny boy as a teammate, you need to get some balls and go talk with that man, come on, he was your father for Kami's sake, he should at least. Anko? That's enough. Itachi yelled, for once, he actually yelled that, a 7 years old yelling to an 11 years, going for 12, actually, years old, and as he did that, Naruto's face simply darkened, looking on the ground, while Anko stood silent, she knew the boy had been disowned. It had made a bit of a ruckus, especially since the reason given had been disrespect of the clan head. Yet Naruto did seem like such a polite boy, so surely it had to be political, maybe. She didn't believe a father would actually hate his own son, right? Ouch, got some dust in the eyes, Naruto muttered letting his sleeve wipe his eyes for a moment. Well, anyway, this is what I took from the Anbus, handing the trench coat to Anko, then Kunoichi realized his eyes had a little water in them. Probably the dust. Yeah, Earth calls Anko, he's still 7 years old, you can't expect him not to cry, come on, you cried your own fair deal too. Now stop being a prick and hug the poor boy. That was probably the genetic instincts tied into any female since birth that made them immediately fawn over a crying boy, at least, the majority of them. Still, she decided to break the tension in the air by unraveling the trench coat and admiring it for a moment. Putting it on, she realized she at least needed a good growth spurt more before being able to wear it without stumbling. Well. It's nice and all, a bit big, but it should be a nice fit for you in 5 or 6 years. As she said that, Naruto meekly smiled. You can have it, he whispered. I don't know if I'll be around in 5 or 6 years. After all, as he finished saying that, Anko's face was puzzled. Now come on, no need to be so macabre. The purple-haired girl said, sure, being a shinobi is a sure way to die young, but with me around, don't you worry, I'll keep an eye out for your back. As the girl tapped on the boy's shoulder and did the same on Itachi, she added. I'll be here also for the clan boy. I'm sure he needs some time off from babysitting. As pouts and sighs echoed in the room, a new team with tight bonds saw the light of their first day together. Their second day, on the other hand, saw Anko at 5 in the morning being hauled off the bed by a giant snake while an apologetic and still half sleepy Itachi stood tightly into the spires of another one. Naruto was the only one spared said treatment, as he also was the only one dressed. Training begins now, as a perfectly dressed Jounin sensei attire Orochimaru said that Anko muttered. But sensei, you said 5 in the morning. It's barely 3. I lied, you should have expected me to do that, the snake Sannin replied, before hopping off from roof to roof, followed closely by Naruto, who had a small backpack held tightly to himself, and then, the three reached the training grounds, and there, the snakes dispersed in smoke. And as two still in pajamas Genin started to slight shiver, Naruto's gaze was a bit sad as he rummaged through his pack. Now, first rule I want you to follow. Always be ready for anything, the golden-eyed ninja said. I don't care if you're in the bathroom, if you're having a fever, or if you're sleeping. When I come around to get you for training, I expect you to be ready to train, forget your equipment. And you will do the exercises, even if you have to build your own shurikens to do so, understood? Hi sensei. Anko muttered, her hand strongly rubbing her arm sides, trying to warm herself up from the cold breeze of the night. How? Itachi's question was more about how Orochimaru had managed to slip inside the Uchiha compound with a giant snake and move out of there without being noticed, especially by the guards. Well, that's a shinobi's secret, as the snake Sannin spoke, his mouth forming a small grin. He looked with a moment of surprise at Naruto, who had taken out a chocolate bar and had neatly cut it in half, giving one part, with a deliberately careful and polite gesture, to Anko. And the other to Itachi, who took his half and, splitting it in half, handed the quarter back to Naruto, who nodded, before turning to Orochimaru to hand it over. Chocolate? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, puzzled. It was the first time one of his genins actually had the guts, the gall, or maybe simply the audacity to offer him chocolate. Usually some annoying kunoichi would go all out and bring him flowers or boxes of chocolates, things he wouldn't accept at all, but this gesture from the boy. It simply seemed deliberately made with a precise objective, and he was just curious about what it could be. It's cold outside, Naruto replied, chocolate makes one warmer, he pointed out. For a brief moment, nobody spoke a single word, not even daring to take a bite of the chocolate, as Anko, sheepishly, broke her own piece in two. She couldn't eat half and leave the boy without a piece, after all. Orochimaru, after what seemed like an eternity, slowly used two of his fingers to grab his quarter, and just as Anko gave half of her half to the boy, everyone slowly ate the quarter worth of chocolate in an utterly silent moment of sheer impossibility. That, however, happened. If Jiraiya saw me, I'm pretty sure he'd use this as a way for his research. Well, the boy was said to be unpredictable. But I never expected this much. It will prove to be interesting to teach this group, it seems. As the thought lingered for a moment, the snake Sannin pointed at Itachi. I'm sure you know the Kaiten jutsus of your clan. As the boy nodded, Orochimaru spoke to the entire team, adding, and, well, I'm pretty sure you lot do not possess the necessary capacities to use other elemental jutsus effectively right now. Especially since you still need to develop the chakra control and chakra reserves, I'll teach you methods to refine your chakra needs for the techniques. By the time you'll finish this, you should be able to effectively halve the chakra cost for jutsus. The first step, however, is to climb that tree. As he said that, he pointed to the tree in question, a normal-looking tree in the middle of the training ground. That's it. Easy. Anko said, as she dashed towards it, quickly using her hands and her feet to climb it. She wasn't an expert, but she had the strength of desperation, and she did want to warm up and go home as quickly as possible. Ton. To Tapa. A small amount of wind blew her on the ground, making her wince in pain as she ended up in a bush that luckily held no thorns or painful stuff like scattered forgotten after practice hours. The latter wasn't there not because of luck, but because Naruto did take some time every night to clean through the training grounds and scavenge anything he could use for his own benefit. Ouch. What was that for, sensei? Anko whined, getting slowly back on her feet. You must climb it by using chakra, like this. A bit frowning, Orochimaru simply defied gravity, letting his feet stand on the bark of the tree as he climbed it, but only of about 2 steps, not wanting to waste time, and then simply jumping down from it with practiced ease. Wow. What do we have to do for that, sensei? As Kunoichi asked, once more, the golden eyes of Orochimaru turned to the other 2 boys, and, seemingly sporting a grin, the snake replied. Fukuku asks Itachi-kun. He should be familiar with this exercise. I'll come back when you all have passed the exercise, don't worry about that, and as Orochimaru turned to leave, he was a really busy man, even at 3 in the morning, Anko's gaze turned to Itachi. Well. Itachi said, you concentrate chakra to the sole of your feet, and once you're done, you should be able to stick them to the surface of the wall, or in this case, tree bark, with ease. You need just the right amount though. Too much and the bark breaks, too little and it doesn't stick. As the Uchiha finished pointing that out, he demonstrated it by walking all the way to the top of the tree. This works also on walls, to reach windows, apartments, and with correct usage, you can even walk on water, paper doors and the likes, Naruto added, to the purple-haired girl's surprise. So you got this down too? As she queried that, Naruto nodded. Itachi showed it to me, and I learned it. It is survival material. As the blonde boy said that with a small smile, he added, Itachi-kun, you can go home and get your clothes, possibly a spare change for Anko-chan too. In the meantime we'll start. Well, I trust Anko-chan will get this down soon, she might still take some time, you should use it, and with that, Itachi nodded, dashing off. Orochimaru, hidden nearby, couldn't repress a grin. Already a team, and already there was a leader, a worker and obviously a weak link. He'd have fun messing around with them, oh he would. Some months later. Teru, Tiru, Terra, Tuna, Tiara, and finally Tora, those were the names of the cats the daimyo's wife possessed, all of them found dead, only their furs, with little to no blood, delivered to the palace's door with a sign saying that animals shouldn't be lost. Especially with recent cuts in funds issued to the war orphans, or things like that. Obviously, there was no proof that Orochimaru or his genin team had done it, but it was starting to be the common murmur that somebody captured, skinned the pets of the daimyo, and then ate them with stew. That was stupid. Naruto could swear that cat stew tasted horrible. Now, cat barback on the other hand was a different thing. Still, without a cat to hunt, the D-missions around town finally came to an end. As always, the team had Orochimaru standing behind them, Anko in first line, Itachi to her right, Naruto behind the 2, and leaning towards hiding as much of his body as possible from the Hokage's view, who, saying nothing, simply looked over the mission roster. It appears there are no D-rank missions any longer, he muttered, which seems strange, he added, turning his gaze to Iruka, who, however, had nothing to say, it could happen, and they had been lucky coming in for another one during said period. So we'll get a C rank finally. I mean, Hokage-sama. We've been on over 57 D-rank missions till now, we have cleaned the Aburum's hives, the Inyazuka kennels, the Akimichi latrines, and that wasn't a good thing, as Anko's face showed disgust just by saying that. The Yamanaka flower shop has been rearranged, the Uchiha compound is sparkling clean, that day Mikoto had actually started chuckling and hadn't stopped till they had finished their work. Something about seeing her son and his friend using dustpans simply had made her start giggling like a mad woman. The Nara clan has all their deers accounted for and vaccinated, a troublesome thing, certainly, and the Hyuga had the new dojo mats placed. We did all the works that any Suki genin team should do, we want a higher level mission. As Anko exclaimed that in the end, Iruka's forehead showed a nervous tick mark. Is that the way to show respect to the Hokage, brat? Fukuku, is that the way to talk to one of my personally trained genins? Orochimaru replied, his eyes narrowing on the Chunin sensei that paled slightly, before turning to the Hokage, whose clear blue eyes had settled on the group, before muttering. Fine, at that, the group sighed in relief, except Naruto, who kept being tense, there is a C-rank mission available. You are to head to Tanzaku town, and once there, retrieve a package from the famous doll maker Kikuyo, and bring it back here. It will be your first time out of the village. You are to expect nothing more than a long-term trip, but once you do retrieve the package, know that the doll inside is precious and highly sought. Expect thieves to try and claim it. As the Hokage finished speaking, Orochimaru's smile was something warranting a bit of a worry, but the Snake Sannin simply nodded, accepting the scroll with more details on the mission, turning to leave together with his genin team. Not before having done one of his famous and trademarked chuckles. The group slowly reached for the gate without moving to pack up stuff, since there was no need to. By now they knew how their sensei worked, a combination of doing things immediately, without beating around. You either had to be prepared to take any mission at any moment, or you were to be prepared to be sorely beaten, defeated, or in some other way humiliated by still going on the mission, but without the equipment. Meaning that once, Anko had found herself forced to do a D-rank mission of weeding the grass with her pajamas still on, and no amount of plead or prayers had moved their sensei. You either were ready when he came to get you, or you weren't, and you paid the price. There was neither sympathy nor hate. It was just the job description, and Orochimaru followed it by the rule. He seemed to care about the well-being of his team, but only when he found it would be worth his time, thus Itachi had simply been given pointers, Naruto had barely received much attention, and Anko had been toughened up to be on par with the other two. The Uchiha didn't need to be frowned on to grow, and neither did Naruto. The girl, on the other hand, cherished such displays of interest, and, while having developed a bit of an arrogant side, she kept it mostly in check. As the group departed from the gates, Anko, sporting a smug grin, stretched for a brief second, letting her fishnet shirt loose for a moment as she wore a dark green jacket on top of it, closed till her cleavage area, which was still sorely lacking. She had a pale purple skirt that, while not being extremely short, wasn't all that long ever, to guarantee mobility. Itachi had a plain brown shirt with the Uchiha symbol on the back, dark beige shorts and a small belt with kunai pouches. Naruto had a seemingly normal grey long-sleeved jacket, underneath which a stint black shirt was visible, his trousers, long and cream color, finished in a sort of leaf motif. Needless to say, shopping at night hours, when the shop is closed, doesn't warrant for much time to pick a choice of clothes. Orochimaru obviously knew of the boy's nightly activities, but he said nothing. He had done so in the past, and he still did that, albeit recently his targets had been more lively. He was just sure that one night, he'd be going one way on the rooftops with a big closed sack with some new test subjects inside, and he'd cross Naruto going the other way with stolen clothes, and they'd simply salute each other without problems. Both going their way with a grin on their face. Anzaku Town is known for being a gambling den and is filled with casinos, Anko said. True to her words, she was a bookworm, and since she couldn't go check their destinations beforehand, she had come to terms to memorize at least a geography book. To always know something of where they were meant to be going. Is this Kikuyu guy famous? Naruto queried, seeing as he never, ever, saw a doll, nor played with one. He is, actually, Itachi said. I overheard my mother saying how glad she was that I wasn't born female. So she wouldn't have to give me one of his dolls, some of which cost as high as 200,000 ryo. As Naruto's eyes blinked for a moment, the blonde boy turned to Orochimaru. Sensei. The snake Sanin's eyes turned with interest to the boy. Yes, Naruto-kun. How much is 200,000 ryo? At the question, Orochimaru sighed. Naruto, ramen, the priciest one with everything inside, costs no more than 200. So, imagine 2,000s of those ramen. As Naruto slightly moved his head to the side, mulling the thought over, he suddenly realized something. So, basically, instead of a doll of his, we could feed the entire village on ramen for lunch. At that, Orochimaru nodded. So instead, someone bought this doll, right? Once more, Orochimaru nodded. What idiot would do something that stupid? At that, Anko sighed. Well, it was stupid to her too, but it was life. Some people had it rough, and others had it easier. There are a lot of people, Naruto-kun, who would do that. Daimyos, for example, have a lot of money, and they can use it as they wish, but anyone with a lot of cash could buy it. Think about it. Sensei has done a lot of S-rank missions, he is very rich. He could probably buy 2,000s of those dolls if he wished for it, just like, with the money for a single doll, you could buy 2,000s ramen from Ichiraku, thus. It depends on the person's own possibilities, Itachi explained, slowly. But if you want one of those dolls so badly you can always steal it. At that reply from Naruto, Orochimaru chuckled. Naruto. Stealing is bad. Sensei, Naruto isn't stealing anything at all, I know it. Anko said immediately, just as Orochimaru's chuckle turned into a small smile. A shinobi is first and foremost a thief, Anko-chan, the snake Sanin said. We steal information, we steal treasures or weapons needed for our own cause, we steal lives from our enemies. A shinobi is also a murderer, a tool, a weapon, an object, it is also a person, and a human being. There are many faces to the coin called shinobi, so stealing, while certainly illegal, is only bad if you get caught. As the pale-skinned man finished talking, his golden eyes set themselves on Itachi, who said nothing, thus making him add. Albeit I shouldn't probably say this with the son of the private Konoha Police Department's chief in my team. Stealing to survive isn't stealing, Itachi said, after a brief quiet moment. It's simply balancing the scale, stealing for fun, money, or for the sheer thrill of it, that's what is wrong. Well, if that's your opinion. Just don't let Fugaku-san catch you saying that. With Orochimaru's warning, silence fell once more for the trip until at the first night of rest, while Naruto was doing the first turn of guard duty, Anko suddenly sat down next to him. So? "Do you like Ichiraku's girl?" she asked in an innocent tone, making the boy's face turn slightly sad. "No. I can't," he replied in a murmur, his head shaking. "And why can't you?" Anko queried, perplexed. "After the Kyuubi stuff and the seal. The Hokage declared me a hero, you know." He said it out loud, "My son is a hero. He harbors the Kyuubi in him and thus is a hero to be respected." Then, the next day, I was forced to pack a few things and thrown into an orphan apartment, claiming I was a danger to myself and those around me. His tone grew bitter and I was disowned for disrespecting the clan leader, and with that, the hero that jailed the Kyuubi became simply the Kyuubi in a human skin. Everyone feared me, they thought I had even attacked the Hokage himself, since he did sport some bandages later on. "Probably cut himself to act on the wounded part," Naruto muttered, his eyes wincing, and finally, after a while, he came back, offering me to come back. Only if I stopped being a shinobi. Naruto had a smirk on his face. I wanted to know why he did that, why couldn't he do that in the beginning? What was his game, his reasons, I wanted to know. And he didn't tell me, he said only a Hokage could have understood. That's the day I decided I'd seek the truth out. As Naruto spoke quietly, he threw another wooden stick into the fire. Unknown to him, Orochimaru was obviously wide awake and keen on listening. "How does that tie to Ichiraku's girl?" Anko queried. "Well, before everything started. Before being a Jinchuriki, having the Kyuubi inside, I usually went with my mother there, you know. She was my same age. So we became friends, and I usually came around to play with her and Itachi. That's why Itachi doesn't have a stick up his ass like half the Uchiha of the compound. No offense for them." As he said that, he could have sworn Itachi had mumbled "none taken," but he was sleeping, right? "Get to the point, boy, the point." Anko whined, why couldn't he just get to the damn point? It annoyed her to see a 7-year-old speak like one of her age group. "I didn't go back to Ichiraku's for a while, and when I finally did, she was scared." In the beginning, the smile was awry as he recollected that memory. Well, he officially had gone long enough without food. He was starving. He had some money in his pockets and he knew they'd be enough for some salt ramen. It was his mother's, or well, his ex-mother's favorite, and he could get only one. But he was hungry, he didn't know what to do with the paper slip. The guy who had delivered had just thrown it at his face after spitting on it, so he had no idea what to do with it. Was it a spit cleaner? Did spit cleaners actually exist? In the end, he was starving and he was there. Usually he would have simply entered, saying the normal greeting. Right now, however, he was afraid he'd scare them, make them kick him out. He was still a bit suffering from his shoulder wound, but not that much any longer, so. He slowly moved in, his eyes nervously glancing at the face of Tucci, who had stopped in his doings to look at him with a perplexed face. Naruto could see the shock, he could see it, he couldn't hold that feeling of pain in his soul any longer, his heart ached, but it was fine. Yet he did manage to meekly say, "Hi," it was all he could say, his throat was a bit parched, even though water had been his sole companion for a while, being tap water something his apartment had. His one room had a small sink, and that was all that he had eaten. Or drank. Even if I just passed time. "Hello, Naruto-kun, what would you like to order?" Tucci had asked the boy, trying a smile, as the boy seemed to him like a rabbit ready to sprint out, away from there, at the minimum noise. "One salt ramen, please, Ichiraku-san," Naruto muttered meekly, taking a seat and staring hard at the counter, his gaze not even daring to look upwards, from fear. He was actually shivering, slightly, and the back of his jacket seemed torn in a point and a dirt red color. Tucci had frowned, the boy was doing his best to be as formal as possible. The rumors of him being disrespectful were clearly false, but more than that, the problem was that he couldn't believe someone could disown a child over saying no to a parent. Would he disown AM for saying no to him? No, he wouldn't. A kid shouldn't be disowned, but taught. Coming right up, AM-chan, help me out. The girl was behind the counter and, nodding to her father, moved to help, but her gaze, every time it stopped to look at Naruto, it seemed a bit frightened, something that the boy picked up when, every now and then. He let his gaze wander from the hard counter's surface to the broth cooking, the salt being added, and finally the bowl being served to him, as he meekly nodded and began eating, in silence. It was filled with nervousness, the air around them. The boy wasn't being his usual smiling self, but nobody could fault him, and as he slowly ate his ramen, Tucci could actually see the boy was famished. He knew malnourishment when he saw it, and so, as he prepared another bowl, he could hear the meek voice of the boy ask. "Here. I've got to." "Wait a moment, Naruto-kun." Tucci said that, trying his best comforting tone. Naruto stopped dead on his tracks like a deer when a loud noise startled him. It would be a quick split-second decision, either he'd calm the boy down in a second, or he'd see him running away like a thunderbolt. "Another's coming up to the house. It's a special day today." After all, as he said that, Naruto slowly sat down, looking perplexed at the man and at AM. Normally, he would have already asked, but it would be rude, wouldn't it? So, when the bowl came, one of the really costly ones, and thus the biggest, Naruto's face was a mixture of joy and happiness, and as he turned to stare at Tucci, with a puzzled expression, the man replied. Well, today's the day my favorite customer came back to my stall. Remember kid. I have only one law, I never kick out any customer. No matter who he is, and with that, Naruto nodded, eagerly, for once, exclaiming Itadakimasu, as he began eating with gusto. Naruto-kun. Am muttered, after a moment, staring at the boy who stopped eating, a sort of panicked expression on his face, as he had dropped being polite. Would that mark him out as one of the favorite customers? He hoped not. Did you become the Kyuubi? As she asked that, Tucci nearly paled. If there was one thing that he didn't expect, was his daughter to actually ask a question he himself didn't want her to ask. He would have explained how it was impossible for something like that to happen. The boy was clearly Naruto, no matter how you looked at him. There was no way he could be anything else. Especially that enormous nine-tailed fox. I don't know, Naruto replied, I don't feel any different. I just have this tattoo on my right shoulder, but that's all there is. Oh. Thank Kami, Am said while signing out a large amount of air, in relief, I was scared I'd have to beat the crap out of you to get Naruto-kun back. What? That question was asked by both a startled Tucci and Naruto, at the same time, while they looked at the adorable 5-year-old girl, who staring back carefully, had left her frying pan gently on the counter. What is it, Otu-san? Hana-chan said that I should always beat the crap out of people I don't like. I don't like Kyuubi, but I like Naruto-kun, which made Tucci cough slightly, as Naruto seemingly didn't understand at all. I see you're very honest about that, and with that, Tucci sighed, having avoided a crisis, but having potentially generated a worst one in the years to come. You know she basically told you she liked you, right? 2 years ago. I'd say you could return the feeling already, Anko pointed out, and, at that moment, Naruto's gaze turned upwards, to the night sky. Hana-chan was actually Hana Inyazuka, who, after a while, became my classmate at the academy. And one day, she confronted me for the very same reason you're bringing up now. Only that time, she asked me to stay away from Am and to never let my demon paw on her, or I'd taste her fists. At that, Anko raised an eyebrow. You know, this is getting really long-winded, why don't you just cut to the chase and tell me why you are not returning those feelings? Fine, Naruto rolled his eyes, here he was, trying to let one of his teammate get to know him well enough to actually be trusted by her, and she was cutting it all down to simply get to the point. I verbally assaulted Hana back, she cried, hard. Especially when I bluffed claiming how she was a failure at keeping care of her ninkins, and things like that. When Am found out, she asked me to apologize to her, and she arranged a meeting between us. During the so-called meeting, I did apologize, and we hung out for 5 minutes before a couple of Inyazuka dragged Hana away, kicked Am for being a friend of the demon, and flung me against a tree. As he said that, Anko winced, and Inyazuka could pack a punch. They were pretty good Taijutsu users, and he would have been 6 years old. So you actually distanced yourself from her to avoid her harm? As Anko queried that, Naruto nodded. You know what, the Kunoichi said, turning her gaze to the blonde-haired boy, if I had been you, I'd have tapped into the Kyuubi's power already and would have sent all my enemies on the ground, crying tears of blood and having them worship me and the ground I walked upon, she added. Kukuku. Interesting words. Orochimaru slowly decided he had enough hearing talks at night, he wouldn't sleep nevertheless, but he did enjoy the silence over the speaking of children. But then, tell me, do you think demons are actually there to do your bidding, once in a seal? Having a demon inside and being able to use his powers to control their powers. Do you think it's easy? Do you know another reason Naruto-kun is truly hated? There's more than one, sensei. Naruto asked, perplexed. Yeah, what's worse than being the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? Anko asked. Well, the iron seal, the one used on his shoulder, is weak. It does the job, barely, on the 8-tailed beast of Kumagakure. And they have to swap their Jinchuriki nearly every 20 years. Now think about a 9-tailed beast trapped in a weak seal. Anyone who knows that, who knows how weak that seal actually is. Do you think they sleep in peace at night? Wait. So Naruto could potentially turn Kyuubi any split second. At that question, Anko's eyes widened in shock, but the most noticeable change was Naruto's face suddenly devoid of all colors, as his heart was beating like crazy. He could potentially die, be destroyed as the Kyuubi emerged free from him, in any moment. No, that couldn't be. There had to. Well no, that got a sigh of relief off 3 genins, as even Itachi was wide awake, much to his dismay, but it means that when he'll tap onto its powers, there will be a higher risk of him going berserk. And that will mean I'll have to kill him. Like I will kill you if you don't shut up and do your guard time while we get sleep, understood, Anko-chan? At that, Anko gulped. She was still relieved that she wouldn't risk waking up to a sight of giant fox demon teeth, and for that, she didn't mind furiously nodding to Orochimaru-sensei and taking her turn. This was their first C-rank mission, but it was turning out to be a cakewalk, and she could feel that she was catching up to her teammates, and soon they'd be on par, and everything would turn out fine, as they'd become the greatest team ever, maybe the second Saiyans themselves. As she slowly stood guard, she never realized Orochimaru had momentarily left his sleeping sack, leaving but a dried husk behind that would work in the same way to hide his disappearance from camp to meet with his night visitor. A couple of meters away from camp, a boy, covered by a mask, stood silently. As the snake Sannin neared him, a small smile appeared on the pale man's face, his golden eyes smirking at the sight of the perfectly polished white mask, with barely two fissures to let the boy's eyes actually see. So. Tell me, what does Danzo wish to say, little rootling? Danzaku town had been the bright idea of a wealthy merchant. Not too far from a shinobi village, of which obviously no one knew the precise location, except other ninjas, yet not too far the capital of Hai no Kuni herself. This meant that Tanzaku town actually had a lot of people passing through it in the beginning of its founding, but this wealthy merchant in particular had more plans, since, after all, people also need to spend stuff in town to make it grow. First the hotels were built, coupled with casinos, then followed by souvenir shops of the casinos themselves, and from there onwards, the town flourished, and with great flows of money so too did criminal organizations rise, to conquer a spot in the town itself. Anzaku town had outskirts, which weren't all too dangerous, as those were the spots where the workers of the casinos lived, and there was a sort of unspoken law about not messing with the area, too poor to be considered worthy of anything, even of a drug ring. Then came the central area, that was where the majority of hotels and casinos were, and with the incredible amount of alleyways, back alleys, dirt roads, and dead ends, it was the perfect alcove for the worst existing scum ever to be born. Finally came the heart of Tanzaku town, the area reserved for really important guests, or really rich people, villas, gardens, and police forces, obviously private ones, some even with the Konoha's forehead protector, but mostly belonging to a private guard of sorts of the Tanzaku town's lord. 8 in Tanzaku. The town had quickly become the #1 spot for tourists until the Kyuubi, attacking Konoha, had sent a Bijidama, by mistake or intended, nearby, causing a veritable crater to sprout halfway through the city. This had forced the reconstruction of a good part of the town and a severe death toll that still then lingered in the mind of those who had survived the deafening explosion that some simply called the Black Day, as said Sphere, upon contact with the ground. That emitted a blackish chakra explosion that had easily incinerated anything within its radius. Many things outside the immediate surroundings had been badly charred or destroyed instead, and further away, wounds and damage were still relatively high. Needless to say traffic had dwindled for a while, but then it had flourished again. Casinos didn't need crops or farmable areas to be lucrative. Obviously, as one could have expected, the doll maker lived in the heart of the town, but if there was one thing that was on the side of the three genins, was that their sensei had decided to actually go with them, and when you have a legendary walking behind you, there's no private army that can stop you from going where you have to go, and criminals. They didn't survive that long because they thought that they could take Orochimaru himself and live to tell the tale, that much was sure. The Kryo's working area seemed more of a sort of private clinic, with a secretary, a lot of comfortable chairs and sofas, and little girls drinking tea with their pouting mothers, all dressed in clearly rich clothes. Naruto winced more than once, his thoughts, running along his face, were something easily picked up by Itachi, who knew the boy all too well. This is a doll maker shop. Are we in idiot land? Kami save me please, is that a golden napkin in that brat's hands? Please somebody tell me this idiots don't actually buy more than one doll, followed by colored mental expressions that made Orochimaru show a slight grin, seeing how the snake usually did the same line of thoughts, but on the more general population since, after all, he was a genius and the others weren't. Itachi looked puzzled when the two guards inside the shop stopped them, letting only Orochimaru move forward. The Kryo-sama was expecting a Konoha team, but he gave clear orders to only let their sensei through, one of the guards said, leaving the subtle message of dirty shinobi brats shouldn't be going around the shop. Which was probably what the doll maker had thought and said, forcing the three genins to look at their sensei, who, with a smirk nodded. Wait for me outside. As Orochimaru said that, the three genins nodded, turning to leave, while some murmurs of audacity and dirtiness echoed in the waiting room by the old or fat but still extremely rich women and their nagging and spoiled children. Outside, Anko finally let go of her sort of emotionless mask to pout. Did you see how they looked at us? I wanted to neuter them. I probably could neuter them or kill them, you know. As she said that, turning to the other two, Itachi frowned. There is no need to resort to violence. Anko-san, sure, it wasn't nice, but there is nothing we can do unless we wish to border illegality, as the Uchiha said that, the purple-haired Kunoichi sighed. I don't like it when they look at me, she then corrects herself, at us, like we're a bunch of no one. We could have probably beaten those two pricks of guards without a problem. Anko-san, the strong should protect the weak, not bully those he doesn't like, Itachi said, trying to reason with the elder girl, who, however, wasn't that easy to convince. I say they could have treated us better, or at least kept their thoughts to themselves, she replied. They did keep their thoughts to themselves. Naruto muttered, just as the elder girl flung a knuckle hit at the boy's head. It's a rhetorical way of speech. Actually, rhetoric questions are those that do not need answers. In this case, Naruto-kun is right, Itachi pointed out, as the purple-haired Kunoichi winced. She'd have knuckle-punched Itachi too, but she was sure the boy would be able to deftly dodge her strike. Naruto on the other hand probably didn't dodge on purpose, or he simply wasn't fast enough. After the first weeks, being nearly exclusively trained by Orochimaru in his free time, she had managed to be on par, if not at the very least pass over Naruto, who was the weakest of the three genins now. Sure, she knew they were teammates and that she shouldn't talk about who was strong and who was weak, but she did now defeat Naruto in spars mostly. The blonde boy always seemed afraid of hurting her, and for that, she simply was slightly angry at him. Sometimes she didn't manage to pull away her hits from connecting, a fact that resulted in the boy getting some bruises, but that overall didn't affect him much. She had said she was sorry in the beginning, but then, after a while, she decided it had been subtly implied, and, without even knowing it, she had simply started getting an arrogant attitude around the blonde boy, something Naruto didn't seem to have missed, but that he kept for himself. Anyway, there doesn't seem to have been a single problem all through the mission, so I'm starting to think we might cash in that money fast, shouldn't we? As soon as Anko said that, Itachi mulled a thought. How much does a C-rank mission pay? From 30,000 to 100,000, Naruto explained, but obviously you must consider the fact that you spend money while on a mission, if it's long-termed, on food or in rest, or maybe on souvenirs, thus you don't actually earn that much, doing 2 D-rank missions, in the village. In one day, is far more convenient than a single long-winded C-rank mission, as the blonde boy said that, he sheepishly added, though I didn't think you were short on money, Itachi. I wanted to buy a souvenir to bring back to Kasan, and something for Sasuke. That is if we have time, the Uchiha explained, and knowing I won't end up with an empty wallet at the end of the day makes me at ease, as he added that, Anko chuckled. If you go with a Scrooge you start acting like one, huh? I did not say. But Itachi was interrupted as the doors opened and Orochimaru, with a clearly disgusted face, came out, his eyes promising murder most foul. It seems the man needs one more day to finish the blasted chunk of wood, the snake-san hissed, making the reason he was angry much clear. He hated being forced to wait. If there was one simple thing that made their sensei mad was messing up a timetable because of being late. So for today we will move to the outskirts of the town, and I will teach you a very important lesson. As he said that, he started moving, not even explaining what it was as the three genins followed him, worriedly. As they began moving, Naruto's eyes darted around. He was feeling a hunch. Itachi? Naruto whispered, getting the Uchiha's attention, whose eyes assumed a puzzled expression, waiting for the boy's words, I've got a feeling. That was enough for the Uchiha to tense, and, since the words muttered by the blonde boy were picked up by Anko's ears, the purple-haired girl looked at the two 7-years-old with a mixture of interest and perplexity. Everyone had bad feelings every now and then, but she was sure sensei was simply going to teach them something a bit tough, but nothing more. No need to get their hands on them. As they reached a dirt alleyway in the outskirts, and from there, a patch of grass with some trees, Orochimaru turned around, with a smile. A wide smile that wasn't, usually, something the snake would ever do. Come on boys. Let's teach the demons group A. Itachi's kunai had already flung straight at the man's neck, gushing blood out of the wound as the artery was cut, letting the crimson liquid fall downwards, messing his clothes and removing the henge that marked the man not as Orochimaru, but as a seemingly common ex-shinobi, probably an academy reject. From behind them, and from their sides, came the howling of 6 to 7 men. Naruto took the cue to fling out an explosive tag and yelled out loud. Nobody moves or this goes off. At the yell, the charging criminals stopped. It was probably a bluff, but, given their distance from the target, if they did move near it was probable he'd throw it at them without a second's thought. Anko, thanks to the breather, had gotten her hands on a kunai. She wouldn't admit it, but that was the kunai Naruto had given to her the first time they had fought together, and it was a really good kunai, so she kept it polished. They do seem to be a bit too much for us, you know. Anko muttered, and I'd like not to become ashes scattered in the wind, she slowly added, though she had to mull the thought of where the boy had managed to get an explosive tag, those things were costly. Itachi, you there? Naruto asked, his eyes narrowing, as the dead body in front of them had already begun forming a pool of blood on the ground. Itachi was behind him, and he couldn't look to be sure. He had to keep being tense so the enemies wouldn't gang up on them. The thing they should have done barring the risks, seeing the numerical advantage, all they'd need would be a sacrifice or two, the rest could pretty much grab them by sheer strength and be done with it. No, Itachi Uchiha wasn't there. Sure, he had tensed, sure he had thought there would be confrontations, sure he had thought everything was going to be fine after scaring the man off. He just wanted to use one of those moves where you fling the kunai and cut the cheek of the man to scare him off. Try and let Naruto bluff their way out, since Naruto would have probably caught up and told something about them being personally trained by Orochimaru to be elite killers. Instead he had gone with his instincts, and he had slashed an artery with his kunai thoroughly, and the blood had been gushing out like a river. Was there that much blood in the human body? Was there really that much blood in the meat bags that were around them? Sure, Orochimaru had told them they'd kill people, sure, his father had told him the same, sure, he knew the first kill would scar him, it was common knowledge. But was that the reason why some people drowned their despair in alcohol after the war? He was sure he would remember the man's face, his shocked face, the blood, even without Sharingan he was sure he'd remember every single detail of it, and that didn't make him feel stronger. It didn't make him feel prideful. It made him feel scared of what he was, a tool made for murder, a thief of lives. That's when Naruto had called him, and yet he hadn't answered. He knew Kaiten, he could use one, instead of having Naruto expend one of his explosive tags. He knew how costly those things were, he had period if he could have a couple, but even his father had been against it. Too much cost unnecessary, especially if he could use the fire release. Now they were surrounded by brigands and mobsters, and they needed a way out he could provide. But he was simply too scared to even start making the hand signs. Yeah, he's here alright, Anko exclaimed, so, got any ninja plan that doesn't involve us getting blown to smithereens? Yes, and for that I'm sorry, Naruto muttered, and as soon as he did that, he dashed out of the group, heading straight for the brigand that seemed the less bulky, and that, seeing the demon charging at him, with cold blue eyes and an explosive tag in hand. Decided he didn't want to die young and moved aside, letting the blur of orange pass through with ease, and as he did that, he unluckily slipped on the ground, getting back up only to see that the boy in question had been the one to make him fall by grabbing his leg while dashing next to him. And leaving the explosive tag attached to it. Fizzling. The explosion broke the circle as smear and blood flew in the air before dropping down, leaving a small crater behind, and Naruto, outside of the circle of brigands, now reduced to 5 elements, of which one, not too near the pulverized enemy that is, was heavily wounded. Come on. Is this the best you got? In a moment, the stalemate was broken as the remaining ones launched themselves in pursuit of Naruto, who was their objective. The demon of the Kyuubi had to die for all the damage caused 2 years ago to them. Anko looked at the mass of brigands not caring the slightest about them, one was shivering, and the other was a girl, all they wanted was the demon's blood, and, strangely, Anko found herself watching them leave, still holding tightly onto her kunai. She had seen the blood, she saw the corpses near her, but still, why was her hand clenching tightly the weapon's handle? She realized it then. She was afraid. Itachi had taken a life out of instinct, Naruto had done the same, albeit indirectly, to get all the attention of the enemies on him, and considering how much an explosive tag could cost, he nevertheless did it for them, and now they both stood there, in silence, not knowing what to do, until. Finally, Anko cracked the silence around them. Clan boy, the appellant did wonder to wince Itachi out of his sort of fear trance, shouldn't we go help our friend? You're right Anko-san, sorry, Itachi muttered, quickly shaking his head as he looked towards the direction Naruto had taken. We must hurry, while Naruto can run, he doesn't have the advantage in this terrain, they might trap him or. The half-snake half-Orochimaru slithered swiftly in front of the two genins, arriving before any of the two could register his presence, and his face. Well, his face was clearly angered. What excuses do you brats have? His tone wasn't pleasant at all, and both actually would have preferred being once more surrounded by the bandits than actually confronting the snake Sannin, whose look swiftly moved from them, who were gaping like fishes, not able to talk, to the corpses around. And, through his innate sense of track and his understanding, hissed slightly. Someone among you had the guts to at least put up a fight, and with that, the snake Sannin slithered away, leaving the two genins behind, shivering, not only from the fear, but also from guilt, as they couldn't actually hide it was the truth. Sure. If it had come to it they would have fought and tried to kill. On the other hand, Orochimaru was furious, but for completely different reasons, and none of them could actually be told. So. Tell me, what does Danzo wish to say, little rootling? The snake hissed slowly, as the boy, barely the same age as his genin, replied in a monotone voice. Danzo-sama wishes to convince the weapon to seek the aid of Root, having him drop out the shinobi program, or forcing him to make the choice and selecting Root, the young Root member spoke slowly. And what if I refuse the order? As Orochimaru said that, with an amused eye wink, the young Root boy didn't wince, since, after all, it wasn't the first time the Snake Sannin proved to be difficult, more than the other Root associates, certainly. Then we ask you not to interrupt our actions, as Danzo-sama had deemed it likely that, making the boy fail his mission, he'd be removed by the shinobi program altogether. Now that, on the other hand, piqued the Snake Sannin's attention. Why would failing a C-rank mission throw him out of the shinobi program? Emotions make people weak, Orochimaru-sama, that is the reason Danzo-sama asked me to give, and with those words, the riddling sunshine away, obviously Orochimaru could have lunged at the boy any split second, tearing apart his head and gnawing it like it were a strawberry. But it wouldn't yield much, Danzo never sent him someone who actually knew something, and the riddling didn't know probably anything else but what he had been meant to say. It was only when he had met the Kakuro freak, because nobody wears bright purple jackets and makes that nervous tick with the glasses without being called a freak, that he had understood. The doll was ready, it was packed in a nice birthday package, and it held a simple birthday gift card on it. That had indeed made him furious, as obviously he had torn apart the thing to reveal an empty package, making the doll maker shocked at the disappearance of the doll. He had offered reparations immediately, good thing that for all his pride he was a weakling, or maybe he simply knew Orochimaru's way of working people who were late, unfulfilling, or simply people that made him angry. So he had the blasted doll already ready, in a packet, and when he comes out of that damnable freak's laboratory, his genin team isn't there. It didn't take much to sense them, being surrounded by brigands, far off the distance, and, with a simple body-shedding technique, coupled with becoming half-snake, he had reached them in time. And with a lot of anger to work out. Naruto had managed to reach the road by the time the remaining 5 thieves caught on him, one whipping a bolt straight through his right leg and making him yell in pain, clutching his wounded leg as he fell on the ground, as the others, with a grin, moved closer, with blackjacks at the ready. They didn't want to make this quick. They wanted it long and personal. So the demon is finally going to die, thank Kami, one of them, a scar running through his face from his left eyebrow to his right cheek, swiftly pummeling the tip of the blackjack straight into Naruto's stomach, making him gasp in pain, as the boy's right hand revealed a kunai. That slammed hard into the man's right foot, making him yell and jump backwards, but not fast enough for the boy not to fall on him, pointing the bloodied kunai at his throat, his idea being to try and have a hostage. The pain in the leg however didn't help when one of the others surrounding him flung him to the side, hitting his ribcage with a full force kick and sending him to cough blood while sprawling on the ground. Even when wounded the demon still fights, truly a monster, another one said, his blackjack immediately falling on the boy's knee. They were all veterans of giving pain, non-lethal pain, as they all grew up forcing other people, and that simply increased until they became a band. They even had a sort of family, until the Kyuubi found it fitting to destroy their homes, leaving them nothing more than a ragtag group. Now, how could they pass up on their revenge, having received a tip that the demon would be in town that day? They couldn't, so poor Takeoka, the only one who knew how to do a henge, had been chosen to get them away from their team leader, since nobody would have messed with the Snake Sannin. He was too famous, too strong, and extremely cruel with his enemies, as it had been told. Naruto cursed his bad luck, he didn't have another explosive note and he was flaring with pain, so, he did the only thing possible. He took out another explosive note. Immediately, it began sizzling and the brigands jumped backwards, not wanting to become gory messes like the clearly suicidal kid. Finally committing suicide, brat. As they yelled that, the boy limped up on his still sane leg and with a wheeze, he let the explosive tag touch the ground to reveal it as nothing more than a ramen coupon, camouflaged with a henge to resemble an explosive tag. "I die fighting," he muttered, spitting blood from his mouth to the side, a kunai in his trembling hands, as he eyed, with his blue eyes, the enemies around him. One of the 5 was limping from where his kunai had planted itself in his foot, and probably he'd be the last to charge. The other 4 however seemed pretty top-notch. Why did people always aim at his legs? He knew it was a common practice, mobility was the ninja's life, without it, a ninja was usually nothing more than a dead man, but still, his knee was clearly twisted out of place, his other leg, well sane-ish, had the grazing wound of the bolt. And he was quite actually sure he was suffering from severe internal bleeding, and maybe 1 or 2 of his ribs had been, if not broken, at least twisted painfully, as breathing was something that came to him with difficulty, as his vision was also losing focus. Well, let's put an end to this scourge on Earth. One of the brigands scowled, and then, he was the first to charge. Naruto knew he was going to die, so pain became, silently, a second feat. Especially when he rotated to the side, letting both his hands give strength to the push of his kunai through the man's hand that wielded the blackjack, letting it be severed, as blood splattered all over the blonde boy's face and hair, before being grabbed by the hem of the dirty and ragged coat. To be thrown behind him at his assailers in an attempt to slow them down and concentrate on the second one. At that moment, pain jolted once more through his system, and he fell down. He could have sworn this was extremely familiar to him, as, once he did fall, he heard the sound. The usual sound of a sword extending. The next moment, he felt himself being lifted upwards, his eyes, blurring already, stared deeply into the golden ones of Orochimaru, who looked back at him with a narrowed expression. Was it hate, anger, hatred? It wasn't a worry, there was never a worry in Orochimaru's eyes, but there was something in there, something different. It was a puzzle. But that, Naruto let darkness claim him, as he was too tired to actually even think straight, blood slowly dribbling down his body. When he woke up, he realized with a groan that he smelled tea leaves and that he was being piggybacked by Anko and that they were on their way back. Still, he was glad he was alive. To die without knowing the truth would have been pretty much bad, but maybe Kami would have answered his questions. He hoped. With his groan, however, Anko exclaimed, making the poor boy's head ring from the cheery exclamation of the purple-haired Kunoichi. "Sensei. He's awake." With that, Orochimaru turned around to look at Naruto, while Itachi, sighing in relief, locked his gaze on his friend, who seemed to have gone through hell. "Good," the snake Sannin said, "drop him now, Anko-chan." With that, the Kunoichi did so, and Naruto, gasping as he fell on the ground, felt a small pain on his backside, but, except for that, realized with shock that his leg seemed to be fine. "Now, what did you do wrong, boy?" Orochimaru asked, looking at Naruto with clinical gaze, making the boy whimper. I left my team behind," he hazarded as Orochimaru shook his head. "No, you left your team behind while being unprepared," the last part was stressed, "one more explosive tag, and with them in tow following you, you could have neatly sent them in disarray, so. Why did you have only one?" "They're costly, sensei. And kept under lock," Naruto muttered, "it's difficult to get them, and at night they hide the chest somewhere," he added. "Then I'll teach you an E-rank jutsu that you will find certainly a way to utilize, otherwise, don't think I'll take kindly to having wasted time with you." With those words, Orochimaru pulled out from his sleeve a seemingly normal piece of cloth. "Look and memorize. Even a kid can pull this off." But the swift movement, the cloth became sort of like a canvas, however, it depicted the scenery behind the snake Sannin, effectively making him slightly invisible. This is a derivative of the henge system, Kakurami no Jutsu, it's a general skill of hiding. Now, how could you use it to your advantage? Naruto frowned. He was asked that after having just recently woken up and having been thrown on the ground, but he knew better than to say anything, so he began thinking, for a brief moment, as Orochimaru's gaze settled on the boy, and wait for an answer. "I could use it to hide behind a wall of the shop, have a bunch and exit the shop, and then see where the explosive tags are hidden." As he mulled that thought, Orochimaru nodded. "Good, remember that it's like using a henge, but you must carefully memorize your surroundings to be sure to recreate it perfectly. If you do fail, it might give problems. Remember to keep your thoughts always on the image you wish to create, understood?" As Naruto nodded, the snake Sannin added, "This is merely a visual hiding, as chakra, hearing, tremor sense, or anything like that will," stressing the word, "makes you still traceable. But with a civilian shopkeeper you shouldn't have any trouble." As he said that, Naruto winced. "But the ninja weapons shopkeeper is a ninja, sensei." As soon as Naruto said that, the snake Sannin replied with a sort of matter-of-fact tone. "That he is, well, then it seems there will be no way for you to obtain more explosive tags unless you happen to find them." And with that, Orochimaru gave his back to the boy to start walking back towards the village once more. As they walked, Itachi's gaze every now and then moved to Naruto, who had started to walk on his own feet, albeit still perplexed. He did have a twisted knee, didn't he? Orochimaru-sensei fixed it with his injections, Itachi whispered, moving next to the boy. "You were a mess of blood when he reached you, you got lucky, you know. You're a damn idiot. You nearly died, you imbecile," was the probably subtle meaning of the question. "Yeah, brat, don't scare us like that. Playing the hero doesn't suit you. We could have handled them together," Anko exclaimed, trying a smile. "But they wanted me, not you," Naruto said, letting his gaze slowly move downwards towards the dirt of the road, "so I couldn't bring my problems to you." As he said that, a sharp knuckle hit came from the side of Anko. For once, Itachi actually was glad it had been the Kunoichi, since he too would have done the same. "Bullshit. We're a team. If somebody messes with my Naruto-chan I'll mess with their guts." As she said that, with a wink, she then turned to Sensei to exclaim, "Sensei. When do I get to sign the snake summon contract? I want to do that cool snake move soon." Naruto's face grew puzzled. Did the girl actually call him Naruto-chan? He didn't even care if she was getting snake summons or not, was he really being called Niru-chan? That made him feel fuzzy inside as he kept on walking next to his teammates. Well, he understood the lesson clearly. Next time somebody tried to mess with his team, he'd butcher them like the worthless scum the bastards clearly were, leaving not even one behind. They wanted a demon. They wanted a monster. Then they'd come and get their share of blood. He wouldn't go down without a fight anymore, he wouldn't run anymore. He'd slaughter them all and drink upon their blood. If their fear turned to hatred of him, then his hatred would be their doom. His eyes suddenly grew colder as he mulled over thoughts of what he'd do and to whom he'd do it. He had people who cared for him, he'd protect them all, through blood and steel, but to do that, he needed strength. Meanwhile, at Anko's words, Itachi slightly blinked his eyelids. Did the snake Sannin actually dote on the girl that much? There was something in him, a slight feeling of jealousy that was actually taking place. But he shook it out of his head. After all, it was obvious his sensei would do the best to have them all on par. If it meant spending more time with Anko instead of him and Naruto, then it was fine. He could always train with Naruto to get stronger. Something, however, was bugging him. Never mind the chakra control exercises, but when would his sensei start teaching them elemental? He could use the Kaiten, but Naruto and Anko seemingly didn't display any elemental ninjutsu, nor had they been trained in them. It could prove a fatal weakness if they were in a pinch. He understood that maybe Orochimaru was taking things slowly. But there was something strange in the way he deliberately avoided teaching much to them. Heck, the E-rank academy, something that had been overlooked by both of them, had actually been the only new lesson taught to Naruto, and only in an effort to help him steal better. He couldn't help but let his Uchiha sense flare a bit at the thought that his sensei could be, with intent, slowing down their growth intentionally. It was a bad thought, and he quickly shoved it away, but he did promise to himself he'd speak with Naruto later on. He didn't like the gaze of the boy's eyes, not one bit. That night, when they camped, Itachi looked at the blonde boy, his childhood friend, and whispered. Naruto, as he said that, the boy's eyes got attention, looking back at the Uchiha, who, keeping a seemingly emotionless face, queried, "How are you feeling?" "For what?" Naruto asked back, perplexed, not understanding the question. "You killed a man, didn't you?" As Itachi pointed that out, Naruto's eyes slightly opened for a second before the boy closed them, letting his thoughts run amok in his head, trying to discern if there was something, anything, that should have been there and that wasn't. "Seems like I did," he replied, calmly. "I killed 3. 2 for the explosion and 1 with my kunai. The blood was everywhere, wasn't it?" he kind of asked with a small grin. "It was." Itachi whispered back, staring perplexed at the boy's slightly shaking shoulders, "But it's not something to smile about, Naruto. We took lives today," he added. "They came at us, Itachi," Naruto whispered back. "They would have killed us had we not killed them," he added. "Still, we took their lives, Naruto. We became no better than them." At that, the Uchiha was shocked when his clothes were grabbed by Naruto's hand, whose eyes, blazing in their furious blue anger, looked deeply into the black ones of Itachi, and in a hiss that sounded murderous. He muttered back to his friend. "We are better than them, Itachi. We survived where they died because they were weak, while we are strong. We are ninjas while they are thieves, scum, worthless of being called human. We will always be higher than them, always be atop them, and they'd better have learned the lesson, those who saw and those who will know. If you mess with a demon you are bound to die." With that, the boy's face grew perplexed and afraid as he let go of Itachi, muttering in a sorrowful voice. "I'm sorry. I don't know what took me. I'm sorry," he added once more as he sheepishly looked to the ground, letting the Uchiha to catch his breath. This was Naruto alright, not the one from before, the one who had called himself a demon, maybe, out of the two. The most shocked of the ordeal was the boy himself. He'd always been kind, always taking in the insults, the glances, the damages and the hurt. He'd done it because he thought he earned it, or maybe because he thought it would be his life, as the hero that jailed the Kyuubi. Now, however, he had realized he might bring harm to others, and he didn't want that. If he had to become a demon, that was Itachi's reading of his thought patterns, then he'd become one, if only to protect them. "You're really too kind, Naruto," Itachi whispered, ruffling the boy's hair. "Aw." Anko said with sparkling eyes at the scene, "I should bring a camera next time." "So kawaii." She did, however, have a small dribble of blood coming down her nose. Which didn't mean anything good if the two boys could actually realize it. Orochimaru, instead, looked at the scene with vivid interest. More like clinical interest, actually. Their return to Konoha came without trouble in the late afternoon, but Orochimaru did slightly tense at the smell in the air, the smell of toads. "Orochimaru-kun." The yell, coming from a burly man with long spiky white hair and sporting wooden sandals, made the 3 genins wince. Nobody had ever called their sensei with the kun and had survived. Nobody had even dared doing that for all the money offered, or the threats, or the dare, not even the drunkest of fools could do that and survive. Instead this man, with an oil forehead protector, did. Naruto winced, realizing who it was. Uncle Jiraiya. He couldn't call him that any longer, could he? He had been disowned, so it's not like he could call the Toad Sage with an appellative like that. He couldn't. Jiraiya. Orochimaru muttered, narrowing his eyes at the man in front of him, why is my ex-teammate in Konoha? Aw, you're offending me, Oro-kun. Can't I come see good old Grumpy you? At the appellative used, Orochimaru's forehead sported a nervous tick mark. If this is what you came to do, then you can leave. You've seen enough, I suppose. At those hissed words, Jiraiya shrugged, before turning his gaze to the boys behind their sensei and showing a sort of surprised look. Aki? Not saying anything to your uncle? I thought you'd have already tackled me too. In those words, Naruto actually dashed forward like a bullet, clinging onto the Toad Sage's vest. Now that's more like it, Jiraiya replied with a chuckle, before ruffling the boy's hair. Sorry I couldn't come earlier, but I had to keep up with my contacts, and it took some time, he whispered to the boy, who simply shook his head, wiping off the tears. Doesn't matter, uncle. Doesn't matter, he replied, sporting a sort of happy smile, albeit his eyes seemed still teary. Well, call me crazy, but I didn't expect grumpy old Oro-kun to get an entire genin team. He usually preferred to mentor only one student at a time. At those words from the Toad Sage, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, while Itachi's mind clicked. Probably the reason Orochimaru doted on Anko was because he was used to going on a one-on-one teaching method, meaning he wouldn't be doing it on purpose, to seemingly ignore training both him and Naruto, but because it was his method. And the fool who tried to peek on Tsunade bathing stopped speaking and hand me back one of my genins. Orochimaru replied, with ill-hidden anger in his voice, as his eyes seemed to promise a long and extremely painful death to the Toad Sage. Well Gaki, don't worry about grumpy Oro-kun, I'll come by later to speak with you again, without the old and wrinkled man. As he said that with a chuckle, he waved goodbye to the group and left, while Orochimaru, still fuming, grabbed his team and headed towards the Hokage Tower to report. He was fuming not only for his meeting with his ex-teammate that always made him leave angrier than before, but because, with him being in the village, Orochimaru was forced to relocate the place one of his experiments was going to be held. He had no doubt his teammate would pick up his experiments if he kept doing them here. Probably called back by his old fool of a sensei too. He had to act quickly. As they entered the Hokage's office to report, Orochimaru had already produced from within his mouth something that had made Anko mentally yuck, the package that, luckily, seemed to be devoid of saliva and looked seemingly dry. So you successfully completed the mission, I take it. Minato spoke as the package was gently deposited on his desk by the Snake Sannin himself. Yes, it was an easy walk, Hokage-sama, Orochimaru replied, narrowing his eyes as the Hokage seemingly shifted uncomfortably. I understand then that there is nothing what went wrong. Hokage-sama, what could possibly have gone wrong? At the question asked by the Snake Sannin himself, Minato found himself narrowing his cold blue eyes. Well. I received a report from Tanzaku's lord that some corpses were found skewered, butchered or outright blown to bits out of his town. And in the direction of Konoha. Did you have any hostile encounters? Before Anko or Itachi could speak, Orochimaru was already there, answering. No, as the three genins stood in silence, the Snake Sannin kept talking, we met no trouble, nor enemies, along our way back to Konoha. As he finished speaking, he would have smirked, seeing the discomfort on the Hokage's face. Danzo, you old fool. Trying to sell me out too, huh? Like if your root could have stood a chance of bringing him under your guard. You had the guts to try, however. With those thoughts in mind, the Sannin watched Minato nod before turning his gaze to Iruka. Well then, Yamino-san did deliver them the payment for their mission, and, as they all lined up, except Orochimaru, who having a bank account would simply get his check deposited there, the others received their Ryo bills. 40,000, something that did make Naruto wince and sport a happy smile at the sight of the money entering his wallet and closing it tightly. At that display of happiness, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes at the Hokage's face. It seemed to be showing discomfort, wasn't it? The man probably felt a seething anger for not having thrown out of the village him, the Snake Sannin, with the accusation of having lost the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. He could already see the plan he and Danzo had prepared. Have the brat either accused of having failed the mission on purpose and force him out of the shinobi program, or have him accused of having lost the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. It could have worked, had he not been Orochimaru, probably Jiraiya would have fallen for it full front, the damnable idiot always ranting about him being old. He knew he always struck a nerve when he said that. As they were about to leave, a red-haired woman walked in, unannounced, and just as she did, Naruto immediately slid straight behind Anko. Well, seemingly on cue, Itachi moved right next to the Kunoichi in question, stiffening slightly. Kushina Namikaze walked in, a smile on her face soon dwindling as she saw Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sanins, a purple-haired Kunoichi, Itachi, the firstborn of her now cold friend Mikoto, and a speck of blonde hair behind the two genins, who seemingly seemed to be doing his best to look interested in something within his hands, noticeably, a stack of ramen coupons. "I heard the team with the package had come back, is everything alright with it?" As Kushina queried that, moving closer to Minato, the three genin subtly placed themselves straight behind their sensei. After all, now they could leave. "Yes, everything is fine." "Oh, you're dismissed, teammate." As Minato realized the group was probably waiting him for being dismissed, he did so, and, seeing them leave, this time the blonde boy seemingly by chance moving at the head of the other two, and thus once more being barred from view. He couldn't help but sigh. "Well, I'm sure Katsumi-chan is going to love her new doll," Kushina replied. "Her birthday is coming soon, after all." With that, and a small smile, Kushina grabbed the package and frowned for a moment. "Kikuyo-san has probably lost a birthday card. Well, I'll have to make another one," and with that, the woman left, and just as Minato was about to let another team in, Iruka took the moment to whisper. "Hokage-sama." I looked closely. Naruto, he said, had dried blood on his trousers and on his sleeve, albeit it was a stain and probably washed thoroughly, he added. "Iruka-san," Minato sighed, "remember they might have hunted in the bushes for dinner or for surviving lessons. Could be animal blood, for all we know." "Hi, Hokage-sama," albeit what Iruka wanted to say was that he thought Naruto had been wounded and shouldn't have been kept in active service for a while. Orochimaru, once outside the tower, turned to Anko while the other two boys stood nearby. "You're all dismissed, except you, Anko-chan. We'll be going over to my place to sign the snake summon contract," and, with those words, he moved, a gleefully chirpy Anko behind, who waved goodbye to both Itachi and Naruto. The Uchiha looked at the blonde boy, who, seemingly unfazed, scratched the back of his head, looking at the sky. "Well, in the end you didn't get to buy a souvenir for Sasuke or Mikoto-san," Naruto muttered, "and you got into danger because of me. I'm sorry," he added, trying a wry smile. Itachi sighed once more, now definitively marking the sigh as his trademark, before he sported a smile, and, shaking his head, replied. "A shinobi's life is always filled with dangers. And I'm sure they weren't, actually, expecting me to get them something at all. Want to come over for dinner?" At that question, Naruto shook his head. "Uncle Jiraiya's in town finally, after 2 years. I'm sure he'll treat me to ramen if I wait for him in my apartment," and with those words, he smiled back, warmly, to Itachi, before waving goodbye while dashing off to his one-room apartment. The Uchiha looked at the blonde bullet before walking, on his own accord, towards the Uchiha compound. He was sure his father would be proud of him getting the first taste of blood on his hands, he was sure his mother would be worried, and that Sasuke would simply pout cutely about Iniasen, but he couldn't help but feel a frown coming up, thinking about Naruto. Who would go back to an empty apartment, maybe trashed, or maybe not, without no one to speak to, and waiting, hopefully waiting, for someone to come around. He couldn't help it. It just didn't seem the right thing. It was 5 minutes later, as he took a shortcut, passing through the park, that he saw the Toad Sage speaking to the ex-Hokage, the third, while the latter was sitting on a bench, the first was standing up. Fearful but curious, he decided to move nearby, only to see the third eyeing him, waving at him with a small smile, and gesturing to him to come closer. "If it isn't Fugaku-san's son," Hiruzen said, "just recently returned from your first C-rank mission, right?" At those words, Itachi nodded, just as Jiraiya excused himself, having to go meet his godson. "Sarutobi-sama," Itachi said, making a polite bow. "It is correct, we completed our assignment and came back as fast as possible." As he said that, the old man's eyes softened for a brief moment. "You know. When someone kills the first time, something undoubtedly breaks." As he spoke those words, Itachi's eyes bulged in shock, obviously he hadn't expected the third Hokage to be a saint, having killed obviously in his life, and he knew he was known as the god of shinobis. Or the professor. But to catch on so quickly, and with Orochimaru lying to the current Hokage. "Oh, don't worry. It's not like it's the first time Orochimaru lied about not having killed anyone on a mission," Hiruzen replied, with a sigh. "He hates wasting time filing the papers to justify his reasons, so he lies about it. A bad habit, but it's not something I'm surprised about." Itachi sighed in relief, as however, the third spoke again. "Tell me, what happened?" As Itachi slowly spoke, telling the third Hokage everything that happened, Hiruzen frowned slightly, before letting his gaze turn sad for a brief moment. "Well, it's the way of the shinobi to shed blood. I didn't expect it would be that soon, but still. You did nothing wrong, Itachi-kun, Hiruzen spoke, you did what you had to do. Protect your teammates and fellow Leaf Shinobis, but Naruto's actions do leave me puzzled. Itachi had an awry expression as his black eyes looked at the kids that had been playing in the park and that were now being taken to their homes by their mothers since the afternoon was leaving the place to the night, a thing that even the third Hokage noticed. Making the old man smile bitterly. Well, it just seems like yesterday that you all were playing in the park. Itachi nodded before replying. Naruto stopped playing around a long time ago. Didn't he? To that question, Hiruzen nodded, reminiscing a bit of a sad memory. He had hoped to see him at the park. He didn't have to actually like a decision made by the current Hokage, so he wanted to at least make it right. Asuma was already an adult and with him and his older brother out of the house, it did feel a bit lonely. Especially after Baiko's death. Sure, the Hokage had disowned the boy, calling him disrespectful, but Hiruzen knew perfectly well how much of bullshit that statement was. Active. Yes. Loud. Yes. Disrespectful. Calling the ex-Hokage Jiji wasn't disrespectful. It even made him feel better, and a boy has, if not a right, at least a leniency, to say no. So he was at the park in wait, hoping to see that hyperactive bundle of blonde hair and orange clothes. At the very least Minato had still made it clear that he was still a hero who held the Kyuubi within, a pity he was forced to point out that the Iron Seal was weak and that led to the rumor that soon became truth among the general population. That Naruto had been thrown out because he was a danger to Minato and his family. So, he just wanted to know how the boy felt and to suggest he could come home with him. He had already set the wards to let him in, after all. He didn't see him at first, but he heard the subtle change in the people around him, who all slightly tensed and went to grab their children. His eyes looked up and he wasn't surprised when he saw Naruto marching, albeit a bit hesitant, towards the bench where he was. He had made a small smile, encouraging the boy to come closer, and then, the boy had bowed. It had taken a moment for Hiruzen to recompose his normal expression. Shock wouldn't have helped in easing the boy. But there wasn't even a single neuron in his brain that could actually understand why a 5-year-old would bow to him in such a way that was more beckoning of a clan's head asking for a really important favor. Nah. He had wanted to say something, but the boy was actually shivering and as he realized he was trying to speak, he silenced himself in wait for the words. Sarutobi-sama. The boy was actually trying to find the correct way to express himself, usually he'd come over with a jiji. And yell something, right now, instead, he looked more like a nervous wreck of emotions, one worse than the other. It was something Hiruzen couldn't muster his courage for, something that never lacked, no matter the odds, he'd sacrifice himself for the second Hokage repeatedly, relive that scene for hundreds of times, all the pain, rather than watch a boy of 5 years. The boy he had actually thought of as a grandchild, act like that, to him. He simply knelt down in front of the boy and hugged him tightly. It's alright, Naruto. It's alright, as he patted the boy's back, he realized with a frown that the clothes weren't simply dirty from not having been washed. They were torn, there was dried blood, and the blonde boy seemed to still be in pain. As he could feel him shiver after patting the general area where the wound was. Who did this to you? He had asked, his eyes narrowing as his emotions were turning to a twirling mass of seething anger and rage. No. No one, really, the boy replied, meekly, he didn't want to say it. Why wouldn't he? Had Hiruzen been able to read minds, he'd have discovered that the boy didn't want, even after being the one wounded, to give trouble to the once nice lady. She could have slipped the grip on the knife, after all. Naruto. Hiruzen murmured, with a sort of comforting tone, just as the blonde-haired boy, with his blue eyes actually looked at the old man and, grabbing all the bits and pieces of courage he could find, asked him a simple, yet extremely hard to answer question. Can you teach me how to become Hokage? Hiruzen recalled his reasons, he just wanted the truth, a truth that, sadly, he knew of. One he couldn't speak of, one that he, alongside Minato, Kushina and Jiraiya knew. Mulling over that fateful night, he couldn't help but sport a sad face. So much had happened in the span of so little time. But he did, Itachi-kun, Hiruzen said, before adding, now, however, this old man here took enough of your time, didn't he? You should head back home, I'm sure your mother is waiting to hear how your mission went, as he pointed that out, Itachi nodded, dashing off to reach the Uchiha compound. While that happened, Naruto was waiting, patiently, in his one-room apartment, sighing in relief at the sight of nothing seemingly out of place, nor explosive tags set to detonate with him inside. The noise of the wooden sandals came from outside, and, with a bit of anticipation, Naruto waited, as the Toad Sage actually entered his apartment with a sort of happy grin, holding a big scroll within his hands. Well, since your birthday has passed, at least twice, with me out of Konoha. I brought you a gift. With that, the man unraveled the scroll, revealing a long set of names written upon it, his own, that of Minato Namikaze, and many others, with enough space for more to be written upon. Uncle Jiraiya. What's this? Naruto queried, perplexed, as the old man with spiky white hair exclaimed. It's the Toad summoning scroll. For 2 missed birthdays, I'm letting you sign it right now. Come on, I know you want to have awesome Toad partners to help you fight. As the Toad Sage tried his best to convince the boy, Naruto frowned, looking at the name of his father in there. What if I don't like toads? At that question, Jiraiya raised a perplexed expression. Why wouldn't you? Toads are awesome. There's this frog kata style that's really. But they're yucky to eat. Jiraiya's face paled at that remark. No, you didn't. You didn't actually eat a toad, did you, boy? You can't have done that. As the Sannin grabbed both of the boy's shoulders, shaking him, he exclaimed, I can't believe you barred yourself from the toad summons. He shrieked. I was hungry. Naruto defended himself from the accusation, and those toads seemed good to eat. They did give me a stomachache, however. Well. Jiraiya sighed, his gaze turning softer at the reason, as he dropped the boy, looked at me carefully, and repeated. The man bit his thumb, making the correct hand signs, slowly, before dropping his hand on the ground and exclaiming, Kuchius no. At that, a small tadpole appeared, which wiggled for a bit before disappearing in a puff of smoke. The tadpole? Naruto queried, is that the might of Toad summons? No. Just. Well, if you haven't signed a contract, as Jiraiya rolled back up his own Toad's contract, you can try the summoning scroll, and you should end up near the most attuned to your animal summon. If it's snakes, mind you, yell out loud you know Orochimaru, or they'll eat you fast, the man said immediately, and don't worry if you end up a bit far, they should get you back here, if you ask nicely. At that, Naruto gulped. I have a mission, most certainly, tomorrow. Or maybe training, so. Just try and repeat the motion, I'm sure that if you don't put any chakra in it, nothing is going to happen. At those words, Naruto, albeit uneasily, nodded and started going through them. It took maybe 5 minutes before the Toad Sage deemed himself satisfied and, with a smile, he ruffled the blonde boy's head before saying. How about we go eat some ramen to celebrate, huh? Can I invite Anko-chan too? Naruto queried back, a sort of sparkle in his eyes. Anko-chan? Did you get it on with your teammate? You're a bit too young and she's a bit too old, you know. Especially at this age. As they said that, Naruto sported a puzzled look before replying. What are you talking about, uncle? As the blue eyes looked with perplexity at the elderly man, Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh. So, what's the reason for inviting one of your genins to eat with us? You don't want a one-on-one with your uncle? As he said that, Naruto shook his head. It's not that, uncle. It's just. I think she might be alone right now. And I'm sure she needs someone to talk with. As he pointed that out, Jiraiya's perplexed face made the blonde boy add, you see, she's gone with Orochimaru-sensei to sign the snake contract. But he'll probably have her go immediately afterwards. Sensei doesn't waste time around and she usually eats alone. And you know this because. The white spike ninja said, letting his right hand move in a circular motion, beckoning the boy to speak more. Well, she usually comes around to eat with me, Naruto replied sheepishly, I thought I could invite her for once. As he added that, scratching the back of his head, Jiraiya nodded. Well then Gaki, go to her apartment, knock and present yourself like a dashing Romeo, and everything will be fine. I'll wait for you at Ichiraku's ramen, so get to it, quick, quick. Naruto didn't need to be told again, as he took out of his apartment as fast as he could. Knowing all too well the road Anko lived in, he didn't waste any time, taking all the necessary shortcuts he had, over the course of many months of getting to know her, learned of. And reaching her door with a barely visible sweat on his forehead. Just as he was about to knock, however, he heard some soft chuckles coming from within. Soft female chuckles of different girls, probably. No way. He let you sign the. Yeah, he did. I'm so jealous. Say, is it true that the demon boy murdered the entire town? The blonde boy in question held his breath, waiting for the reply that, actually, came after a couple of brief minutes. Who? Him? Nah. He's a scrawny weak thing. He did kill a couple of thieves in cold blood, in today's mission though, the reply that came, clearly from Anko's voice, left something stringy in his chest, but he waited patiently, maybe there was more. Indeed there was. Killed them? In cold blood? Did he lick their blood, or eat their corpses? Well, the corpses were a mess, but. I told you. Anko-chan. You're so unlucky to have that boy in your team, I'm sure he's got to have problems. Well but. And there's no need to defend him. He's not here right now, so come on. Tell us everything. But Anko-chan. We want to know, don't keep us away from the truth, what horrible things does that monster do? Naruto stood very still, before turning around and, without stopping, running away once more, to Ichiraku's ramen. It seemed Anko had company that night, obviously he shouldn't have expected her to be alone. The only one who was alone most of the time was him, so it was obvious Anko had friends. Being a war orphan didn't mean anything, being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, a disowned for being disrespectful child, and having a weak seal. That meant something, instead. It meant being lonely, being stared at, being growled at, being hit, having things thrown at, having an apartment trashed. It meant not being able to have friends without risking them being harmed. It meant loneliness. At least if he could speak with the Kyuubi, ask him something, like, why the hell did you have to ruin my life? Or things like that. But silence was all he heard, only that, and nothing else. He reached Ichiraku's ramen just in time to stop on his tracks. Obviously there was a red-haired woman eating ramen next to Jiraiya. The two were chatting, speaking normally. That was enough to make the boy turn tails for the moment. He'd come back later. He could try summoning somewhere safe. The park was his objective, now, night taking over the day, nobody around, so he couldn't mess it up, could he? He bit his thumb and made the careful gestures with his hands before letting his hand touch the ground as he muttered in a barely audible voice, filled with worry on what he might be summoned to. Would it be toads, even though Uncle Jiraiya had said no? Would it be snakes? What else could it be? Cats. Would they forgive him for it? Barbecuing a couple of cats. Fuchiu's no jutsu and then, Naruto Uzumaki was gone in a small puff of smoke. Enko. She had just sent home her, now once more, friends, and was sighing, recalling all the things they had actually forced her to say, after putting the words directly in her mouth. Well, it's not like the blonde brat was going to know, and she was sure he'd forgive her, he was that polite. A pity nobody recognized it. Now, she was waiting for tomorrow to shove it straight in front of Clan's boy face that she would be going on a private trip, together with Sensei and 9 other genins, to a special place in the land of the sea, to undertake some special training that would finally put her on par with Itachi. And would mark Naruto as the dead last of the genin team. Sure, the boy was nice and cute and he had helped them, but really, she was Sensei's favorite, Orochimaru Sensei had said so. She couldn't wait for tomorrow. If all went as planned, for the trip, she'd be 12 by the time they'd reach the land of the sea. Sure, she'd miss the 10th of October, the Kyuubi's festival, and probably she'd take all of November in that special training regime that Orochimaru Sensei had planned. She simply couldn't help but skid over the wooden surface of her apartment. Her friends had come over to make peace, offered her dangos and tea, and everything seemed to have fixed itself. She was on a cloud, happily humming a tune as she opened her fridge for something to eat. Well, it was empty. She did eat some dangos as a light snack, but those wouldn't suffice. She headed outside, sure that the blonde boy wouldn't mind some company that late at night, but she frowned when, reaching his apartment, she didn't get a reply from within in the next minutes. She sighed, knowing all too well that the boy had to be at his second favorite place. Ichiraku's ramen stall. So that's where she went, and as she sat down, she recognized the white spiked hair of the toad hermit, Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary Sanins, having seen him hours before. The point was that the man seemed to be frowning and was now looking at her with a strange smile. Oh. Anko-chan, isn't it? Where's Naruto? He asked, looking puzzled behind her, like the boy was meant to be there. I thought he was here, actually, he usually does come here to eat a lot, but why the hell are you asking me? As Anko replied, AM actually chuckled. Naruto-kun comes here to celebrate whenever he can, as the girl with hazel hair spoke that with a sort of pride. Jiraiya's face gave off a smug grin, something that however made Tucci, just so casually, cut a radish with precise motions. Even ninja-like, to say the least. Well, the Gaki said he wanted to invite you over to ramen, so I thought he had come to get you. Jiraiya replied with a sort of worried expression, he didn't come to get you. No, he didn't. I, stressing the word, went to look for him at his apartment, but he wasn't there, so I came here. Well. You probably missed each other, Jiraiya sighed, he'll come around. It's not like he could suddenly disappear from Konoha and go somewhere else. Somewhere? It has been a while since this happened, a voice called, in the dark and humid cave, you know, this is actually the first time, in a long time, that I'm actually seeing someone from Konoha in here, the voice said again, as Naruto, a bit perplexed, stared around, a lost look on his face. Why wasn't he seeing anything, at all? Yeah, usually they don't come around to getting. Near us, the way it had been phrased seemed strange, too, but the blonde boy was seemingly lost in this sort of ample cave that had candles lit on the sides of it and that seemed to hold what looked like a scroll at the center of the area. Surrounded by batches of eggs, and he had no idea who or what I was talking. Well, anyway, he's here, let's ask the questions. Another voice, more cheery, exclaimed as a loud series of groans echoed through the otherwise empty cave. Shut up. And who's the bastard biting my tail? A more snarling voice roared as Naruto was now starting to think about what he had ended up being summoned to. Do I have a natural affinity to summon ghosts? He muttered to himself just as a giant golden with a black slit and protruding eye appeared straight in front of him, making the boy scream in utter fright as it revealed a chameleon. To be more precise, it revealed a giant chameleon whose skin slowly turned into different shades to resemble green foliage with purple dots. Ghosts? Well, that's a new way of putting it. We're chameleons. The sort of overgrown lizard Spock, the sides of his head showing a sort of dinosaur-like face, as the thing had teeth, round, small, but clearly sharp teeth, and was sort of having a smug grin as he carefully moved on his limbs. Towards the scroll at the center of the cave, his tail waving behind him. Well, let's ask the questions. First question. You see a bird perched on a branch, 5 branches above you, what do you do? As the chameleon asked, he slowly got to the side of the scroll as Naruto, still taking in the bizarre unfolding of events, took a deep breath. What would he do? Well, I'd try and knock him down with a stone and then grab him when he falls near me. Then I can have roast, as the spiky blonde hair of a boy said that, the chameleon mused over the answer for a while before shrugging. Fine by me. Good, question time is over now. It's more than one lazy excuse of a lizard. Another voice snarled, revealing on the side of the cave a reddish and brownish scaled chameleon that slowly and kind of wobbly walked downwards, getting to the other side of the scroll. Question number 2. What's your best means of offense? Naruto took on a thoughtful appearance, looking at his equipment, not really understanding what he could answer with. A kunai? An explosive tag. It depended on the situation, after all he couldn't fight a wolf with an explosive tag, it would be overkill, and those things were costly. Anything that works. He hesitated for a moment as the red chameleon blinked for a second before turning his gaze upwards. Is that actually a valid answer? As a low rumble was heard, Naruto raised a puzzled eyebrow, weren't they in a cave? Why was the summon looking upwards? There was nothing. Oh yeah, chameleons, there was probably someone. Good, seems it's a valid answer, as the cold-blooded animal said that a third chameleon appeared from Naruto's side, his scales so precisely mimicking the flickering of the candles that it didn't even seem possible, and yet, that's what he had done. Moving towards the scroll, Naruto saw his scales assuming a sort of white tint, with blue hues and dark shades of gray in the mixture. He strolled behind the scroll before querying in a sort of hopeful voice. Well, 2 out of 4, let's see. Do you like salamanders? At the question, the boy simply muttered back. What? Salamanders, you know, kind of poisonous stingies, with scales. As the chameleon said that, Naruto shook his head. Never saw one, but if it's poisonous I don't eat it, stating the obvious, in such a way, the white chameleon sported a grin. Well, Shiramari would probably be fine with a 3 out of 4 question, the green foliage chameleon said, as the cavern grumbled. Then, Naruto realized, much to his surprise, that the cavern wasn't actually a cavern, but a giant, an outright gigantic chameleon, who had assumed the semblance of a cavern and had encircled him in there. Oh Kami. Was all that the boy could mutter as the titanic lizard of sorts slowly unwrapped to reveal enormous golden eyes, so big that they actually emerged from his sockets, and the scales slowly assumed a more dark brownish hue with dark green colors that seemed to give the impression that between the scales there were patches of moss. As the beast slowly moved away, grumbling something, it revealed the true location of the place Naruto had ended up in. Sure, there was a rocky ground, but because it seemed more like a plateau, surrounded by streams of water and harsh winds. With luscious jungle-like forests in the nearby proximity. Okay. Where am I? Naruto queried in a sort of worried voice. Well, this here is the home of the chameleon summons. We are in the land of rain, aim no kuni, and usually we do get some want-to-be summoners from the land of water. But they rarely even stay, as they usually all go whine to the salamanders, they think poison is much better than stealth, the gullible idiots. As the snarling red and brown chameleon spoke, he pointed with his tail to the contract. Well, anyway, you don't like poison, so we're fine with it. Here, grab a pencil and write in blood your name. As his tail tapped to the dotted line, Naruto walked forward hesitantly. Hush it, Ryu, let the boy get used to talking chameleons first. The white speckled with blue chameleon spoke with a more eased voice. Is there anything I should know before I sign this? The boy turned to the more bright one, who didn't seem to be that much scary. And that didn't look like she had more teeth than the other one. Well. After you sign the contract, you are asked not to eat any chameleons. With that, Naruto nodded, there weren't chameleons in Konoha, or if there were. They were hidden pretty well. You should also help chameleons if you come across one that's in danger. Naruto nodded again, and generally you should kick in the ass any and all salamander summoner you come across, preferably in a painful way, and with the use of chameleons, at that. The boy raised an eyebrow. You really don't like salamanders? Not one bit, damn things always trying to boss their way in our territory, but we show them who's chief here, that we do. The green foliage chameleon exclaimed as the boy, with a nod, wrote his name on the summoning scroll. Good. Now, if you ever happen to come across Shiramari, you'd mind telling her to come back home. At that question, coming from the white and gray speckled chameleon, Naruto looked perplexed. Is there something to recognize her by? Well, last time, she was summoned in Kubi no Kuni by Kamizaku Basaki, who was our summoner 50 or more years ago, but then she simply didn't come home. At that, Naruto remembered seeing that, above his name, there was that of Koza himself. Wait, so I'm basically your only summoner as of now. I did tell you salamanders are preferred by those damn idiots of Aim and Mizu, didn't I? At that, the boy nodded. Still, I never heard of chameleon summons. Why should I have a natural affinity with them? At the question, asked with a curious expression, Ryu replied with a snarl, which seemed to be his normal tone of voice. Well brat, either you ate one of everything else. At that, Naruto winced, he did actually eat a lot of different things, or you simply share our common philosophy on living, or maybe heck, you've got some natural affinities in common with us. Albeit usually the land of fire is famous for having fire affinity users, well here there are principally water affinity ones. Fire. Affinity. Like the Kaiten's Itachi does. At the exclamation from the boy, the white speckled chameleon replied with a chuckle. Our fire releases, which require fire affinity, while water releases are suitans, that require water affinity. Basically, a Konoha shinobi in here is as common as burning water, as a small geyser erupted nearby. Naruto looked at it, just as the white chameleon sported a narrowed gaze. If it could be called that, well, ignoring the old faithful over there, I still haven't told you my name. I'm Tokage, that one over there trying to eat that bird, pointing with its paw at the green foliage one, is Kazu. At that, the chameleon opened his mouth, extending his tongue as it struck through the flying bird, before making it swiftly disappear between his maws, making Naruto gulp for a second. He didn't want to die being eaten like that. Ever. Then there's Chimerian, the boss summon, he speaks very little. Grumbles most of the time, Tokage explained, do notice that, differently from other summons, we aren't much front attack related. Infiltration yes, support yes, head-on attack. You'd probably be better off on your own for that. As Naruto nodded, he sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Do you know how can I get back home? Walking, don't you like walking? Ryu snarled, sporting a grin that looked all the more savage, just as Kazu burped, letting feathers fly out of his mouth, and Tokage shook its head, with a sigh. I'll puff you back to Konoha, now stand still and… puff. As a cloud of smoke suddenly engulfed Naruto, he coughed for a moment before it dispersed to reveal Tokage, sheepishly making a wry smile. Oops. Well, second time's the charm, right? Puff. And with that, Naruto did feel being transported. He just hoped he had ended up in the right place this time. Arrival. Gucci was slowly mixing the broth for ramen as he observed a strangely nervous Anko, a worried AM, and a Jiraiya. Well, the brat is late, the Toad-san said, I kind of wonder why he would be. Anko tensed, she did have a thought running in her mind, what if the boy had heard her talking with her friends sooner that day? What if he was now moping in a corner, crying his brat heart out, and then what if Jiraiya actually found him, consoled him, and got wind of it? She was going to have an extremely pissed Sannin against her that also was known to be Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage's sensei. Meaning he could pretty much convince him to swap her off her team, and then… She gulped at the thought before shaking her head. No, the boy would have probably knocked, right? There was no way he could have heard anything. That thought lasted until a small puff of smoke later, Naruto appeared at Ichiraku's stall, sitting on the counter. Naruto? Jiraiya queried, perplexed, as Tucci gasped for a moment. Naruto-kun. AM exclaimed, giggling at the scene, as the boy, much silently, took his seat next to the Toad Sage. Where have you been, boy? Anko exclaimed, just as the blonde spiky ninja sighed. Everything's alright Gaki. Well. You could say so, as he replied that, softly, he made his order, one pork ramen Tucci-san. Make it double. As he finished speaking, he slowly gulped down nervously, before muttering. I might have signed a summon contract, but Jiraiya's gaze narrowed down. Gaki? I told you not to do it. You should have waited for me. What if something happened to you? How can you be? Everything went fine, Uncle Naruto replied, a bit bitterly, I entered a contract with the chameleon summons, he added. Chameleon summons? Never heard of them, just as the white spike said that, Anko butted in. Ha! Chameleons. I got to sign the snake summons. They can eat your chameleons in a split second. As she was smiling at the thought of having bested Naruto once more, the boy simply gave her an awry smile. Yeah. I suppose they could. At that, Anko frowned. It wasn't even funny to try and smug something over Naruto's face, he simply didn't seem to care, he simply was too polite and gentle for that to make him feel bad, or, if it did make him feel bad, he was too good to let it show. Dinner went by in a sort of strange silence, as even Jiraiya, trying to get more information out from the boy, got nothing. Just as they bid goodbye to Anko, who went to sleep for the next day's training, Naruto looked at Jiraiya and finally, grabbed the courage to ask the Sannin. "Uncle Jiraiya. Do you know why I've been abandoned?" At the question, he sighed, before letting his sad gaze linger on the boy's face. Ruffling his hair, without saying another word, the Toad Hermit simply dashed off, leaving a perplexed and alone boy to think about the recent action of the Toad Sannin. Why wouldn't he answer him? Because he knows, and he won't answer anyone less than the Hokage, that's why, Naruto bitterly thought, as he reached for his apartment. He too had sleep to take on, after all, he'd end up training the next day too. At least, he hoped Orochimaru-sensei would take some of his time to teach him something. As he drifted off to sleep, he found himself with his back against a soft surface, a soft warm surface that always seemed to be his mattress, since, no matter where he was, when he slept, he always had this soft warm surface under his back, always making him feel peaceful, at least in his sleep. So he slept, happily and without worries, not even wondering why it felt ticklish or furry, he never questioned it, since he didn't want to break the dream. He simply slept. Light snoring, peaceful light snoring, was always heard in his dreams, so, why would he worry about that? Meanwhile, she finally went to bed, Kushina muttered, her eyes showing dark blue bags underneath them, from the lack of sleep or the energy deprivation, one of the two. She's a bundle of energy, isn't she? Minato replied with a small smile, as, in the living room, the two sat close, sighing. You know. She is no longer. Kushina whispered, with a sort of hopeful and saddened tone. No, it's still too dangerous, Minato replied, shaking his head. I have doubts about Orochimaru too. He's showing a healthy interest in the Kyuubi recently, and as he muttered that, Kushina's face narrowed. You think he's realized something? No, he didn't seem puzzled when he saw Jiraiya, Minato replied. Well then. How did his first time out of the village go? There was bloodshed, obviously Orochimaru butted in claiming nothing happened. I could have managed to get Naruto kicked out of the shinobi program, but that damn snake bastard clashed against it. All the planning with Danzo gone to waste, Minato muttered, there were a couple of root members in the gang, but Orochimaru killed them all without care, and the root retrieval team was found slaughtered in the forest, they did all that without the kids realizing it. Well. What about Iwa instead? Seems they're trying to get their hands on Kitsumi, but they no longer give a damn about Naruto, after all, I disowned him, and I made it clear I wouldn't even waste a Ryo getting him back, I even offered him straight to the Iwa cage, and he actually refused it. As Minato said that with a smug smile, Kushina's eyes turned sad, for a brief moment. He's still in Uzumaki, right? Kushina whispered, thoughts dashing through her head, I'll have to check in the clan's laws. But if he did, let's say, shed blood. He's an adult. Which means that, as his clan's matriarch, I can force him out of the shinobi program. As realization dawned on her, Minato's face turned to a frown. There's no proof he actually killed anyone, and assassination missions are for Chuninins only, as he pointed that out, Kushina's smile turned into a smug look. Then. Just send him on one, at that, Minato was the one puzzled. Naruto, on a Chunin rank mission. He'd certainly die, but the red-haired woman shook her head. Not alone, send him with a 4-team squad, handpicked, and have them ordered to let Naruto handle the deal. He'll probably hate me till the end of his life. His long, civilian life, but he won't be a shinobi any longer, unless he magically happens to get into another clan who can reverse my sentence, and with that, Minato mulled the thought, before nodding to himself. He did complete a lot of D-rank missions, so, a couple of C-rank missions more, then I'll send him on his first B-rank assassination mission. And then you can swoop him out of the shinobi program, as he finished speaking, Kushina snuggled closer to her husband. And then, once he's out, I'll have him brought into the civilian orphanage, and from there he should be fed and taught how to be a civilian. Well, Danzo's root will keep a close eye on him, as Minato added, the plan seemed pretty solid in his mind. The only problem was if Orochimaru would intervene once more. Or if anyone else who knew the truth would object. He just hoped Hiruzen would be fine with it too. The old man did dote on the boy. But if it was told to the ex-Hokage that it was for his own good, how could he actually say no? Anko pouted, looking at the group of genins around her. Why did Orochimaru-sensei invite all these losers on the training trip? They had left at first dawn, 2 days after having her signing the snake summons, and she had barely gotten down the Senijashu, that she had found herself there, among other genins from Konoha, all privately taught by Orochimaru. And all eager to get on with the special training regimen the snake had prepared for them. It took her a moment to get used to the swaying motion of the ship and she couldn't suppress a smirk, seeing how some of the boys there had turned slightly green, suffering from seasickness. They all seemed so tense and frowning, a bunch of stuck-up kids, probably sons and daughters of famous ninjas, all that had pleaded her sensei to take them as disciples. She was the only one there taken for her skills and quickness in learning, that much, she was sure. She didn't know what to think of the first rule for the trip. Absolute silence for the duration of the training regime. They could only speak to Orochimaru sensei and backwards, not speaking among one another, to increase competitiveness and the training results. That much the snake had said. She turned around, staring at the mass of water in front of her, and inwardly frowned, letting her mind roll off to what Naruto and Itachi were probably doing right now. Probably the clan's boy was going to get some private training with his clansmen, while Naruto. He was probably alone, moping. Well, when she came back, stronger than ever, she'd teach something to Naru-chan herself. Then the boy would in turn be grateful to his Anko-sama Haim and would in turn become her manservant. She'd obviously treat the boy well and protect him, but she just couldn't help her imagination when the thought of a Naruto with puppy eyes and dog ears coming over to rest his head on her lap came barging inside her head. Chuckling to herself, she, like all the others, didn't notice the look on Orochimaru's face, which was cold and calculative. The first batch of subjects is apparently healthy. Some suffer from seasickness while some don't. There are 5 male and 5 female specimens, and all are passable shinobis. Of these, 1 out of each group has a summoning contract, but none have any taijutsu. They are all orphans. As Orochimaru thought this, coldly analyzing the meat bags he had at his disposal, he hoped that some would survive the experiment. At least he'd have better data for the second batch. Meanwhile, Amachi was patiently waiting on Jiro Island. One of the 4 great islands that compassed the land of the sea. The other 3 being Taro, Demon and Mother, while the latter was the main island of the archipelago. Out of all the islands available, Jiro Island was the smallest, the most ignored, and thus the perfect place for Orochimaru's experiments on underwater ninjas. Sure, the research was going a bit on the slow side, but it wasn't that much of a problem. He was sure that, a couple of years top, he'd get all the results and the perfect specimens. Right about then, one of his workers warned him of the arrival hour for the ship Orochimaru was on, together with his test subjects for that new experiment involving a cursed seal of sorts and strange chakra. Still, he couldn't help but smirk at the rooms that would hold the test subjects for the following days. And then, if there were any survivors, the rooms to analyze their living tissues, their organs, their bodies were already prepared. He was thoroughly going to enjoy dissecting those bodies and, while he didn't want to admit it, it had always been his greatest desire, kept secret because it was weird, even by shinobi standards, to dissect a still living woman. Why not a man? Well, he had already done that, of course, so right about then, all he needed was just a healthy woman, or even a girl would suffice, to start dissecting. Only when Orochimaru-sama would have given his consent, obviously, but it wasn't like he had to wait much. Only a couple of hours. Till then, he'd take on his favorite pastime to kill time. Dissecting live fishes. If only there was a way to unite both of his deep desires. Konoha around the same time. Naruto gulped nervously as he looked to Itachi at his side and then in front of him at the 2, clearly already, that were looking back at him with a frown. He was used to those stares, what he wasn't used to was that the red-eyed girl, 17 years minimum, was actually biting her index finger in a thoughtful manner while trying to decide something, seemingly in her mind, between the 2. Next to her stood a boy, a serious face on him as his dark eyes looked straight through the very soul of the blonde brat and then at that of the Ichigo. Well, it seems like we'll be playing babysitter while your sensei is away, the 17-year-old boy snorted. I'm Ibiki Marino, this here is Kurenai Yuhi, as he presented her, the girl frowned. I can present myself without your help, you know, and, with a mutter of sexist bastard she replied to the 2 boys, I'm Kurenai Yuhi, I'm a Jinjutsu specialist, aiming for Jounin level, while this rude and clearly sexist guy is trying to get into the torture and interrogation department. But in truth, he has a soft spot for. While she, on the other hand, has a soft spot for a certain guardian of Konoha, as a silver-haired guy made his way towards them, he sported a dark green flak jacket and, as Naruto's eyes sparkled, both Kurenai and Ibiki groaned. They did not. Ibiki exclaimed, as Kakashi, smiling and putting away his orange book, replied. Did I do it? As the copycat ninja feigned ignorance on the subject as he ruffled Naruto's hair while giving one of his trademark eye smiles at Itachi, Yuhi rolled her eyes, muttering. Typical sexist behavior, I'm surrounded by men and boys. Why couldn't there be a Kunoichi prodigy in the midst? Because that's how life is. Now, please do notice that I'm your Jounin sensei, so, I'd like you all to address me as Kakashi sensei. As he pointed that out, the 4 nodded, except Kurenai-san, who can call me Kakashi-sama. At that, Kurenai sported a nervous tick mark, and Naruto-kun. You can call me without appellatives, understood? What's our first mission, sensei? As Ibiki said, trying to divert the fire off. Rage coming from within the Jinjutsu specialist, the silver-haired Jounin opened a scroll, reading it in silence for a couple of minutes before replying. Well, it's patrol duty around Konoha. I'm sure you're all going to be really happy to know that this patrol is going to take us 5 months. The set of groans echoed from one to the other, while Naruto and Itachi raised puzzled eyebrows. Patrol duty around the border is exciting. Patrol border around the village. It's basically helping out villages nearby and farmers with petty problems, Ibiki muttered, looking at the two, and it's some sort of punishment deal, too. Kakashi, why did you pick that up? Well, we need to have our 2 genins here get used to C-rank missions. They've already been inserted into the Chunin exams that will happen in 3 years. Unless they get a promotion on the battlefield, that is, as Kakashi dropped the bomb right there and then, Naruto's eyebrows twitched, while Itachi did his best to seemingly look unfazed, albeit he was mentally thinking that, if everything went well, they'd still need a team of 3 for the exams. Wouldn't they? So, it meant that Anko would probably participate too. But Naruto was sure she'd get the promotion nevertheless. She was better than him, and he actually was. Naruto's thoughts drifted to a halt as cogs and mechanisms began to furiously spin inside his head. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto whispered, who inserted us into the Chunin exams? Well, having been marked as prodigies, it was the Hokage's pleasure, clearly, as Kurenai pointed that out, Kakashi's eye narrowed slightly, seeing the boy's eye going colder for a split second. He'd never do that without a second reason, the boy muttered, something that was meant to be barely audible, but that was instead heard by everyone in their meeting spot. He's the Hokage, first and foremost he should put the village's interest above his own, Ibiki mulled out loud, if you two are the real deal, then there's no problem at all, so. Hey Kakashi, saying that, without the use of the sensei, made the silver-haired Jounin whip out his orange book, starting to read it in utter annoyance. Clearly visible to the others, Kakashi-sensei, Ibiki muttered again, gritting his teeth. Yes, Ibiki-kun. As the copycat ninja said that, his only eye fluttering in a sort of mock expression of a girl, the boy tried to reason that torturing his own Jounin sensei wasn't going to get him accepted into the T&I department of Konoha any sooner. How about we test the brats? Fine by me, Kurenai-chan can pick Itachi, and you can go with Naruto. At that, Ibiki sported a wicked grin that made the blonde boy shiver. And wait to test one of Orochimaru's genins. Let's see how strong you are. What's the training camp number, Kakashi-sensei? As he snorted out the sensei to the boy, who was still a year younger than him, Kakashi smiled before replying. Training ground 3, no sooner had he said that than Ibiki had already grabbed Naruto by the hem of his dull green jacket, smiling wickedly. Ibiki, you shouldn't go. As Kakashi tried to warn the elder boy, the in question was already dashing off, leaving behind the other 3. He's always like that, Kurenai said, sort of excusing Marino, as Itachi had a worried expression on him, but he won't kill Naruto. I hope, as she added that, Itachi's face turned pale as he began to dash straight behind the two. Why, what enthusiasm! Kakashi exclaimed, happily, as he instead sunshine-d toward the training ground, swiftly followed by Kurenai. As they reached the training ground, Ibiki dropped Naruto on the ground, but the boy swiftly managed to land on his feet, thus making a small set of jumps backwards to get some distance between him and the elder boy. Well then, while we wait for the others to get here, how about we start sparring, huh? Show me what you've got in the Taijutsu department. Not like you can do anything else, I suppose. With that, Ibiki simply decided to mentally give himself the start signal, assuming an offensive position, charging at the blonde boy who, being smaller and thus nimbler, sidestepped the first blunt fist of the Chunin. Jumping a bit back to avoid the rear end of Ibiki's foot that had spun around, trying to get into reach of the boy's left cheek, but it instead met with air, as the boy had outright distanced himself even more from Ibiki. He hadn't said a word however, not even querying why, but simply falling naturally into the movements of the spar, so, as Ibiki came close once more, feigning to send the blonde boy a left jab, he instead used his knee to spearhead him in the stomach, obtaining, as a reply, a thick cloud of smoke. As a wooden log took the place of the boy. Hey, I said Taijutsu only. Ibiki ranted, before narrowing his eyes, he wanted to bring the ninjutsus into this. Fine, he'd bring the ninjutsus into this. And the weapons. Ibiki drew out a kunai, flinging a set of needles on the tree's top that stood at his right side, earning himself a smirk when he heard a small cry and a thud hitting the ground, and, within moments, he reached the area where the noise had been. Reaching the base of the tree, he found a small rock and an explosive tag going off, forcing Ibiki to dash backwards as the explosion rocked the nearby area, making the elder boy wince as the tree near it was reduced to a charred stump. Hey! Aren't you going overboard? At that exclamation, Ibiki winced, seeing in the corner of his left eye the silhouette of the boy dashing at him, kunai in hand, but just as he did that, the smirked, instead turning to his right, throwing his left hand in a fist. That connected with Naruto's face and sent him sprawling on the ground, while the bunchen of Naruto dispersed, having the boy lost concentration. Now that's good for a genin, you nearly had me. And then Ibiki winced, worriedly, as the boy, falling on the ground, took out an explosive tag. Just how many did the boy have? Hey now, no need to go overboard, this is a friendly spar, you got it. The older boy was sweating slightly, as the cold blue eyes of the blonde boy seemed icy, like those of the men that fought the war and didn't give up. He had killed people in his life. The Chunin had at least some blood on his hand. But this boy seemed quite suicidal, actually. So, as Ibiki was going through the only possible solution he had in mind, to throw a kunai straight at the boy's hand, he was surprised when instead the boy head-butted the kunai. His forehead protector deflected the hit of the weapon, letting a cheek be scarred to the side by its new trajectory, as Naruto moved closer, not caring for the blood running down the wound on the side of his face, already at the point of slamming the tag at Ibiki's side, and… just as the Chunin closed his eyes, he heard a muffled voice, coming from the boy. I win, he muttered, letting the tag back into his inner pockets, without activating it. Huh? I'm still alive. As Ibiki patted himself, he then looked at the boy, with a perplexed expression. Orochimaru-sensei has us spar until one of us closes his eyes, and everything is acceptable in the spars, Itachi whispered, having finally reached the two, panting slightly as he looked at the elder boy, who was nodding. But I told him only to jutsu. Ibiki exclaimed, pointing the finger at the blonde. But the spar had already begun. Lying is a common happening during our spars with Orochimaru-sensei, thus he didn't think of anything but to have you close your eyes. As the Uchiha pointed that out, Naruto's eyes suddenly opened up in shock. I'm sorry Marino-san, I didn't know you weren't lying. As the blonde boy bowed repeatedly, Ibiki found himself in the uncomfortable position of wanting to hug the blonde brat. Something he only, rarely, did at home, and only with his younger brother who was too good for his own being. He coughed, slightly blushing, as the blonde boy now once more had those clear blue eyes that so much resembled an ocean lit by the sun. And he shook his head, trying to get all that poetical crap out of it. No need to bow, boy, I got it, my mistake, next time I'll make sure we're speaking on the same wavelength. As Ibiki said that, dismissing the issue with his hand, Naruto's eyes sparkled, making them take a step backward. Naruto, Itachi sighed, moving closer to the boy. Look at you, you've got a wound on the cheek. Stand still will you? As the Uchiha took out a napkin and some disinfectant, he began cleaning the wound, before plastering some cream on it with a sigh. Ibiki stared at the scene, then turned around, just in time to see Kurenai actually blush, while Kakashi's hands were simply closing the book, the orange perverted book, and slowly tearing it into pieces, small pieces. As such a sight of purity and friendship would be lost forever, had he set his gaze on another passage of Icha, and yet he couldn't help but feel something was deeply wrong with it. Can I have him? Yuhi said, pointing at Naruto, with her red eyes and a sort of wincing expression, as Itachi had finished bandaging the side of his face, maybe being a bit overzealous. And what did you do to him? She snarled at Ibiki, who suddenly jolted to attention. Nothing Kurenai-san, really. He just… well, he might have been in the trajectory of kunai. You. She basically screeched, you just don't end up in the trajectory of a kunai. Why did you throw such a thing at such a poor scrawny thing? Can't you see you wounded him? Just what was your brain thinking, Ibiki? As she started ranting, Kakashi chuckled nervously as he neared the boy. Naruto, just how did you manage to get some explosive tags? At the question, the boy raised a puzzled eyebrow. I bought them, he said. The shopkeeper said nothing about it. Sure, he was a ninja, every ninja could buy ninja equipment without problems, but still, he too would have had a bit of worry in selling explosive tags to a 7-year-old kid. I had the money for them, and he said nothing about it. Naruto whispered back, I shouldn't have bought them, Kakashi-sensei. As his eyes turned watery, maybe in fear of having done something wrong, the silver-haired Jounin felt something in him crack. It lasted only a second, and by the time it was gone, he was already covered with silver, dyeing the boy's blonde hair. Kakashi-sensei? Naruto whined puzzled, as the older boy had readjusted his forehead protector to cover his left blue eye. Now say Kakashi-san, come on Naruto, it's an order, as the copycat ninja ordered that, the boy, perplexed, was about to say it when Kurenai let out a screech. Oh no you don't. Strangely, the girl clad in some sort of bizarre bandage and fishnet clothing, with cloth-wrapped fists, grabbed the boy by the shoulder and dragged him to the nearby river to get that dye off, while Kakashi, wincing in pain, raised a hand exclaiming. Please no. Kurenai-san. Wait. It's an order. Stop it. I'm reporting you for insubordination. No. 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 As the copycat ninja fell on his knees, twitching slightly, Kurenai returned with a once more blonde-haired boy who was extremely puzzled and looked at Itachi for answers. But the boy was torn between actually replying that they had ended up with madmen or telling him that everything was fine. He opted for silence. As tears fell down from Kakashi's only visible eye, Kurenai turned to Itachi with a smirk. Well Uchiha-san, let's have a nice spar, shall we? Only Taijutsu allowed. Though if you want to become a Chunin, you have to demonstrate great skill in ninjutsu and jinjutsu. And you must be able to effectively counter the mildest illusions and to show at least 2 of the required elemental affinity or 1 not belonging to your affinity, as Kurenai actually explained. Itachi nodded before assuming his normal formation for spars, and then, swiftly. The punches flew around, albeit there wasn't much strength in Itachi's punches. Kurenai didn't go all out either, effectively making it a quite weaker and less tense fight than that between Ibiki and Naruto, as the two, looking at each other, kind of sported a perplexed expression. Itachi go all out, come on. As Naruto exclaimed, Ibiki smirked before taunting Kurenai. Come on girl. Is that the best your girlish physique can handle? At the remarks, both sparring fighters sported nervous tick marks before raising it up a notch. Would you two please avoid making spars degenerate into death fights? As Kakashi sighed that, looking with vivid interest at how Itachi's sparring style was solid, he couldn't help but feel there was something distinctively familiar in the boy's punches. Left feint, right hook, right kick, jump back. Those movements were familiar to him. And with a sigh, Kakashi realized full well why. After all he had spared against an Uchiha in his life, under Minato-sensei. Well Obito. He should just grab a pair of goggles, and then he'd be a perfect example of what you and Rin would have had as a child. He shook his head, removing the thought Rin was still alive, and she used to go to the memorial stone far more times than he did, he was sure. Were they to linger in the training camp for a while, they'd eventually meet her. Still, these spars weren't meant to last all day, they just had to give the general feeling of how much they'd have to babysit the two genins, but, much to his surprise, Itachi managed to land a light punch to the side of Kurenai's cheek, and with that, Kakashi marked the end of the sparring session. So, judging from how the fight went, I'd say we can treat you as low Chunin for the patrol. Kakashi muttered, you've already had to stay away from the village for a while, correct? As both Naruto and Itachi nodded, the silver-haired Jounin shrugged. Good, 1 hour, village gates, we'll be away for 5 months, but we'll stay near the village, so in case anything happens, we'll be quick to return. Or if there's anything to report. At that, both Naruto and Itachi stared perplexed at the end of Kakashi, who were all kind of looking at the two genins, thinking they'd dash off to prepare. You heard me, right? 1 hour, gates. Prepare for the mission. 5 months. As Kakashi tried to speak slowly, Itachi replied with a controlled voice that barely let his amusement be revealed. We are prepared for a long-term mission in every instant, Orochimaru-sensei gave us these. Itachi took out a slip of paper that held a containing seal on it, and we have our backpacks within with supplies needed for at least 3 weeks. At that, Naruto added. Also spare weapons and personal hygiene items. As the blonde boy finished his friend's sentence, Kakashi chuckled as Ibiki nervously moved to get his stuff as Kurenai did too. Good, now, while on my team, there is only one rule I want you to follow, got it? As Kakashi said that, Naruto raised an eyebrow as Itachi silently waited for the copycat ninja to speak. Those who abandon their mission are trash. But those who abandon their teammates are worse than trash. As the silver-haired Jounin spoke, his only eye narrowed on the two genins. Whatever happens, I want no less than a complete understanding of this rule. I will have you thrown out of the shinobi program the moment you abandon one of your teammates, no matter what the mission entails, or wherever or not you have successfully completed it afterwards. Abandon a teammate and I can guarantee you. I will not have you become anything more than a genin, and with those words, Kakashi's eyes blazed with fury as both boys gulped slightly. They both furiously nodded, they didn't want to get in the way of the copycat ninja. Sometime later, Land of Sea. The seal hurt. To say it hurt was barely reaching the surface of the pain she was feeling in that moment. To say she was flaring up in pure untainted pain was to still not even scratch the tip of the iceberg called suffering, the one she was currently completely submerged inside. She felt her entire body flare up in pure unwashed waves of heat and then spasm under breezing colds that left her with goosebumps. Her muscles felt like someone was cutting them and then tearing them off her bones as she could feel her brain actually melting and being split up in small pieces. Still, she was hanging on to a kunai like it was the last anchor of safety she had. It seemed ironic, in the small brief moments of sanity she was experiencing, that the cold metal of the weapon seemed to soothe her. Still, it was the kunai Naruto had given her. That scrawny boy would certainly cry his heart out if she were to lose because of some ink on her neck, wouldn't he? Still, it hurt like there was no tomorrow. She just wanted to close her eyes and go to sleep, to have the pain leave. She could. She just needed to grab that metal kunai, the blade sharper than any razor, and simply pierce her jugular. She'd be at peace afterwards, wouldn't she? As she slowly moved the kunai closer, she stared at it for a brief second. Who would miss her? She had no one, after all, except those friends of hers, but she did have those two brats, didn't she? And Orochimaru-sensei wouldn't do this to her without reason, would he? Training is over for today, Orochimaru had declared, letting them go about their own business, and since it was the first day of the month and her wallet was full, she had decided to have some common ground conversation with her team. "Hey sensei," she exclaimed with a cheer, "how about we go eat some dangos as a team? I have business to attend to, Anko-chan." Orochimaru had then left without another word, as Itachi had excused himself too, having a clan's affair or something like that. "Damn it," Anko had muttered, kicking a rock on the ground, just as the voice of the remaining team member had spoken quietly. "If you want, Anko-san, I can come with you." The purple-haired girl had turned to the blonde boy with deep blue eyes, who seemed kind of scared. Was she that scary? Or was he simply nervous? "Well, this Anko-sama will accept. Come on, I'll get dangos, and then we can go to the ramen stall you like so much." As she had grinned that, Naruto had simply supported a perplexed expression. "There's no need to go to the ramen stall, then. I'm not that hungry, really." With that, she had frowned for a second before shrugging and heading towards the dango stall. "You know," she had said, to start a conversation, "I've got to ask. Why do you look so damn low on funds? Shouldn't you have some rich kid's bank account or?" "I've been disowned, Anko-san. I have nothing anymore," the boy had replied, his gaze lingering on the dirt road. "I'm not an orphan, so I don't get any money from checks. I'm no longer a needy boy, so I have to pay rent for the one-room apartment I'm occupying, and beside, nobody actually would employ me even to mow the grass, unless I change my appearance. I started working when I was 5, Anko-san. Well, keeping up a henge to look like someone else, and I couldn't do anything about vandalism, being forced to instead pay for the damages myself. So. Yeah, I'm low on funds." As the boy finished speaking, Anko said nothing else until she got to the dango stall, where she ordered 2 dango sticks and shoved one straight into the boy's hands. "This isn't mercy. You just need to understand the superiority of dango over ramen, so, as soon as you get it, you'll stop eating that damn noodle with broth thing." With that, the purple-haired Kunoichi had watched the boy's face turn into a mixture of emotions. Nonetheless, a sparkling glint in his eyes. Yeah, that sparkling glint did catch her attention. It was something so simple she had felt her very own guts being ripped out when she had realized just what it meant for him. It was happiness. That sparkle in his eyes was happiness, and it looked so much untainted it was making her feel goosebumps, thinking how someone could willingly obscure that sparkle. She had felt the need, that night, to go spit on the 4th Hokage's head monument, stomping it with her feet for a while. "The brat's so damn whiny," Anko muttered to herself, dropping the kunai that had gone so close to her neck, "that I can't leave him alone, can I? I mean, he's going to die one day or another if I'm not there backing him up." With those words, she let her head rest against the cold stone floor. When she had fallen on the floor, she had no idea, probably when she had started feeling the heat waves and had dropped the covers, or maybe she had actually tried to walk to the bathroom just to fall over. She didn't actually know what time it was. She just knew she was feeling a horrible mess. That's when another feeling took place in her heart. "Why am I in this situation?" she muttered to herself, her skin slowly getting dotted with black marks that seemed to spread from the seal. "Whose fault is it?" she whispered. Orochimaru-sensei must have realized, she spoke slowly, that Naruto was weak. To protect him, he made me strong. Didn't he? She chuckled, slightly shaking her head as her right fist hit the ground, small cracks appearing on the otherwise smooth stone floor. "Obviously I can't fault sensei for thinking that, can I?" The purple-haired Kunoichi's eyes suddenly reduced their circumference, becoming tiny spots of light brown. "No, it's the clan's boy's fault. He's always there protecting Naruto, isn't he? Always with that smug look, acting like he cares about the boy. He just enjoys having a toy, doesn't he?" As she snarled that, her left hand smashed the stone floor as she slowly got on her feet, wobbling. No, it's not even his fault. Whose fault is it that I'm here? It's because I'm weak." Anko muttered, looking at her hands, "It's because I'm alone. It's my fault. Only my fault." And with those words, she fell on her knees, breathing raggedly, as the seal's marks receded, slowly resuming their normal form, as from behind the cell, Orochimaru looked with a curious expression at the girl's back. She's the sole survivor. Isn't she?" As the snake Sannin turned to Itachi, the man nodded, albeit uneasily. "Well. A 1 out of 10 success rate. Not bad. Not bad at all, but we can do better, can we, Amachi-san? As Orochimaru said that, rhetorically, the medic nin gulped heavily, before nodding, once more. Hi, Orochimaru-sama. There is still the underwater ninja experiment. No, drop that. Concentrate only on the cursed seal research, understood? As the snake said that, with a bored tone, Amachi felt a bit offended that his life work, the union of fish and men, to be refuted so quickly and with so little interest from his principal fundraiser. On the other hand, he wouldn't say a thing against Orochimaru-sama's will, not even under strength of arms. As you wish, Orochimaru-sama, what about you? Student. As the medic pointed at the door, the snake Sannin's eyes narrowed for a bit. You heard her. It's her fault. So why should I bother saying it isn't? I'll train her some more. See if there's any problem with the seal. And then she'll either become interesting. Or I'll drop her off somewhere, not that I care at this point. Oh. Can I dissect her if you discard her, Orochimaru-sama? Yes, Amachi-san, you can. As Orochimaru turned to leave, the medic nin's face turned ecstatic. He'd get to dissect a girl. It wasn't a woman, but it would suffice. He just couldn't help it. He went to polish his scalpel and his hammer, while preparing the forceps and the scorching irons. He had to make sure his first time would be perfect. Yeah. If Orochimaru discarded the girl. He was sure he'd discard her. 2 months later, Konoha's outskirts. Naruto's right hand curled in a fist as his left kick swung upwards, just as Ibiki's right knee stood up, intercepting the kick and throwing him off guard to get a painful elbow hit from the elder boy's left arm. As Naruto didn't stumble backwards, instead grabbing with his left arm Marino's own arm, he twisted to the side, trying to seemingly pull him against his back, only to use the momentum of the elder boy going against the blonde one's back to send an elbow hit backwards. Straight into the Chunin's stomach, and this before using his right foot to stomp the boy's right foot, making him wince. Ouch. Ibiki whimpered as he raised his hands in defeat, moving backwards while sharply taking an air, holding his stomach with his hands. That hurt. That damn hurt. He muttered, can't believe you were barely passable at Taijutsu 2 months ago. Ibiki-san. You're faking, as Naruto pointed that out, they smiled, standing back up and laughing out loud. Not me. Remember boy. This is sparring, so it's fine, but in real life, you must never expect someone older than you to go down quickly. Simply living longer makes one have more experience than you. As a sound of fizzling came from behind Ibiki's back, the man paled, before yelling out loud. I'm not falling for this trick again. There's no way there's an explosive tag behind me. In truth, there wasn't, but that didn't stop Naruto from dashing straight against Ibiki, pushing him to the side just as the source of the fizzling sound, that was actually more a rattling of a rattlesnake, stopped as the snake bit into the boy's right arm, making him narrow his eyes as he grabbed the snake by the head and with his own teeth bit hard into the reptile's neck. Brat. Ibiki exclaimed, looking at the rattlesnake's body, now with a head detached from his main body, and at the blonde boy, who was slightly wincing while holding his right arm. It's fine Ibiki-san, the boy said, as he bit hard onto his wounded arm, proceeding to sharply suck in and then spit out the venom. It's fine, he added after a couple of minutes, albeit he didn't look much better. Let's get to camp, Kakashi is bound to have anti-venoms on him. As the blonde boy nodded, Ibiki grabbed him by the side, before adding, no whining, you need to rely on me for this, and I should probably tell you. Thanks, had the boy not been there, he'd probably have had to explain a bite mark on his butt. Something he wasn't at all willing to say out loud. We're teammates, right? At that question, as Ibiki dashed towards their camps, the elder boy replied with a grin. We're fellow shinobi of the leaf, and we're friends, I tell you boy, when you can get down a bottle of sake, we'll have a nice good drinking contest, and with those words, the blonde boy simply nodded, feeling fuzzy inside, as they finally reached camp, where Itachi, narrowing his eyes, was soon followed in said acting by Kurenai, who also crossed her arms over her chest. So, why is it that whenever you two go patrolling, one of you comes back wounded? At the question, made from the Kunoichi of Konoha, Itachi replied, not even letting the two speak. Well, Yuhi-san, it's because they're both idiots. At that, Ibiki sported a nervous tick mark as he yelled back. Hey brat. Respect your elders and get me some anti-venom from the supplies. The boys got bitten by a rattlesnake and the words, Itachi nodded, going rummaging through the tent's insides and coming out with a small vial of thick green liquid. Here, open up and gulp it down. As Ibiki said that, uncorking the tap and forcing it down the boy's throat, Naruto gulped the extremely bitter substance that seemed to have the same consistency as jelly, but the taste of shoes, and once done, he grimaced, grabbing his own water flask to take a sip out of it. You know, I've got to ask you kid, what's with you and explosive tags? Ibiki said, you basically always use them when we're fighting, I know they're effective and all but aren't you going a bit overboard? Just how many do you have stashed? And how do you find the cash to get that many? Itachi's face slowly tensed. Surely Naruto wasn't going to tell them he stole the tags from the shops, did he? I write them down. The blonde boy meekly replied, scratching the back of his head, they aren't that strong like the official ones. But they do go bang, don't they? Wait. You write them? Kurenai muttered, moving closer, you mean? You know how to write them? Well. I've got one, then all I do is just copy it on a slip of paper, right? Kakashi-sensei says it works like that. At that reply, Kurenai's eyes bulged nearly out of her socket. Kakashi 3 the woman basically screeched, making the copycat ninja fall down from his hiding spot just to be grabbed by the border of his jounin jacket by the red-eyed woman, who sported a furious gaze. You imbecile. Do you know how many things can go wrong in copying without training explosive tags? You knew and you let him. Are you? Please Yuhi-san, it's not his fault. I'm the one who asked how, as Naruto pleaded, standing in front of the silver-haired jounin, with his eyes slightly watery, he meekly added, it's my fault, not. But was stopped when the girl squealed, hugging him tightly. Aoi. That made Itachi, Ibiki and Kakashi sweat drop as they all turned to one another with a sort of sad look. It had to be blonde hair and blue eyes. Coupled with the whiskers marks. Kakashi coughed, Kurenai-san. Oh, yes, sorry, as the girl, a bit flustered, recomposed herself, she still held the boy close to her until a nervous eyebrow twitch from Ibiki later, she released him from her clutches. Anyway, she replied, if the boy's chakra control is able to realize weak but working Fuinjutsu seals for the explosive tags, you realize he could probably excel in Genjutsu and medic nin areas. I'd need to test out how he works, but he could pretty much become a valuable asset in any infiltration team. No, we are not having this discussion again, his blood is powerhouse blood, I'm not going to put him in any infiltration team, that's Anbu's work. But you are an ex-Anbu. Kurenai exclaimed. Precisely. And I say he's not Anbu material. He's probably going to become a first-line fighter, just like him. And that was when Kakashi realized the boy wasn't even there any longer, nor were Ibiki or Itachi. And you made him run away. As the copycat ninja pointed that out, the older girl's eyes narrowed. I did not. You did. No, I didn't. I just stated the truth. He managed to slip away unnoticed from your senses, Kakashi. What more proof do you want? As Kurenai asked, with a sort of annoyed tone, the silver-haired jounin's eyes narrowed down. He is not enter Anbu, Yuhi-san, and I am Kakashi-sensei to you, Chunin. You are so not pulling rank on me had Kakashi. The brown-haired Kunoichi replied, taking in a sharp breath, and. Did you hear that? The copycat ninja narrowed his only eye, letting his breath calm down, he had shown emotions where he shouldn't have, but the woman simply didn't want to understand that Anbu life was made of murders and assassinations, and he just couldn't let sensei's son get broken in such a place. No, he simply couldn't, not because he was sensei's son, but because the boy deserved better than the life that Anbu would offer him. Seems like a group of 5, and they're running for their lives, actually, at that, Kakashi's left eye suddenly saw light as the copycat ninja activated his Sharingan, in time to carve into his memory the sight of a couple of Kumogakure ninjas leaving the premises of the forest. Kumo ninjas? Did they come from Konoha? Hey. As Yuhi moved to intercept them, she was pushed backwards by Kakashi's hand as a wall of smoke and the fizzling of explosive tags sent them the clear message that they were actually running, but just as Kakashi closed his Sharingan eye once more. Letting the forehead protector cover it, he exclaimed. No. As Yuhi was about to dash off to pursue them, she stopped, turning around quickly to give a puzzled look to Kakashi. I heard 5, only 2. We have to hurry to where Ibiki and the others are. As the silver-haired jounin turned in the general direction of where the Kumo shinobis had come from, he was soon followed in his speed rush through the treetops by Kurenai, who was now holding a kunai in her right hand, and both ninjas began feeling tense as the minutes rolled by in their run. Especially when sounds of battle echoed closer and stronger by the second. What they saw when they descended was something akin to a slaughter. Ibiki was barely holding his ground against a clearly superior shinobi from Kumogakure, who seemed to have on his back a sack, while Naruto had been flung against a tree bark and was seemingly unconscious. Itachi on the other hand had finished running through the hand seals and was right next to the blonde boy, holding the 2 remaining Kumo shinobis at bay with the use of Kaiten. Kankakik no Jutsu as a small fire stream, which, however, wasn't going to last long. Kakashi nodded to Yuhi, and, just as the silver-haired jounin took to getting behind the strongest of the Kumo shinobi, he realized that, on the branch right above said ninja, stood Naruto. Looking right at where his unconscious form was, he narrowed his eyes, understanding that it was simply a henge, something that Itachi seemed to know full well, as he was holding a log with explosive notes yet to go off within said henge. Damn if it's smart playing, Kakashi thought. They had to come up with this plan in a split second, but then, why isn't Naruto moving behind the other two? Naruto flung down from his branch, his right hand holding tightly onto the tanto that Kakashi had gifted him, without yelling, exclaiming, or saying anything at all. He just silently flew down, and, for a split second, time seemed to stop for the copycat ninja. He saw Naruto, the blonde boy of 7 years old, harden his eyes as he fell straight on the back of the Kumo shinobi, slashing at the top of the sack with the tip of the blade and jumping away, letting go of the tanto as he grabbed the bag, rolling on the ground with a whine. Just as the blonde boy had began his fall, Itachi had stopped his kaiten, instead feigning to be running away, making the other two shinobis run towards him, blissfully unaware that one of them was now within Meijin. Jubakusatsu as an illusionary tree had sprouted from the ground, grabbing him to be held for interrogation. While the other went straight near the explosive log, which revealed itself only in its explosion, throwing the unfortunate shinobi to the side, the left part of his body completely burned and charred. Ibiki, on the other hand, when Naruto had fallen downwards, had tried to get a clear one-hit kill, only to fail, as the shinobi from Kumo in question seemed at least jounin level, differently from the other ones around. The man's kunai deflected Ibiki's own, as with a gritting of teeth the boy found his entire arm going numb, electricity flowing freely through the enemy's weapon. Not willing to waste time, the man dashed straight towards Naruto and the sack he was holding tightly with his hands that seemed to be sprouting a dark blue hair from within, at least, to Kakashi's eyes. Just as the copycat ninja was about to jump down and intercepted, a Hyuga appeared in the clearing, slamming both of his fists against the Jounin's chest. He proceeded to meticulously burn and destroy each Tenketsu point of the Kumo ninja, before proceeding to rupture each and every organ within the body, leaving the ones that would have certainly killed him for last. As the gruesome display died down, Kakashi jumped down in the clearing, just as two other Hyugas appeared in the clearing. Hiashi-sama? Kakashi queried, looking at the Hyuga's clan head which, with a dignified expression, turned to look at the silver-haired Jounin. Padak-san. I must say I have to thank Kami that your team was here, ready to intercept the kidnappers. At those words, something clicked within him, just as he turned to look at Naruto, who was sheepishly trying to convince a small 3-year-old to stop clutching at his jacket, but the girl. The crying girl didn't at all seem willing to part with the boy's chest. The boy is. Hiashi muttered, narrowing his gaze on the blonde boy who was bowing his head repeatedly to the two branch family bodyguards he had with him during the pursuit. The boy's blue eyes, the whisker marks, he knew perfectly well who the boy was. Naruto Uzumaki, he and Itachi Uchiha here. As Kakashi said that, he beckoned the Uchiha boy closer, who politely did so, elaborated a masterful plan to distract some of the Kumo shinobis so that Naruto could get a clear hit in freeing. Not knowing who the girl was, but having a hunch, he didn't want to slip his tongue. Realizing this, Hiashi entered the conversation, replying. I must thank them, then, for saving my eldest daughter. With those words, Hiashi bowed his head a little to Itachi, who bowed in turn, and then, with a calm demeanor, the Hyuga's clan's head reached for the blonde boy and, with a sort of more stern attitude, commanded. Hinata. As he said that, the girl's sob slowly dwindled down to a stop. Come here. With that, the girl finally let go of the boy's jacket, turning her watery eyes to her father, who brought forward his right hand, grabbing tightly onto the girl's small and delicate one. That was probably the most that Hiashi's mask of stern attitude could show off to his daughter, and, as he politely bowed to Naruto too, the blonde boy bowed back, repeatedly. We will now take our leave. And warn the Hokage about this. As well as make him notice the clear merits of your team, Haddock-san, and with those words, the Hyugas moved back toward Konoha at a slower pace since the girl couldn't possibly race through trees. And Hiashi would die rather than let her stand on his shoulders. It was after they had left their sights that Kurenai dropped the Genjutsu on the Kumo shinobi, who had foam coming out from his mouth. He killed himself before giving up information, the girl with red eyes said, shaking her head, just as Ibiki suddenly mulled a thought. What were Kumo shinobis doing here, to begin with? To steal the Byakugan from Konoha, obviously, Kakashi replied, to actually kidnap Hiashi's daughter, however, they had to be extremely desperate. Itachi frowned, before turning his gaze to Kakashi himself. Kakashi-sensei. Why the Byakugan? Wouldn't stealing the Sharingan be worth more? The Sharingan, Itachi, needs to be awakened. Kakashi replied, Quad on the other hand, it is a birth thing. You either have it and are a Hyuga, or you do not and thus are not a Hyuga. And nobody would mess with an Uchiha that already has an active Sharingan. Too risky, Ibiki said, as he tightly bandaged a wound on his right arm, helped by Kurenai. The girl smelled of cinnamon rolls, Naruto stated, strangely interrupting each and any thoughts the others were having, to turn puzzled expressions at the boy, who had, in the meantime, grabbed his tanto back. Seeing all the gazes on him, he turned a puzzled eyebrow to Kakashi. What? How does that mean anything? As Kakashi actually found the need to ask that, Naruto slowly turned his gaze to the others, his blue eyes seemingly pondering something, like he was lost in thoughts. Nothing, I suppose. I just thought she smelled nice. At that, Itachi moved closer to Naruto, letting a hand rest over the boy's forehead. Kakashi-sensei, I think he has a high-degree fever, possibly from the rattlesnake venom of earlier. At that, Ibiki's eyes moved from one boy to the other, and then to Kakashi. But I saw him suck the venom out. You do not suck rattlesnake venom out. Kakashi snapped back, grabbing the blonde boy and letting him down on the ground. What's happening? Kurenai queried, looking at the silver-haired Jounin carefully, letting his right hand glow a faint green. It happens that the stress of the battle, coupled with an increase in heartbeat, has spread the poison around. Though he did take an anti-venom, he should have remained at rest. Now he's having a high fever, which is the reason he's hallucinating. At that, Itachi muttered. Should we head back to Konoha? The mission isn't over yet, Kakashi replied, and at the moment he's not in a life-threatening situation, as long as he rests. Well, I'm no medic nin, but he should recover swiftly, the anti-venom taken within the hour should work. Listen, as he said that, he could understand the frowns on both Kurenai's and Ibiki's face. If the boy gets in a risky situation, we'll immediately make a dash for Konoha's hospital, but I'm sure that, by tomorrow, he'll be jumping around. With that, he brought the boy upwards, to rest on his back. Now off to camp, we have to get ready to move out, we need to be in the northern area of Konoha by tomorrow, Shukuba town is there, and we can have Naruto rest in a hotel room for a night, and with that, he moves ahead. Albeit both Kurenai and Ibiki frowned at the mention of the city. It was a pleasure village, which held many brothels, night bars, but more importantly. Kakashi-sensei, Itachi casually spoke, as he moved behind the Jounin, if by sheer chance you are risking Naruto-kun's life over the recently published book of Icha Innocence Lost, know that I will not hesitate to caten said book and the libraries. While planting hints to claim it was your fault. That's a clearly traitorous thought, Itachi-kun, especially to high-level literature. Itachi, if you need help, we can testify for you, Kurenai said, as Ibiki, on the other hand, sported a grin. If you want, I can help you plant evidence against our sensei. At that, Kakashi sighed. Really, what a team of ingrates. Dreamland. Naruto was feeling the soft cushion on his cheek slowly moving, but he didn't want to let go of it, so he held onto it tightly. It was then that he found himself being slowly moved and, for once, he actually opened his eyes, feeling the shift in the air and realizing, much to his surprise, that he wasn't sleeping in a bed, but onto what seemed like a giant blue furred tail. The light snoring seemingly permeated the rest of the area and, for once, he turned his head around, looking at the sort of giant cushion he was on. It was indeed a sort of big blue-colored mattress, titanic in its eyes that held, on top of it and sleeping peacefully, a giant nine-tailed blue fox. Oh Kami. It's the Kyuubi. He muttered, gulping nervously, was the demon finally deciding to talk with him? Was it because he was feeling pain or something like that he had decided to finally reveal himself? Though, actually, it seemed like it was so gently snoring that, instead of a horrible demon, it looked more like a giant plush toy, only with enormous fangs and claws, obviously. As the fox snored, not even seeming to realize that Naruto was staring at her, the boy winced, as looking around there didn't seem to be an exit. Having narrowed his eyes once more at the figure of the fox, he saw a sort of chain necklace around the fox's neck, one that seemed to have been tightly pressed into the beast's flesh. He moved closer, gently and slowly, and, with a sort of sixth sense and insight, he simply loosened it up. It was too tight for the poor beast. Just as he did that, the enormous eyes of the fox opened up like a flash, as the fur, a dark shade of blue, suddenly started turning slightly purplish, although that did seem to make Naruto fall down on his knees, panting heavily, clutching his own chest. Within a second, the Kyuubi closed his eyes again, not even seeming to care about it. With that, Naruto's eyes suddenly jolted open. Outside the dream. He felt fine. Was there a fine way to put it? Considering that, around him, everyone was snoring heavily. He slowly got up, feeling someone tugging at his right hand, just as the elder girl, Kurenai, feeling the boy move, since it had been her turn to look after him, woke up. Are you feeling better, Naruto-kun? She whispered, slowly getting up. Yes, Kurenai-san, he muttered back, shaking his head to remove the feeling of drowsiness that seemed to permeate his body. Good. With that, she muttered something else, under her breath, something that Naruto didn't seem to catch. What was it, Kurenai-san? Naruto asked, not knowing if he had been asked a question or not, and wanting to actually reply, if it had been the first case. I said that you did something irresponsible, which might have resulted in your death, she whispered, and it was stupid to do so only with Itachi and Ibiki. As she said that, Naruto's eyes turned over to the camp. No, it wasn't, because I was with Itachi. As he said that, he sported a smile. If they told you to go to hell and to bring a person with you to fight the devil, who would you bring, Kurenai-san? You'd bring Itachi to hell with you? Is that what you're trying to say? As Kurenai's eyes showed perplexity, hesitation, and a slight bit of worry, Naruto shook his head. No, I'd bring him because I'd know that with him as a team, we'd get through it in a blast. He has always watched my back since we were young and I began watching his, so, when the time comes for him to need help, I'll be there to fight shoulder to shoulder. Interesting concept. But it doesn't explain why you dashed off like that. Ibiki and Itachi told us you simply left camp and you were lucky they followed you or you'd have probably died, so. Why did you leave? As the girl asked, Naruto's eyes gently closed before the blonde boy's gaze opened up once more to stare at the sky. You were discussing my future decisions without even realizing I was there, he spoke bitterly. I am tired of being ignored, Kurenai-san, but more than that, I am tired of having other people decide what is best for me without even asking me first. Why do people think I'd be better at one thing instead of another? What did I do? I just want to know the truth, Yuhi-san. I really don't care if it's going through Anbu or fighting another war against hundreds of enemies. I just want the truth. With those words, the boy stood up. I think I'll stretch my legs around here. And with those words, he moved towards the edge of the camp, staring at the darkness in front of him. He blinked once, slowly letting his right hand touch his face before letting it back down, unknown to Kurenai, who wasn't looking at the boy's face, but who was still silently watching him. The boy had just then realized that he could see in the dark. Enko. Training with Orochimaru-sensei proved to be gruesome. She didn't meet the other kids and she didn't ask her sensei where they were. She simply trained to the best of her abilities and obeyed his orders to her very best. Yet it never worked. Her sensei had a frown on his face as of late and was coming by later and later. Yet she did her best, she put up her most cheery attitude, she did her best, even when there were days all the muscles in her body ached. Yet she had to get stronger, no matter how many beatings she took, she was up and about the next day. Then, one day, when she was pretty badly beaten up and her face down, eating the dirt on the grass, Orochimaru simply turned around and left her there. She didn't know what to say so, as her face covered in bruises, tried to assume a smile. As she slowly got up on her wobbling feet, she looked at her sensei's back, disappearing into the overgrowth. Well, he was going to tell her about tomorrow's lesson time, right? Maybe he had just forgotten. Yeah, Orochimaru-sensei wouldn't forget about something that important, would he? She took a single step and then she fell down once more. This time, however, just as her vision began blurring, she recognized a mask belonging to a man who had seemingly grabbed her by the waist. It was a monkey's mask. An Anbu's mask. Minato. The fourth Hokage of the Leaf stood in his office, letting a clone do the paperwork, while he, himself, stared with cold ice blue eyes at the Kumo's ambassador, who was sporting a nervous expression. So? You wish revenge upon your previous ambassador, who had, however, kidnapped the Hyuga's heir. Because you claim we set it up. Yes, the Reikage says that delivering the body of the one who executed the killing blow would be a sign of good gesture and no other actions would be necessary. At that, Minato's eyes narrowed. And who, pray tell, do you believe delivered the killing blow? We are sure it was a Hyuga, as the external skin of the ambassador was flawless. Yet inside, he was a mass of pudding, as the medic Nin said, a very vicious Hyuga. Probably a traitor to your midst too. You'd actually be doing both our nations a favor by. I understand. Well, when you put at it like that, I'll be forced to query wherever the other shinobis from Kumo, the dead one, would need revenge too. No, the ambassador replied, with a gulp. The Reikage, in his generosity, only wants the culprit for the death of my predecessor. As he pointed out, the Hokage just so casually smiled, like someone who was about to commit a murder. So there will be no problem in handing it over, without his eyes, right? Well, the Reikage would actually prefer the body to be intact too. As the ambassador tried to say something else, he suddenly found himself in the very uncomfortable position of being too close to the yellow flash. A yellow flash that sported a nice heartwarming smile with a three-pronged kunai juggling in one of his hands. Cut the bullshit, Minato muttered, his gaze turning murderous. You want the Byakugan, and I am not handing over one of Konoha's greatest Jujutsu. If you declare war over this petty and fecal matter, I will personally take to the battlefield, and rest assured that by the time your Reikage will come for me, I'll have already come for him. At that, the ambassador exclaimed, afraid. But we have two Bijuas. We will not be intimidated by it. And we have the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. The strongest of them all. Do you really think your two can compare? Do you know he was the one who freed the Hyuga girl your predecessor kidnapped? Huh? Well then, he was involved too. This is making it even more looking like Konoha's Hokage had a hand in it. He is your son, isn't he? As the ambassador's eyes narrowed, Minato's own gaze turned cold as ice. No, he isn't, he has been disowned for showing disrespect. At that, the gaze of the Kumo shinobi turned thoughtful, before, with a smirk, it muttered. Then choose. An intact Hyuga body, or your disowned son. One of the two has clearly killed the Kumo ambassador, didn't they? So. Give us one of the two, or we'll claim to the land of iron you infringed upon the sanctity of our allegiance. You. Get out. Get out of here before I snap your neck like a twig and scatter your remains through the land of fire. Get out. I'll send my kind reply to your rakeage, but you'd better leave now, before I smash you to a pulp. And with those words, the ambassador took leave, before getting actually one of the infamous three-pronged kunai into his guts. Minato turned to his clone, which had at that moment stopped doing the paperwork. Go speak with Hiashi. I'll need to call an Anbu team to watch over the ambassador leaving. With those words, the clone moved out of the window, while the Hokage instead took to the office's door, opening it up with a slam, as, eyeing his secretary, he muttered. Get me a surveillance Anbu team on the ready, now, and then he closed the door of his office, turning around just in time to slightly twitch his right eyebrow at the sight of Danzo and 4 rude operatives. You know, usually one knocks before entering a room, as the Hokage pointed that out. Danzo's face showed a small frown. It appears, the man spoke slowly, his body covered in a dark cape with a dark hood, kind of like the Anbu's white clothing cover, only black, that Orochimaru was conducting horrible experiments on the population of Konoha. These are the reports on the matter, as Danzo handed over a set of clipboards to the Hokage, who took them with a worried expression. He added, Hiruzen personally went to the hideout of his former pupil here in Konoha and has found worrying discoveries. Well, my operatives went to the land of sea, and they have just reported back that, except for an empty hideout and corpses, there is one survivor. A certain Mitarashi Anko, one of Orochimaru's genins. As he pointed that out, Minato's face paled slightly. He understood the implications. Have Kakashi's team recalled, and have both Itachi Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki placed under strict house arrest and surveillance. Once Anko Mitarashi is safely within Konoha, they will be interrogated by the T&I department. As soon as the Hokage had finished saying that, Danzo's only visible eye, the other covered by a thick bandage, turned sideways. Why wait and waste time? We can start interrogating Naruto Uzumaki, who holds no clan nor family willing to refute our accusations, and if he does know something, we could strike before it is too late. In those words, Minato's thought drifted towards the truth in Danzo's words, but also towards the fact that, in doing so, no, we'd alienate him towards the leaf, and if we do not want him to stay a shinobi, do we? Danzo's question had an innocent tone, something that did make Minato shiver. The Yami of the shinobi with an innocent tone was as scary as Kushina with a kitchen knife during one of her month's days. Why would I? We want him as a civilian. Because he is not the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, isn't he? As Danzo snorted that, Minato's eyes bulged in shock. What are you saying, Danzo? Have you gone? Regeneration powers, endless stamina, chakra levels astonishing for one of his age. He possessed none of these qualities. He is not Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Minato Namikaze. I found myself questioning your loyalty to the leaf if such a fact was made public. You'd lose all support. As soon as he said that, Minato sported a smile. Oh. So you think that, huh? Then tell me, if it's not Naruto, who is Kyuubi Jinchuriki? At that, Danzo frowned. That is of secondary importance, as. No, it isn't. Unless you can provide the truth, I can simply point out how it's entirely possible the seal of iron completely stunted Naruto Uzumaki's growth, and that, instead of being as weak as it was told, it instead works on an off and on system, without halfways through. And tell me, Danzo, would they believe the truth of Yami, or that of the Hokage? You are playing a dangerous game, Namikaze, Danzo snorted. You'd break Konoha in 2 fronts. Which is why I have come here to negotiate with you. At that, Minato raised an eyebrow. Negotiate what, Danzo, and why would you believe I'd accept it? You want your weapon for yourself, Namikaze, I'm sure of it. As Danzo said, Minato's face showed no emotion, but there was a glint of refusal in it that however made the man indifferent. So we want ours too. Naruto Uzumaki. Why would you want him? The Hokage queried, perplexed. He could possess the same bloodline abilities of your wife, namely, the chakra chain so useful in containing Bijuus and Jinchuricus. As Danzo subtly hinted that, Minato narrowed his eyes. So basically, you want him as a weapon too. Yes. A weapon designed to kill Bijuus. Should they rampage, that made Minato wince, but the blonde man said nothing more than a slow, deliberate nod. However, he is to keep up the facade of being a genin, and he will take the regular shinobi exams, understood. At that, Danzo sported a grin, and then nodded. Good, we have a deal then, and with those words, the 4 disappeared from the office, just as the Anbu team entered the room, ready to deploy. Minato had already planned it all. Even if he did give Naruto to Danzo, he wouldn't be able to have him completely in his grasp, and then, once the exam was over, he'd be going for an assassination mission. That if he didn't manage to kill someone in one of the patrol missions. He knew for sure he'd never get word of kills within route, but he knew all too well he'd just need proof, blood on the boy's hands. And then as a civilian, he'd be untouchable by Danzo. There was no way he could reverse it, and nobody in Konoha would ever go against his will. In a certain place, with roulettes, sometime later. Shizune. Tsunade whispered, barely being heard by her assistant, who was holding Tuntun, the pig, near. Yes, Tsunade-sama. I won, and with those feeble words, both females gulped as they cashed in the winning. It was then, as Tsunade left the casino, that a shinobi, looking like one of Konoha's Anbu, carefully brought forward to the legendary slug a letter already opened as to ensure the woman would actually read it instead of simply tossing it aside. She did that only because of the first word on the letter and only because she didn't feel like ignoring her bad feeling. Naruto Uzumaki will need your help soon. When the blonde woman had raised her eyes from the only sentence in the letter, she had bitten her lips, Naruto Uzumaki. She didn't know any Naruto Uzumaki, she did know a Naruto Namikaze, but… Tsunade-sama? Shizune queried, worried, as she looked over the letter. Shizune. We're heading over to Konoha, as the legendary medic Nin said that, she then slowly thought, if something happened to my godson, however, I won't go back there ever again, and with those things in mind, she walked straight in the direction of their hotel. They get their stuff and move back towards the village that had taken so much out of her, and that, if it wanted to take something else, would have to do so over her dead, cold, body. Konoha's gates. Kakashi didn't like being called back during a mission. Being called back during a mission by a root operative. Even less. The reason for being called back having something to do with Naruto Uzumaki. Even worse. The silver-haired Jounin looked at his charges, they had grown as a team, and Ibiki had found out that he and Naruto had a lot in common, especially truth being their favorite word, while Kurenai had decided to restart the Naruto fan club. Albeit she was probably going to be the only one inside of it for a long while. Though an anonymous one I might be a fan too. Just as the girl was about to go her way, Fugaku Uchiha, at the main gates of Konoha, appeared into view, sporting an outraged face. Itachi exclaimed, beckoning the boy closer, just as two Uchiha's clansmen, two who both had their Sharingan in full view, tensed slightly, at the appearance of a group of Anubis. Otu-san? Itachi queried, just as the boy was grabbed by the shoulders by Naruto and pushed straight ahead into his father's arms, with enough strength to have him basically fly on his feet straight against his father's chest. Turning around, he managed to see Naruto smile at him bitterly for just a second before a blackjack came into view, right where Itachi would have been a moment before, and that instead claimed the back of Naruto's head, throwing him on the ground, knocked out. Hee. Just as Kakashi or Kurenai or even Ibiki were about to intervene, the Uchihas whisked Itachi away to the clan's compound, and then, just then, an outright furious ex-Hokage arrived on the scene. With such a murderous glare that not even one of the shinobi present dared to make a single move. I didn't think you'd hit a boy for saving his friend from such a gruesome treatment, as Hiruzen moved to pick Naruto's body up in his arms, he turned once more to stare at the Anubis amassed there, who were far more than nervous. We have to bring him in for questioning for possible treasonous actions. At that, the third thanked Kami because he had wanted to see the boy as soon as possible. He had first-hand seen what Orochimaru had done. And with that, he had anticipated the Anbu's moves, but more specifically, Danzo's moves, and had headed straight for the gates of Konoha when he had felt a team of highly trained shinobi move there. Then they'll come too. At that, the Anbus turned to one another. We can't, Hawk. Sarutobi-sama, it's the procedure. Only a family member belonging to his clan can stand in his defense. Or a neutral entity referenced from Konoha's civilian sector. As the Anbu finished speaking, Hiruzen whispered back. Then I'll simply carry him, and I'll just so casually stay right next to him. If, by chance, you think you can actually take me on, you are free to try. Otherwise, I suggest you start moving, and with those words, just as the man's murderous glare downed, the Anbu moved, uneasy, and aimed the Anbu responsible for having knocked out the boy. Now they had to explain why they had brought the boy to the actual interrogation room instead of the root special interrogation room, and Danzo-sama wasn't going to be pleased at all. Kakashi sighed in relief, as the ex-Hokage had taken on Naruto's defenses, while Kurenai on the other hand was perplexed, long enough for Ibiki to actually butt in. If something like treason's accusations happen, the actions vary depending on whether there is a clan for the boy or not. If there is a clan, the accused is usually firstly interrogated by his clan's men, then someone from the clan actually speaks in his regards. Basically, the clan can use its own lawyers and terms to safeguard one of their own, or punish him as they see fit. This, however, only happens if the accused was closer to a clansman than an official Konoha Anbu or shinobi. But one who has been disowned. Is alone, Kurenai whispered, so Naruto realized that. He actually knew that. Naruto probably thought the Anbu were there for him and him alone, but seeing Fugaku, he must have realized that Itachi would be better off in his father's arms than within the Anbus, no matter what the reason for both of them being there was. He probably had one of his hunches, they're pretty solid, as Ibiki pointed that out, Kakashi sighed. I'm not letting this go. The boy isn't alone. He does have a clan's head. Although she is married to the man who disowned him, and with those words, Kakashi was about to walk towards the Namikaze's mansion, he was stopped by another group of Anubis, these ones, however. Having something to say to them. You will need to be questioned too, we're sorry Kakashi, but we're following orders, as one with a bird mask spoke, Kakashi clenched his fists before averting his gaze. Fine. But this doesn't end here. Thanks for listening. I hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.